There are
because they know.
reasons for a lot of regulations. What is the regulation you're referencing that you think is
So the reference I'm listening is, although I do think it's from past policies. I just feel like I have to jump through so many hoops to accomplish a goal into what I'm doing.
isn't that important so that we keep people safe?
I do
Because
believe
you're operating a
I
huge
do.
motor
And,
vehicle that can
like
harm
mind you,
people.
it's like I don't even get that much respect because I'm 21. You know what I mean? And it's like I feel like a lot of times when it came down to Trump, you know,
Like, do you just
I
want
feel
some
like
random
his
16-year-old doing it with no vetting? Think of the sunglasses. Thank you.
no, no. I don't think
Like
six
what? That
trucks or
obviously,
anything.
or some
That's
random
not the, that's
18-year-old
not
with
what I
no
mean.
vetting, or some random 20-year-old with no vetting, some 40-year-old with no vetting. Obviously, I think that like that would make sense for like a
Yeah.
particular job in which you're going to
Parker,
be.
like I meant no disrespect, brother. Like I'm not trying to argue with you and I'll do all that because I've seen some people get ugly with you. Like,
Yeah, thank you.
you know, I honestly, because I go to your channel and I watch Harry, I watch Dean because I want to listen to the other side. I feel like
Yeah,
as a
thank
country
you,
we
Darth,
have
thank
to
you.
listen to the other side. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
But
we
I
do.
feel like a lot of times what I hear is just like, you know, a lot of the debates that you guys go into is like you guys are yelling over each other. It's like nobody can even hear what the other person has to say because it's like then you guys like as soon as you guys start getting really nitty gritty, you guys start yelling at each other and getting personal. It's like that's not the debate that's over. You know, your character doesn't divide into the debate that you're going into. Like I know the reason why I came on here was because
I mean,
I'm trying to tell you
do you
why.
want to have conversation?
Huh?
Do you want to have conversation?
Yes, I'm trying to get there. I apologize.
Okay. So like if you don't know anything about his policy, if you don't know what
So
that is,
I
if
guess
you
my
only know
main
things about
goal
his
was
character
to
and like things that he supports, well, clearly
yes.
we have a terrible character on behalf of Donald Trump. What particular things are so bad of Kamala Harris, right, that you think that you wouldn't vote for her over Donald Trump as it relates to character?
So I don't, and it sounds kind of crazy because it's like yeah, I think the things that like our border patrol has no help. Like it feels like they're getting stranded
So
by
why did Donald Trump get people in Congress to not vote for the border bill that Democrats were trying to pass
So
with Republicans?
do you believe that
Give
he
the handout.
personally made them do that? Like do you believe
He
that
said that
personally?
himself. He said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails." Think of the handout.
Okay,
Thank you
so
so
do you
much. Thank
think
you.
his is the border bill that's right now, right? That's currently enacting the bill.
No,
That's the reason why
that was an executive order by Biden. I'm talking about the one in the legislative branch.
okay. So you're saying that like the one that was in his like in his term was the one that if it failed, blame it on him.
No, this was in under Biden's administration, but Trump was influencing people in Congress to not vote for it.
Oh, okay. Well, I personally didn't hear that, so I'll have to look that up personally. I mean, I definitely try to go on
Look up
here and try
Trump.
to
Blame
listen
it on
to
me
it.
if border bill fails.
Well, I truly believe that the border patrol had more support. Like the fact that we're trying to cut funding to the border is a problem. Like I believe that,
That's kind of what Trump was doing
no,
by
he
not
was not.
accepting,
He wasn't cutting funding. That was
but by not
when did
getting
he cut
people to
funding?
support the bill would provide funding.
Okay,
He voted against the bill.
so I don't
Or no, I meant like
don't think cut
he
the
didn't like
funding. I
vote
think-
because he's not in Congress, but I meant like he got people to like vote against it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, obviously, I should have probably came on here and had a little more. I do apologize, but I do respect what you guys do, and you know, y'all have a good day.
Okay, for sure. All right, let's get on to the next person, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, Faith, thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Memes, thank you for the hand art. How old are you? JV, thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
How old are you?
22.
Are you voting for Trump?
None. Voting for none.
Okay. All right, let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, Starkey, thank you for the hand art. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what is going on? Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. I do apologize. Yo, Sin, thank you for the hand art, our hanging lights. Thank you so much. As well as everyone top of the screen, let's try to run it up to 150,000 likes. Yeah, thank you for the Panther pause. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm currently 20.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
No.
Based. Diane, thank you so much for the hand art. Thank you so much. Thank you. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump. To top of the screen, everyone. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. We could try to get a bunch of likes today. I love how I always manage to find my way back to a Parker debate. So base. You already know. I'm live like every day. So that's why. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Like I like almost never take a day off. So let me get another person up here.
Hey,
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting for Trump?
Okay, no, I'm not, but I have a question. I need you to answer this.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Are you voting Trump?
I am not, but I'm not voting Kamala either.
Okay. Well, you should vote against someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse. I think that you should do that. I'm not playing 2K yet because like I literally haven't even gotten to like a full on debate yet. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Because like I need to like touch my iPad to add people up, and I can't do that if I'm using my controller. I'm loading up the game though right now. We're loading it up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You want to know what your problem is? That you're so good at this. You've already transferred everyone to voting for Kamala, and you're doing such a good job at this. And I just want to give you props. That's why you can't find a good guest, because everyone's either too scared to debate you, or you've already turned them to Kamala. Great fucking job. I love you so much. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How
Don't
old are
make
you?
this. Shut the fuck up. That's some bullshit. I'm 20 years old.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Because fuck Kamala, I guess. I don't know. I mean, if I'm gonna be 100% honest, I know you got a lot of people in here. I don't probably have all of the information that I need. I definitely could learn a little bit more. But some of the people that Kamala's hiring, I know she used to get like rapists and shit out of prison. And she was on Senate.
I'd love
for,
a
like,
source for that. And also,
wasn't she on
he's been
Senate
held
for,
legally
like,
responsible
hold on.
for sexual abuse?
Shut up for 1 second. Wasn't she on the Senate or whatever for like 4 years and not a single thing she did got approved?
Yeah, she didn't get anything
So she was
passed
useless,
herself that she wrote.
essentially,
So
is
she
what you're saying.
added
So she's
things into
useless.
bills, but like she specifically didn't like write anything herself that got passed. That happens with lots of people who are in Congress. Now she's
Mm-hmm.
been one of the most influential vice presidents in the past 200 years. The most tie-breaking votes
What
in the
did
last
she
200 years.
influence?
She's been very specifically the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman on the Supreme Court. Things like the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which is meant down to bring down like energy costs long term. Think of the confetti. Thank you so much. Which is like deflationary pressure.
Interesting. I just
Inflationary. Sorry.
I guess I'm gonna leave the live after this because I like I said I'm not educated enough to continue this debate.
I'll just ask you this question: like, would
Yeah,
you
what's up?
vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
No.
Thank you. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you. So Trump was held legally responsible in a civil court for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll, forcefully penetrating her against her will. So that was based upon preponderance of evidence unanimously by a jury. That's what they concluded. So why would you vote for Donald Trump given this jury determination?
You know, that is a very good question. But I know that almost every president in U.S. history can be convicted of some sort of shit, whether it's, money laundering, X, Y, Z.
What was Joe Biden convicted of?
Not being able to stay awake during a press conference.
That's not a conviction.
But
He
it's
did stay awake, but what's the conviction?
not being able to know where he is or why he's there, just that he wants some chocolate chip ice cream. Like, Joe Biden is on a whole different ball game.
Wait,
brother.
so if you want to
There's
talk
a
about
reason
cognitive
that he-
decline,
Huh?
why are you voting for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris when he's quite literally older than Bill Clinton, who was president 30 years ago?
Because
His
Kamala
cognitive decline,
Harris
he mistook
has
He
zero.
mistook Kamala Harris. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Kamala Harris with Nikki Haley. He mistook Nancy Pelosi with Nikki Haley. He mistook his ex-wife with a person he was proven to have sexually abused when he said that person he was proven to have sexually abused, that he never met her and that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. He's incoherent. He denies science. He says that it's going to start cooling, that science just doesn't know it yet. He's
All right.
fucking delusional. And you're following this guy, dude. He's using you to get out of jail.
I mean, I am following.
He's lying
that.
right to your face. It's obvious.
Yeah, but Kamala has zero experience running a country, zero success as a senator.
Zero experience, vice president, senator. Donald
fuck
Trump.
did
What
she do
what,
as
what
vice
experience
president?
did Donald Trump have?
He's owned
He bankrupted
multiple
businesses and he bankrupted this
multi-million-dollar
country.
companies.
That's what he did.
He's improved
This
them.
country had significantly more debt-related spending under his administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. Significantly more.
Being the vice president.
Okay, I can't hear you. You're cut out. I thought it was the Democrats that were really bad with the deficit spending. Oh wait, what happened in Minnesota? Budget surplus, and they fed kids, and they extended sick leave. Whoa, it's almost like you can, support policies that benefit people and still have a budget surplus and still not deficit spend. Oh my gosh, maybe the Republicans are the ones that deficit spend for their tax cuts for rich people. All right, well, he's got some MAGA mobile, so we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
You voting Trump?
I believe I am. Yeah.
Why so?
Well, to be honest, it's based on the fearlessness that he showed during the assassination attempt. I mean, if you bring it down to it, like if you're dealing with foreign leaders who are tough,
So he just threatened his
And
life
they
for
s-
fun?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, like, so he just got shot at, and then he goes up and decides to pump his hand in the air when there could possibly be another one.
Right.
That was a
and
really
I'm not
smart
saying
move.
I'm not saying that wasn't
Very
stupid.
intelligent move.
No, yeah, I'm not saying it wasn't stupid, but I'm
agree with
saying
you
that you can't just like have that instinct without having like that instinct. Like he's naturally strong. He's naturally resilient.
He's naturally strong.
Well, yeah,
Appreciate
because
that, Russ, thank you. How does that mean he's strong?
well, because he in the face of adversity, he decided to say fight.
Let's be totally fucking real here. He literally got lucky. Okay, I'm sorry, but it's so true. He got
Well,
lucky.
I'm not saying he didn't.
Someone literally died, right?
Right.
From that. So
Yeah,
he got really lucky.
He got lucky. I know. I understand. But even in that moment when there could have been another shooter or whatever.
That's not strength.
I just feel
that's
like
just like the
people look at
angle.
that. People look at that and see a strong person. And do you want that, or do you want Kamala dealing with foreign affairs?
I would absolutely rather have Kamala Harris rather than Donald Trump, a violent sex offender.
Well, why does a sex offender
so
matter?
do you think really you don't think that matters when running
think
for
it
president?
matters.
You don't think whether or not they're a violent sex offender should matter? Maybe for like taking care
not in
of like
foreign
170
affairs.
million
We're
American
talking
women
about foreign
and
affairs.
girls
No, we're
in
not
this
talking
country.
about. We are not talking about. We're talking about foreign affairs at the moment. I wasn't on the ballot.
Betty, thank you. We're talking about foreign affairs. What about foreign affairs is better with Trump? When he
Like I
says that,
said,
like
people-
Russia, like he wouldn't defend NATO countries in which didn't meet the 2% military expenditure in terms of GDP from Russia invading them, giving the green light to Russia to invade. Picking a vice president who said, "I don't give a fuck what happens in Ukraine," even though we have a Budapest memorandum, we signed an agreement with them that if they give up their nuclear weapons, we would defend them. So if we want other countries like Iran, North Korea to sign these nuclear agreements with the United States, how do we actually get them to do that if we don't uphold our agreements like the Budapest memorandum?
I do understand that there has been some complications, but I do want to know what your opinion is on like the Middle East at the moment with the current administration.
What about it?
Just like how it's going compared to like how it was under Trump.
I don't know how that would be related to like the president of the United States.
Well, he handles foreign affairs and basically tells countries what to do and what not to do.
Yeah. No, so like I think that typically I'm going to disagree with like US foreign policy as it relates to the Middle East with either candidate, whether it's the Republican or the Democratic candidate. I think that we should be less involved, and if we are involved, just humanitarian aid. I don't see a reason as to why we're like funding constant forever wars in the Middle East
Well,
and destabilizing the region.
you could say that it's funding a non-ending war.
Has been like literally like in getting themselves involved with their elections, with war, right, doing things for oil, like all of this shit. Why don't we invest in renewable energy, build manufacturing jobs in the United States, become energy independent off of renewable energy of the future, rather than relying upon forever wars in the Middle East to keep the price of oil lower?
See, I
holding
see
on to the
that
past,
side. Like,
clinging on to the past?
I wouldn't disagree in that. Like, we should definitely be investing in renewable energy. I'm not
That's
the
the
type of guy to
Inflation
say
Reduction
no.
Act. That's not what Trump was doing. Trump doesn't even believe climate change is caused by humans. He denies science, denies a 97% climate scientist consensus that
I'm not-
there's human-caused climate change.
Me saying voting for Trump, I don't agree with him on everything. I think he's ill-advised in a lot of things. But with the whole endless war thing, I believe it's a deterrent, because if you tell someone when you have like power to influence like other countries, like if you tell whoever, Hamas or whatever you want, like if you do this, there will be consequences. It's a great deterrent for the Middle East and like conflicts, and I think that's what they're trying to prevent. That's why our spending is up so much, because we deter wars instead of like basically just letting them do what they want.
Is the U.S. deterring war?
Well, we were originally with the Middle East, I would say, more often than now. But now I feel like Biden and Kamala.
So, yeah, here would be my question then, as it relates to that. Why do you see a better scenario with Trump comparative to Biden as it relates to these foreign politics?
Just because I feel like Biden seems to kind of give in to the extremist Hamas, like, and I feel like he didn't denounce
Talk to a
like,
leftist, please talk to a leftist, bro. I'm so real, man. Like, it's just gonna change your perspective on life.
I mean, am I
What
not
are you talking
to
about, bro?
You so you're saying he doesn't have any like bias towards
Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No,
saying it? Not at all.
no, dude. That's one of the things I disagree with him on. He's like defended Israel.
Right, but there's still people.
I think Kamala is more critical, but I mean, fundamentally speaking, I think that's a bad position on both their sides. But the Harris and Biden administration have a better view than the Trump administration.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
like,
I know
that's
Biden-
why like I'm very anti-war as it relates to a lot of these conflicts. I don't think the U.S. helps a lot of these conflicts.
I can agree.
So
I can agree.
I don't know why either side is desirable. Insofar
Right.
as that you would say that like I think this is beneficial. If you're talking like it from an idealistic or a perfect sense, you can talk about which one we see as preferable. But
Yeah.
so
I guess it
so
just
then
comes
here's my
down
question:
to-
why do you want to vote for someone who wants to restrict access to healthcare in this country by limiting the ACA and having no plan to replace it?
Well, for me, I'm not really sure what exactly that means. I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm not going to pretend to know what that means exactly. But I feel like the main reason I'm considering voting for him, I really haven't made up my mind, but I feel like I am, is because my life was just better pre-COVID Trump. with spending, with the economy, with everything. It doesn't really matter to me a lot about all these other things, but I feel like
You're saying the economy was better. Yeah, no, here's my question. How was that caused by Trump?
Well, Kamala wants to ban fracking. She had mentioned it.
And J.D.
And
Vance said in the past that Trump's America's Hitler. I don't think she's running on that this election.
Yeah, but do you know that? Because the media hasn't asked her a single
There's
question.
no good evidence supporting that she is right now. But
yeah, because the media won't ask her a question.
now, long term, is that a good policy?
Well,
Hey, but we gotta transition off. Appreciate. Thank you so much.
All right, sounds good. See you.
Huh? Appreciate the invite. Thank you, End.
Oh wait, I thought you were kicking me out. Sorry.
No, I wasn't kicking you out.
Okay, no. Sorry. What I was gonna say is like, well, we would know what Kamala's policies are if the media would ask her a single question. Why haven't we heard anything from her about her actual policies? She hasn't given us a single answer about anything she was gonna do for her candidacy, and it's been 18 days since she got.
Yeah, she's gonna place it, and also we have certain things that the Biden administration has already proposed, right? That it's extremely likely that these are going to be upheld. Like, for example, what they want to do with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, they want to keep all of the tax cuts that are applicable to people who make under $400,000 a year, and they want to increase taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year to give an even greater tax cut to the middle class through a child tax credit for kids from that are under the age of 5, from $2,000 to $3,600. Right, so that actually, when implemented in 2021, reduced child poverty by 50%.
So that came directly from her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, gotcha.
I appreciate the relax. Thank you. That's the Biden-Harris administration.
Are you a bit concerned why they basically kind of came with this narrative that they basically hid Joe Biden's ability to actually function, and they basically hid that from Americans for a long time, and then
I think people blow it out of proportion.
You think so?
I think that he's not to the state in which I would want to for a president of the United States. Neither is Trump, by the way. But people blow it out of proportion. People say he has dementia. There's no good evidence indicating that. He's an old man. He misremembers certain things. Right, that's totally clear. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That's expected with age. Now, I don't think that means that he has dementia or he can't fulfill basic tasks. He has the ability to. It's clearly the case that he can. Timothy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Right.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the relax. Thank you.
And yeah, I agree. He's old, so obviously he's going to have some sort of cognitive
Why
decline.
don't we look at Trump's delusion? Trump has cognitive decline. We can look at that. Him mistaking E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife. Him mistaking Kamala Harris for Nikki Haley. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but
Nancy Pelosi for Nikki Haley.
You're not about to say that it's the same amount as Biden, right? With Trump. I mean, it's obvious.
Comparable.
It's comparable, but it's hardly the same. I mean,
I think it's pretty close to the same. But yeah, Biden, I would say it's a bit more.
Yeah,
it's quite close.
That wasn't even my main point.
So if you agree it's quite close and it's too bad for Trump, no, that should be too bad for. Or I mean, it's too bad for Biden. It should be too bad for Trump. Therefore, you should vote for the younger candidate.
Right. No,
the more
and that wasn't even my main point. I was saying the media was covering up his cognitive decline for basically.
I don't think they were covering it up. They immediately after the debates were going too hard on him even.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I would say the right side of the aisle was basically saying hey, this guy has some cognitive issues, and they would only admit it after the debate when everyone saw how he fell apart. You know what I mean? And I feel like they were saying that for a long time, and then they're like, "Oh, actually, he does have cognitive decline," because they know he wasn't going to win.
They could have easily said that no, there was not that bad. It was not that bad. We're still voting for him. They could have easily still said that.
Yeah,
people got him to drop out. Why don't you do that with your candidate who's a convicted felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier? Right, maybe that. Maybe we should be like, oh, please, no, not Trump. The Democrats got rid of Biden, so why can't we do it too? You know? What happened to that? Okay. All right.
Well,
Is there anything else you want to talk about, Rod?
no, I think I covered most of my. I'm still
All right.
leaning probably towards Trump just based on the fact of foreign policy, and I know we might disagree on that.
I don't know what about foreign policy that is.
Well, I just believe that overall Trump is a stronger person than Kamala, and I
Why
overall
so?
believe it.
Why is Trump stronger than Kamala?
Because, well, he deals with people, like he has a personality to where he doesn't back down. You know what I mean? You
doesn't.
cannot deny that.
He doesn't back down. Okay, well then, why does he have a mugshot?
What are you talking about?
He doesn't back down. He surrendered.
Well, he's not going to fucking like shoot the police or whatever. I don't know what you're implying.
Strong man. Well, what is he supposed to? So, what makes him so great?
Because first they tried to impeach him twice, then they indicted him, then they.
Who's that?
I'm just saying, like the media, because
The media didn't indict him.
Okay, I'm not the media, but I'm saying like the general group against Trump, which is basically the media and the
No.
Democrat Party.
Nope. A court indicted him.
Yes, because
It-
they went after cases that were dug up after years. My point being is that they threw basically everything at him, even in an attempt. I'm not saying someone did that, but I'm just saying
Is Trump a criminal?
Yes.
Why do you want to vote for a criminal over a prosecutor if you're so pro law and order?
I'm not pro law and order.
You're not pro law and order? Okay. What happened to the Republican Party? I thought the Republican Party was so pro law and order, so pro police.
Well, I am pro police. I guess I am
Why?
pro law and order, but
Not for Trump.
not for Trump, I guess.
Dude, no way you just said that, bro. That's so crazy. Do you not realize the craziness in that view?
I just think that let's say Donald Trump did not run for president. You think he would have been charged on those crimes?
Yes.
You think so?
If he didn't run for president again, right? Because the reason why it was the felonies is because there was a predicate crime of election interference.
So you're telling me if he didn't even run at all, like he still would have been indicted?
Again, if he didn't run again, he still would have gotten these crimes, yeah.
Okay, what if he didn't run at all, is what I'm saying.
Well, then he would have never committed the felonies. He still could have gotten held legally responsible for the sexual abuse and the fraud
Yeah.
and the defamation. Because that still happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Anything else you got, bud?
Realistically, I just want to hear a little bit more about Kamala's policies from herself, and I feel like
Yeah, she has to
It's-
release it.
yeah,
Say thank you for the $1. Thank you.
she has released
she
it.
will.
Yeah, she will.
She has to release the full official one. Yeah.
Right, because it seems like all of these things that she's standing for isn't really coming from her, and we don't really have a clear idea of what she's going to do when she's going to be president. You know what I mean? If it should come from her, and I feel like there's some mistrust in me that to just, okay, well, if this random guy said, not saying you, but like random people will just say, oh, Kamala's going to do this. Well, like I haven't heard it from her, and it's been for however long, and she hasn't really answered any serious questions about her running.
Shows that.
So,
It's going to be very soon that she drops the policies.
yeah, and I will look into them. Hopefully, I haven't conveyed that I'm not open-minded. Like I do strongly believe that I will, look at other options. Like I'm not some Trumpster, yeah, I'm just kind of waiting
Well,
for
I
that.
appreciate
so.
you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, no problem. See you.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Let's get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I'm not quite sure yet.
Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? How old are you? Bro. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Please do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, Starkey, thank you so much for the $10 for facts over feelings. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Of course. That's where we come from. Let's get the next individual up here. It's really not adding people. I do apologize, everyone. Give it 1 second. It does take a second to get up people in a minute. Whoa, I can't even speak, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. I'm going to cry, chat. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. I do apologize, y'all. I'm really trying. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm planning on it, yep.
Why so?
I think there's a number of reasons. I think that one of the big things that I think on its face when looking at Trump's 4 years, and then I would imagine you kind of put Harris in with Biden's 4 years, yeah?
Yeah, obviously, like, you can do that.
Yeah, so I mean, when I look at their foreign policy specifically, internationally, I think that things have kind of fallen apart under the Biden-Harris administration. Under Trump, you had definitely way less global conflict. That dude was even like nominated for a couple of Nobel Peace Prizes. How do I calculate that? Just looking at wars being fought. I mean, if you look at
there were wars under his administration. Didn't he have a self-proclaimed war on ISIS?
Yeah, I think
he fought 50% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. He gave weapons deal to Saudi Arabia, committed genocide in Yemen. He left Kurdistan, which specifically led to the Turkish-Kurdish war. There was a proxy war in Syria, specifically against Russia.
Yeah, and all of those conflicts are over now.
I mean, I think that some of these are still, like, there's still conflict that exists in these regions, of course, as this conflict isn't specifically related to the president of the United States. This is like saying that FDR caused World War II.
Sure. I mean, Trump inherited some things. I'm sure Biden inherited some things as well.
That's how it works. So,
right,
to specifically look at foreign policy and be like, because this war happened under this administration and blaming it on them doesn't make any sense.
Well, no, I mean,
now if you can indicate like an action or a policy they engaged in that would have caused this, well, then maybe you can say something. But that's
sure,
not what
let's talk about that.
Here.
Yeah. So I think that we could probably agree that you'd say America is probably the most powerful country and probably has the greatest impact on things that happen worldwide.
It typically does, yeah. Militarily speaking.
Yeah. So I mean, you look at early into the Biden-Harris administration, you look at the Afghanistan withdrawal, which most countries looked at and saw a sign of weakness because it was a pretty devastating withdrawal. They were pretty poorly planned out.
Who set up that plan? Alexandra, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Alexandra in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Yeah, so Trump had been planning on pulling out of Afghanistan for a while, but when Biden came into office, he set this artificial timeline. He wanted to speed it up, do it in just a few
No, that's a lie. That's
not a lie. That's not a lie.
No, it is. The timeline was set up by Trump. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. And actually, under the Biden administration, it was extended. So they got more time to leave than
I've read
Trump originally said. So he did just lie.
Personally. I've read the complete opposite.
Yeah, where? Because I can show you that he extended it.
I know that Trump also stated that he planned on maintaining some level of control in the airbase that they ended up giving up, where a lot of people were killed. So that definitely was a part of the plan that was altered. Also, you got the fact that 13 U.S. service members died, and Biden never,
Brandy,
Biden never acknowledged any of
the
them.
$5. Thank you so much. I've watched on camera. He did.
Biden acknowledged
I've heard
them.
these points before. Yeah, he did.
And
I've
then
seen him do
at the
it.
debate when he
Mr.
said
LeCrown, thank you.
no service members have ever died under his administration, when he said that at the debate.
Yeah, so I think what he was trying to say, again, because he's older, right, and he was mistaking up in that debate and whatnot, was that it is the case that he thinks that there weren't as many people that died under his administration comparative to Trump's administration. But yeah, I would count as a lie. I did count as a lie when I was counting up lies in the debate.
Okay, I would too. So anyways, so I think that what happened...
Trump said that there was no wars under his administration. Or even if it was no new wars, which I've heard some people say it was, that still is not true. The self-prescribed war on ISIS, was that a war to Trump? Rhonda, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Rhonda. Thank you.
That was not a war between two nation states. That was trying to...
come on. But he self-prescribed it as a war. Alexandra, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Alexandra. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the W's for Alexandra. Thank you. What's up?
That's like saying a war on drugs is a war. A war is just described as trying to get rid of something. They were trying to get rid of a terrorist organization, which I don't think anyone disagreed with.
So the war on terror isn't a war?
It's not a war between two. All right.
What, dude? That's such a crazy view.
Let's make a caveat then.
Come on, he just basically said that
with any nation
the war on terror is not a war.
No wars with no new nation states.
Okay. I don't think it needs to be a nation state to consider it a war.
All right. Well, I disagree on that one, but yeah, I mean, you look at what happened over the next few years. You know, under Trump, Russia made no moves to go into Ukraine. They did under Obama, and then they did again under Biden and Harris. That seems to be at this point an endless conflict. I don't know if you heard today, but Ukraine is now going into Russia, so we've got this huge conflict going over.
What's Trump going to do? Give up land?
I don't know, but I think that he's got a really good chance of settling things there.
Settling things because he said it, just because he said it. You know?
No, I mean, he
said it, so he's got a really good chance. You know.
So you would probably agree. I mean, I'm sure you would say Trump's like this unpredictable. Like you're worried about what he might do in office. Are those some of the words?
In a bad way, not in a good way.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could say it's in a bad way.
Not in a good way.
You disagree with his policies, but a lot of world leaders think he's unpredictable as well. And the fact of the matter is, when you've got a guy who you think might actually do something pretty serious, controlling the most powerful military in the world, you might be a little careful before you start like effing
They
around.
would not allow him to do it.
Who would not allow him to do it? Do what?
I think that there would be people in the military that wouldn't follow through with the orders. I'm behind that type of view. The same way that Mike Pence went against him.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is I think that people, world leaders specifically, I think Putin was a little bit more concerned that if he went and invaded Ukraine, that the U.S. might directly get involved in a way that would be bad for Russia. I think that after especially seeing what happened in Afghanistan, where we had people die, thousands of our U.S. allies died.
Did you know more U.S. military individuals in conflict died under the Trump administration?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Did you know more U.S. military members in conflict died under the Trump administration?
In which conflicts, or like what does that even mean?
I'm saying just literally look up military service member deaths.
Yeah, right. I think
it tells you the ones by year, and it specifically identifies through conflicts because people just die who are veterans every year because old age, other stuff like that. It specifically identifies conflicts, and in the Biden-Harris administration, there's been less.
Okay, well, I think you just would have to break that down.
So if there was more conflict that we were involved in, doesn't it seem like there would be more people dying who are a part of the military?
Well, I think
or under the Biden administration, are they just so good that given the new conflicts that there's just that many less people dying? They're so much better than they were under Trump's.
Well, I mean, a lot of the points that I'm making too these are conflicts that the U.S. isn't even necessarily directly involved in, but through weak foreign policy of the Biden-Harris administration, we have these massive.
Wait, that doesn't look like weak policy to me.
Okay, so
What do you mean weak policy? Do you think more people dying is weak policy? Because you were saying that earlier, but now you're saying less people dying is weak policy. So which one is it?
I'm not saying less people dying is weak policy. I'm saying that
so more people dying is weak policy. Trump has more people dying, therefore his weak policy, right?
No, I mean, if you let me finish, I'm saying that conflicts starting internationally is a cause that, as you agreed, the U.S. having the most powerful military in the world and being able to impact a lot of other countries' decisions, nations made the decision that they did not think the U.S. would intervene or whether economically in a serious manner or through military power, that they could get away with these things. So you see Iran funding these terrorist organizations and attacking Israel. You see Russia trying to invade and conquer Ukraine. China has been putting
I'm not seeing like a response
Taiwan.
to my question.
What's your question?
Because you're talking about what we're involved in, right? What's related to us. There were less
also talking about
service members that died in conflict under Biden's administration. How do you explain that if you say that there's more conflict that the U.S. is involved in?
I would have to go look at a breakdown of where those people were dying and why they died.
Okay.
Because I mean,
all right, well, then do you want to do that and come back another time?
Yeah, I probably will. Because I mean, if Trump sent in, a squad, like a strike team or something, to go kill a bunch of ISIS members, and we were able to defeat and eliminate ISIS completely, but we had people die, then I don't think that's somewhere where people would be like, "Oh, Trump did this terrible thing."
No, but what you're saying is that then there is more conflict that the U.S. was involved in.
It just depends how they died. I haven't seen the numbers of how they died.
Okay. All right. Well, appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah, have a good one. Appreciate you having me.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a gas squad if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Let's get some people in here. Let's get it going, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Because I'm kind of against Kamala Harris and like the whole gun control and stuff like that,
Are you pro-life?
Yeah, I'm pro-life.
Yeah, so like, would you be okay with getting rid of guns if it was the case that it was going to limit how many children die?
Well, I mean, you'll be able to outlaw guns, but I mean, I feel like they'll still be able to, there'll still be people able to get their hands on them either way.
Yeah, wouldn't people be able to get abortions even if you outlawed it?
I mean, I guess if there was like,
Oh, you cut out. I can't hear you, man. Oh, what were you saying? Hello? All right, everyone, do tap that screen. Do share the live. The video I posted on my main account is not sitting out. I'm really sad. I'm really, really sad. Very unfortunate. Very sad. Not good. Not good. All right, let's get this next person up here. This person is just not here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Took one question. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 47.
You voting Trump?
Absolutely.
And why so?
Because I'm tired of the rhetoric that the left spins. Did you not see the video of Kamala Harris 15 years ago when she was talking to Gulu and said, with the swipe of my pen, I could put you in jail, and with the swipe of my pen, I could send you to court. I can embarrass you in your whole community, and with the swipe of my pen, I can make you go to prison for the rest of your life. Now, that's what I call true power. Now, if you want to put somebody in power like that knows with the swipe of her pen, she can ruin lives and destroy community.
Yeah, wait, what she's saying is that given power, it takes lots of responsibility. So what's wrong with saying that?
Yeah. But she didn't say nothing about responsibility in that whole statement. She said nothing about responsibility.
I literally watched it.
No, she didn't. No, yeah, it's posted on my page.
Yeah,
she did not take any responsibility. Okay, so tell me where she's been taking responsibility this whole 3.5 years. Now that Joe Biden has apparently crept back down into his basement, where is she at when the stock market crashed? Where is she at when all this shit's going on?
Stock market crash? Okay, tell me how that's caused by the president.
Okay, well, tell me how anytime the stock market has crashed in the past history that a president hasn't addressed it. And not even the president, but even
how do you want them to address it?
They could just come out specifically and say, hey, we know what's going on. We're trying to fix it.
You're just mad that they didn't talk about it?
No, I'm not mad that they didn't talk about it. I'm saying that you should understand that they don't care about the people. They only care about power.
They don't care about the people.
No.
So
let me ask you something.
Is that why Donald Trump lies to the American public about
Donald Trump don't lie about anything.
Fraud?
Right now you're spinning a false narrative.
No, I'm not. Sure. Let
Yes,
me explain.
you are.
Then let
Yes,
me explain my point. You wouldn't have to cut me off. Okay, so him lying about the election, saying it was stolen, there's no sufficient evidence indicating that. There were 60 plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 17 of which had appointed judges specifically by Trump. So either he appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him, or he lost the election. Now, which one do you believe it to be, sir?
Okay, I believe that the election absolutely was stolen, and I'm going to tell you why. If you go back to when Obama was voted into president, that was actually historical. That was actually a first black president.
He said, how did he get more votes than Obama?
Well,
how did he get more votes? You know who also got more votes than Obama? Donald Trump. Donald Trump, the movie guy, The Apprentice. He got more votes than Barack Obama, and you think that's legitimate?
No, let me tell you something. Donald Trump, who came into office, right? You could see countless videos of Donald Trump posing with the public, talking to the public, addressing the public, taking pictures with people, right? That's fine. That's what a president does. And here's another thing. Donald Trump lost millions of dollars in his own business because a president can't handle business. So he lost millions of dollars, and he didn't have to. He could have been chilling at Mar-a-Lago. He could have just been playing on WWE. He could have been doing The Apprentice. He could have been doing all these things, but he didn't. He's a lifelong Democrat that switched to the Republican Party because he knew that there was something
It'd be
going
easier to
on.
get into power.
No, it's not about being into power because he already had power. He had everybody in America wanting to be him.
No, you did not. That's such a joke, bro. You're
No,
such a
it's
joke.
not.
Thinking that everyone wanted to be Donald Trump is insane, bro. That's
No,
so
you're-
insane.
you're completely wrong.
You're stuck in the same delusion that he is. That
I'm
everyone wants
stuck in
to
the
be
same
him. That
delusion. Let me
everyone
tell you
wants
something.
him. And that's exactly what produces.
Okay, so let me tell you
these
something. Let me
particular
tell you
aspects
something.
of grape culture
No,
that
let me
allow
give
for
you-
him to particularly evade accountability.
Okay, so now let me tell you how I take accountability. Mexican. My father came over here illegally. He was deported 5 times. Okay, he knew what he was doing when he did it. I don't fault the U.S. government for saying you're deported.
Same thing like Donald Trump's dad.
Now listen to me. So he got deported 5 times. He
Same
could
thing
never
like
come
Donald
back.
Trump's dad, right?
Okay, I don't know nothing about Donald Trump's dad, to be honest with you. So when he got deported 5 times, he could never come back to this country. I don't blame my father or the American government for that. I do believe that we need to secure borders. If my father did something like that, he should be held accountable for that. But what I don't like in this world is where Kamala Harris and the left promote this anti-white thing where you have people on TikTok now calling white people YT. Okay.
Oh, come on,
That's
bro.
bullshit.
Complaining about people calling white people YT people is crazy as fuck
really?
when there's
It's
so many
crazy. So
issues
now
in our
listen.
society.
No,
What
listen to
the
me.
fuck are we talking about,
listen to
bro?
me. Listen to me. Let me
What
finish.
type of shit is
Dude,
that,
you
bro?
wanna cut
Come
me
on,
off.
no.
Listen.
Can I respond to this,
So,
please?
no, let me
You're
finish
mad.
my
You're
point,
mad
and then
about
you
an
can respond.
abbreviation in reference
No,
to white
give me a
people.
break, dude. Look, let me tell you
Dude,
something.
give
So
me a
make it-
break, bro. What type
listen,
of snowflake shit is
listen,
this?
Listen.
This is like straight snowflake shit. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that mustache.
Absolutely
Thank you so
doesn't
much.
listen. So listen. When you want to tell white people that they're responsible now in this day and age for what happened centuries ago is like telling a black
I pushed the
person
box.
today
Thank you so
that
much.
you have to do the crime for what their grandfather committed.
That's not
the
what it
games,
is.
bro.
That's not what it is. Listen, so we're responsible for the racism that is perpetuated in our society
We are
today.
not responsible
We
for
need to-
shit. The
Hold up,
racists
you-
are responsible
Wait, listen,
because
listen,
racists
listen.
can be from
Hold up,
anybody.
listen. It is. We are responsible for creating norms that do not allow for this type of racism
So why
to
are we
continue
responsible
to
for that?
perpetuate itself
Why
through our
are we
society.
responsible for that?
Listen, be
are we
quiet.
the
Can you
ones in
listen?
power?
Can you listen? I think everyone in a society, right, is obligated to help those who are disadvantaged, who are in need, who are stigmatized for things that have no reason to be stigmatized.
Okay, so if you
so that's what I'm
believe that,
arguing.
why are you on here for views and likes when you could be out
Views
there
and
doing
likes?
something? Yeah,
Bro,
exactly.
I've been
I just heard
doing
you. Share
social
the live,
advocacy
share the
on
live.
TikTok.
Let's get up to 500,000.
That's how the algorithm works on TikTok to get a message out. I've been doing social advocacy for years on this app. Okay, where have I been? I've been building a platform, doing this for years, bro. What are you talking about? I'm doing it right now. You're literally in my space of me doing something about it, and you're like, what are you doing? You're in the space of me doing something about it. You're like, what are you doing? What is this guy doing? He should be doing more. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
So what exactly are you doing, though? What are you doing?
This, bro. This is literally what it is.
Okay, so...
Okay, he cut out.
But you are perpetuating a false narrative.
What false narrative am I perpetuating?
You listen to me. You're perpetuating a false narrative that white people were responsible for the problems in America. We're not. Okay, what's responsible for the problems in America is that we continuously put the wrong people in a position of power, and we do nothing but sit here and talk about it.
I'll ask you a question. Do you think men are responsible for holding other men accountable for misogyny?
Let me tell you something. It depends on what you deem misogyny, because most men should be held accountable for something that they do wrong. Okay.
Let's use a very blatant example. Okay. Let's say one of your friends.
Donald Trump. Let's not use Donald Trump. Use somebody else.
I'm not. Listen.
How about
Devin? Thank you for the 30. Devin, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Devin. Thank you. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Devin in the comment section right now. Thank you. So here would be my point.
So here he is, like, hey, give me some money.
Let's say you have a friend. Let's say you have a friend that specifically thinks that women shouldn't be able to vote, right? Do you think that you should hold your friend accountable for that misogyny and like try to change his mind?
Absolutely,
try to like convince him towards better types of views?
Absolutely, I do, because I do believe that we should be in a progressive society. We're growing as a people, right? So yes, if one of my friends says women shouldn't vote, really, dude, come on. Yeah,
so obviously you want to create particular conditions in which misogyny doesn't perpetuate within society.
Okay, so
same thing with racism, right? You want to create conditions in which racism doesn't perpetuate itself through society.
Let me ask you something.
These things are harmful.
Okay, so now let me ask you something. Do you want our children to be able to go to safe schools?
The safe schools, yes. That's why I don't want them to have to be scared of getting shot.
Exactly. Okay. So now, do you want our people to be able to get along with each other, whether you're black, white, Chinese, Indian, or any of that? Would you want them to be able to get along and coexist with each other?
I want everyone to be able to get along.
Okay. So now, would you also say that you would want a fair wage and a fair retirement age for our people so that we can enjoy our life? Would you say that you want that?
Absolutely.
Welcome to the side of the Republicans, buddy.
That is not the Republicans.
Yes,
what the fuck is this guy saying, bro? That is the most crazy shit. Republicans consistently try to cut Social Security. What the fuck are you talking about? Where have you been for the past few decades? Republicans have been advocating to privatize Social Security for decades. What are you talking about?
So now the Democrats, they want to raise the retirement age. You know why? That hopefully you will die before you can claim that money.
No, that was Nikki Haley, a Republican.
That was not
literally
Nikki Haley.
A Republican was advocating for that.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, bro? What is this?
I don't know. How could I come in here and talk to you for a few minutes and I've already got 571 coins? You guys are
371.
371. My bad. I'm sorry.
MAGA math.
MAGA math, yeah.
Yeah, let alone that's you know how much money that is, right? That's like
I don't care.
It's like $1.50.
I'm not here from. Oh, it's like $1.50. You gonna flex your $30 Venmo on me? Because that's what you're doing.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying.
That's what
why
you did. You were like,
why'd you bring that up?
Live. Let's get up to.
Why'd you bring that up? Like it's just very funny.
Don't share the shit. You gave me $30 on Venmo.
The money gun. Thank you so much.
Right, yeah. See, look at that.
I appreciate they give the money gun.
Yeah. This guy's a fucking clown.
Me?
All right, dude.
I'm the clown?
Yes.
Infexus, thank you for the dinosaur. Thank you so much. How am I the clown?
Because you were pushing a false narrative and you were pushing division.
What false narrative, sir?
Tell me what. If you're a Democrat, everything you do is false.
Fucks up. Thank you so much. Dude, you're just assuming that I'm doing things that are false because you disagree with me.
No, that's not true. I don't really disagree with you because you haven't made a point that I can even disagree with yet.
I've made plenty of
points. The fact that you want to call Donald Trump a bad guy.
He is a bad guy.
Really?
Andrew, thank you so much. Ansel, give you the $5. Thank you so much. He's absolutely a terrible guy.
No, he's not a terrible person. You know why?
Yes, he is.
Because when you meet him, he is actually humble and gracious. Have you ever met him?
Oh, God. Did you meet him?
Yes, I have.
You're one of those people that met him, and like because you met him,
Yes.
you're like, he's the greatest person I've ever met ever. Oh my god. Yes. Donald
this out.
Trump, I love you so much. Colt, please give me bandage. I need bandage. Put it
No,
on
no,
here.
check this out. I
Putting
met
bandage on
Rudy-
my ear right now.
Check this out. I met Rudy Giuliani, and he's a fucking
Shannon,
piece
thank you
of
for the
shit.
$10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Venmo.
So, I think.
Doesn't Donald Trump not like Rudy Giuliani now? So it's like,
Well,
what
I
are you
met
saying?
Rudy Giuliani before I met Donald Trump, so there you go.
Good for you.
Have you ever met Kamala Harris?
No.
If you did meet her, would you ask her why she suppressed evidence to keep somebody on death row? Would you ask her why that she used the black people for cheap labor in the state of California, specifically the city of San
I want a
Francisco?
source for that
Would you
specifically.
ask that?
I want a source for that specifically right now.
Why don't you just go to Google and say?
No.
Kamala
I
Harris
want you to give me a
suppressed
title right now. I want you to give me a title right now.
It's called YouTube.
YouTube is not a fucking source.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Because that's where the video
You
showed
said
up
you
from
you
CNN.
actually just said YouTube. There's no fucking way you told me a video streaming platform is the fucking source. What the
When
hell?
it's
That's like saying
streamed from
Google, bro. That's like saying
CNN,
Google.
YouTube.
That's like saying look it up on Google, bro. Look it up on Google.
Do you have any?
How about you look up on Google that you're fucking wrong? How
No.
about you do
How
that?
about you look up on Google that you're?
Give me
fucking
a
wrong?
specific source, genius.
Go to CNN and look up.
Give me a single source.
Go to CNN
Thank you for
and
that
look
mustache.
up
Thank you so
Kamala
much.
Harris.
Give me a title. Give me a title.
Kamala Harris
Devin,
suppresses
thank you for the
evidence.
$5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Joe Mama, thank you for the confetti.
Joe Mama.
Sorry, thank you so much for the hand darts.
That's a good name. That's a good name.
Okay, so I mean, are you gonna respond to that point, or are you just gonna?
I said you can go to CNN.
You're not gonna give me a source. You're not gonna give me a source.
So go to CNN and look up Kamala Harris suppresses evidence.
Give me a source. I want a specific title.
Go to CNN.
I want a specific title.
Listen. Here's the thing. I'm not a
hyper-specific
political.
title.
Listen to me. I'm not a political advocate,
person.
bro. I'm an American person that sees what it is, and I
Yes,
go
and I'm
based
asking
off
for a
of
source.
what I
You should
want
still
for
use
in
sources
America.
to believe things to be true. You should still use evidence. You shouldn't just believe
So
things,
here's the
make
thing.
things up
Here's
because
the
you
thing.
feel like it.
You guys-
Right? We
you guys
rely
all need
on
to
facts
ask
and
for a source.
evidence
How
to
about I
unify
show
us.
you my
You
paycheck
ask.
and
Hold
show
up. Hold
you
up.
how-
You ask why we're so divided in this country. It's because we don't rely on the facts, and we've relied on conspiracy over and over and over again with Donald Trump. He just left, but it's conspiracy bullshit that keeps us right from unifying. That's the fucking issue. Because if you can make up whatever the fuck you want, no one's gonna have a common basis that you can come to, like objectively by any means. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next person up here, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, y'all. What is going on? Let's get this next individual. All right. You're getting paid to support Kamala. Please, I've invited like 6 people like that have not come up.
Hey, have I ever
Yo, what's
seen
up? How old are you?
MJ? Did he come to you with a?
Oh shit!
Yeah, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Oh no, I'm not voting for neither. I'm voting for none of them because.
Nice. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do want to vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Dude, I don't know why the view counts are different on my phone as my iPad. What the fuck is going on? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Why so? Yo, Angel, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. This person said, don't be scared to put me on. Why would I be scared?
I don't know. You've been dodging it.
Okay, would you vote for, or can you give me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
You mean like the tax cuts that he implemented that are going to expire next year?
The Tax Cut and Jobs Act specifically, most of those tax cuts went to people who were rich and well off, not to people who are in the middle class.
That's
so
false.
Actually, no,
I'm in the
that's
middle
completely
class.
true.
I'm in the middle class. My taxes go up 9%.
Actually, so under the Harris administration, they want to retain all the tax cuts that are applicable to people who made under $400,000 a year, and they want to increase taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year to decrease taxes on the middle class by bringing a child tax credit.
You're already paying more taxes than people who make less than 3. Do you know how the tax system works?
Yes, I do know how the tax system works.
You're fooling me.
It's a progressive tax structure. Jennifer, thank you for the $45 on Venmo. Can we get some W's, Jennifer, in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Jennifer. I appreciate the $45. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
How many votes did Kamala Harris get to be the presidential?
Kamala? So in what?
To be the presidential candidate.
Oh, okay. So
you can also use 20.
So listen, if the president steps down, what happens? The vice president steps up. That's how it works.
How many did she get in 2020?
So in 2020, she was like polling at 15%, and she dropped out to be a part of the Biden administration.
2020.
What's
That's what she was polling. I said, how many primary votes did she get in 2020?
She dropped out by that time.
0, because she was so unfavorable.
Because she already dropped out to get a place on the Biden ticket.
What? You're saying she was placed on the Biden ticket prior to the Iowa primary?
No, what I'm saying is that there are agreements that were put in place insofar as that certain people would step down so that they'd be a part of the administration. That happens.
There wasn't a candidate yet. That's what the primary's for. Do you guys know how the democratic process works?
Yes. I was paying attention. I was specifically trying to get someone else elected at that time who was a Democratic primary person, but like I think what you need to acknowledge is that it's not based upon what the primary polls of prior particular elections, especially prior to her being like the vice president, because we can look at Biden getting like very low percentage of the votes in many primaries in the past, yet he absolutely dominated in the 2020 the 2020 primary.
To select a candidate because you know yours is going to lose, that's a circumvention of the democratic process. It takes away.
Oh, you act like you care about the democratic process when Trump tried to overthrow the government, along with the fact that clearly it's not a subversion of the democratic process because it's literally the vice president stepping up from the president stepping down. Thank you for the hat mustache. Thank you. When we voted in the primaries, I by the way, I voted for Marianne Williamson. So I didn't even vote for the Biden-Harris ticket, but people who overwhelmingly voted for the Biden-Harris ticket know that if the president steps down, the vice president steps up. That's what's set up. So a majority of the Democratic Party wanted Joe Biden to step down. That means if Joe Biden steps down, that Kamala Harris steps up. That's what it means.
There's a difference between step down and forced out.
He wasn't forced out. He chose to step down.
He didn't want to step down. He said it publicly.
Joe Biden was doing that in case anything stayed with the campaign. But he was stepping down. He chose to step down.
And then they knew it was such a good choice that nobody but Walz would attach his name to the ticket.
Josh Shapiro would have.
What?
Right, Josh Shapiro would have. Right, plenty of others would have.
Been a much better candidate than the one she chose. And it's not close.
Yeah, so I think that Walz was a good candidate to pick.
How do you figure?
Yeah, because I think it unifies the Democratic Party.
How?
I think the left wing of the Democratic Party is like the progressive left feels understood, right, and feels heard. And I think that is something important that we didn't have in prior elections that is going to allow for us to win.
Examples of how it would unite the Democratic Party.
Yeah, so in terms of how I'm just expressing that predicated off of the fact that he has more left-wing policies that he would be in support of in terms of access to health care, child care, giving kids access to school lunches, universally speaking.
He voted against the VA Health Care Act. He was, I believe, the only liberal member that voted against better health care for veterans.
Can you give me a source?
Yeah, the voting records of Congress.
By the way, he is a veteran, but I don't have anything that says that.
Yeah,
I have no source that says that. Rebecca, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Where did he serve again?
I would agree that's not good, but I don't see any. I don't see any evidence indicating that he advocated to cut that. So unless you give me a source that specifically indicates that, I'm not going to see that to be true. Jonathan, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much.
He voted against the measure. He didn't advocate again.
Give me a source. Where did he vote?
I just told
which
you
vote?
congressional voting records.
Yeah, where'd you find the voting records?
You can find them on the government.
I know where I can find them. Where did you find the voting records?
This is what you're gonna go with.
I'm asking where you found it.
Government website, bud.
Which website?
But anyway, so let's get back to his
Wait,
his
which
policies. What
website?
exactly are those policies?
Wait, which
Everybody
website?
listening knows I'm right. You're not going to stand on that.
Everyone knows that you can't answer my question.
website. Not going to stand on that. You know I'm right. I know I'm right. Everybody listening
No,
knows I'm right.
you know that you can't answer the questions.
Just like his claim that he fought in the global war on terrorism. Not true.
I don't think he necessarily made a claim that he fought. But also, I have a question. Why did Trump say he has bone spurs?
Why does that matter? What does that have to do with policies that affect the American people?
Wait, that's what you brought up. You were bringing shit up, so I was just gonna bring someone up too. He said he has bone spurs. He can't be drafted.
Oh, I got you. So lying about your service to the United States.
Dodging the draft.
Same as bone spurs. I'm still waiting for any policy positions.
For what? Yeah, they have to drop the whole set of ones that they're going to do under their ticket, which is going to happen soon because she just picked her vice president.
That was my point. How can you vote for somebody who have a policy position?
Well, you understand that this is like almost unprecedented to throw an election person in the election.
To circumvent the democratic process and point who
it's
you
not
want
you understand that? Wait, this is not circumnavigating the democratic process. I just explained this to you.
It's not circumnavigating, it's circumventing. Those are two different words with completely
So
different
what do you think circumventing means? Thank you for the duck. Thank you so much.
Circumventing?
Yeah.
Going around. I'll put it in real simple terms for you.
Yeah, so what does circumnavigating mean?
It's hilarious. I know what it means. Do you?
I'm asking you.
You're trying to get off topic because you don't have anything to support your position that is a better ticket on the other side. And I'm asking you how you can vote for somebody that doesn't have policy positions.
Okay. So, first of all, I know what the Democratic Party is specifically supporting. I know what their voting record is. I know what they specifically did in the context of the Biden-Harris administration. I have plenty of things I can point towards. I've given you plenty of things to indicate better policy. Now tell me, I have a question. What is Trump's policy on healthcare?
He hasn't come out with his policy on healthcare.
Really? How many years has it been that he's been running? Every year, and he still doesn't have a policy on healthcare? Zombitized, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Zombitized. I had someone say med beds in the comment section. The fucking QAnon nonsense. Are you trolling? You gotta be kidding me, bro. Thank you for the head massage. Thank you so much.
Project 2025 reference, you'll hit all the buzzwords. You should do that real quick so you can hit them all.
Wait, you didn't even respond to what I just said. What's the healthcare policy?
I said he hasn't come out with all of them.
Yeah, and how long has it been?
Insurance.
How long has he been a presidential candidate?
You know what I care about? The fact that the economy was so much
8
better
years
when Trump was in office. The fact that we were energy independent. The fact that no new wars got started.
That's hilarious. So, we're more energy independent now than we were under Trump's administration. We produce more oil now than any point in American history, and we invested more in renewable energy under Biden and Harris.
That's not true at all. In fact, that is
it absolutely is. Look up U.S. oil production. You can find it on the Energy Information Administration.
Oil production doesn't.
U.S. oil production. Look at it. Boom. On the Energy Information Administration. Boom. Look at that. What does it say? Boom.
Petroleum reserves.
It says we got the most. Boom.
But strategic petroleum reserves.
Strategic. So in terms of the reserves, I can pull that up. But I could. The point I'm making is that we have a higher level of production now than we ever did in this country.
Was it 100% under Trump?
What are you talking about? No, it was higher under the Biden-Harris administration.
No, it wasn't. That is not true. That is the opposite of the truth.
Look at the Energy Information Administration. Just look up U.S. oil production.
I didn't say U.S. oil production. I said the strategic.
Yeah, it says United States produces more crude oil than any country ever.
Natural disasters, war efforts.
What are you talking about?
Gas prices. The strategic petroleum reserve. 100% under Trump. It was never been 100% under Biden Harris. Well, I mean, it was when they assumed office, but
so they used it to be able to bring down oil prices. I thought you wanted oil prices to come down.
That's not the way that works. It does help with gas prices. It can have a short-term effect on gas prices, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the oil prices.
So what are you saying has no effect over the oil prices?
If you can't call people out on how to spell
what are you saying has no effect on the oil prices?
It has nothing to do with the oil prices. It can help bring down
gas. What has nothing to do with the oil prices?
What?
What has nothing to do with the oil prices?
The strategic petroleum reserve.
Yes, it does. So if you use some of the strategic reserve and you put it into the market, what does that do? It increases the supply. So if you stay at the same level of demand,
the price.
Hey, listen. If you stay at the same level of demand and you increase supply, what happens to the price?
I have an MBA. I'm well versed in economics, but my point is.
So can you answer the question?
It doesn't do anything with the price. The question doesn't have anything to do with what we were talking about, but sure, if you have an influx of supply, it depends on demand. If demand goes up with supply,
I said demand stays the same, and supply goes up. What happens to the price?
The price goes down.
Yes. So and obviously,
you buy it to put in the reserve.
Oh, okay. So there you go.
Releasing it from the reserve doesn't have anything to do with that.
Yeah. So yes, it does.
It
Releasing from the reserve increases the supply, therefore brings down the price.
It decreases the price of gasoline. Am I educating you, or are we supposed to be debating something? I'm confused because you've been wrong on.
I just explained it to you. I haven't been wrong on anything.
You were just wrong. That it doesn't have anything to do with the price of oil. Production.
It absolutely does.
Strategic reserve.
You understand that dropping reserves, right, absolutely does because it increases the supply. Did you say you had an MBA in economics?
I said I have an MBA and I'm well versed in economics.
Okay.
And you couldn't be more wrong. Look it up.
I'm not wrong. I can explain to you how this works. Okay. Lindsay, I appreciate the $5. Thank you.
Let's policies and how you can vote and what policies they have. How you can vote for somebody with no policy positions who drain the strategic reserves.
Yeah, so again, if you're in terms of the reserves, that would decrease the price. That's the point of using it in the strategic circumstance, is to decrease the price when the price has gone up so high.
Ignorance is truly bliss.
I don't know how that's ignorance. How is that wrong?
Well, because it's not right.
Tell me how it's wrong. You said you know so much about economics. Tell me.
Because the strategic reserve has nothing to do with the price of oil. You either buy or sell it on the market.
You have no clue how economics works at all. Absolutely no clue. You're completely lost.
The reserve has an effect on fuel prices, not the price of oil.
Jesus Christ. Quincy, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. The way that it has an effect on fuel prices is by affecting the oil price, genius. Oh my God. Wow. This guy's intelligent, dude. The strategic oil reserves, dropping them, increasing the supply of oil, doesn't affect the price of oil? What fucking bullshit is this? This is the most crazy shit I've ever heard. You said you understand economics? Holy fucking shit, bro. That is unbelievable.
Don't get mad.
I have never seen such a confident, crazy response. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. That's insane.
I mean, it's wrong, but it's why you're getting mad. But back to policy.
No, I'm not wrong at all. You have no clue what you're talking about.
What do you have?
If you say that supply, increasing supply doesn't affect the price given the same demand, I'm going to tell you that you're wrong.
The strategic reserve does not affect the oil prices, is what I said.
So it does. Because it increases supply. That's available.
Am I speaking English? Hey, am I speaking English? This guy.
No, you must not be. Tree, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You got nothing else? You just gonna
I'm still
be like, I'm saying it.
What outside of identity politics?
Identity politics?
What have they done that would earn a vote from you?
Okay, so I just gave you multiple things. Right, I'll tell you again. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. Those are great pieces of legislation.
What was in the Inflation Reduction Act?
Yeah, so there was the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for seniors.
That's it.
I was just giving you a few things.
And there were 2 things in that bill.
There were plenty of other things. I was just giving you a few. Do you want me to read off the whole bill?
Oh, man.
I think those are the most notable.
Okay.
Do you not think that reducing prices for prescription drugs and investing in renewable energy, which brings down energy costs, is like important? Those are some of the main aspects of the bill. Do you realize how long a bill is? Look up Inflation Reduction Act, please, and look how long the bill is. Okay. I want you to go to it. Go to Congress.gov. Go to on the bill, the one that became law, and scroll down.
If something's cheaper today versus what it was 4 years ago is hilarious.
I don't think stuff is cheaper today, but the rate of increase in prices has gone down. Inflation has gone down. I'm pretty sure if you look up U.S. inflation right now, I think it's sub 2% now, isn't it? Let me look. So U.S. inflation.
Housing and food and energy.
Or no, we're at 3%. We're at 3%. I thought it was getting lower. So yeah, we're at 3% for 2024. Exactly 3%.
3% versus year over year, month over month. What are you talking about?
Yeah, when I say I'm talking average year.
Including or excluding housing, energy, and food.
So
those are pretty important. Those are pretty important
for the U.S. What's that called? Say that again.
Housing, energy, and food.
So yeah, you can take those things into account. Those things are typically volatile, but yeah. But yeah, this is for CPI.
Yeah, so it doesn't include probably the most important things to Americans and humanity as a whole.
No, it absolutely does. It absolutely does. Because this is the effect on consumer prices. You have no clue what you're talking
about. Calling me.
And this is also what said it was at 9.1, by the way.
The guy who just told me inflation's at 3% told me I don't know what I'm talking about. Who thinks that the strategic reserve influences oil prices?
Yeah, you want. You're disputing me saying this. Do you want to look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics?
What?
Look up Inflation Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. But you can read it to me. That's fine.
I already told you.
I mean, I love the tribal politics of liberals. I haven't met one that actually had any substance. So that's what I'm waiting for.
I'm giving you the substance, dude. It takes into account food and energy, right? Food right now is at 2.2%, right? Energy's at 1%.
1%. You're going to stand by that. That's fine. People are going to believe
that's on the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay.
Yeah, energy commodities have gone down 2.2%. Energy services have gone up 4.4%.
Oh, and just so we're all on the same page, I give a shit if Trump's the candidate or somebody else. It's just Harris and Walz, probably the worst duo that's ever been nominated. Well,
no, they're not. No, it would be Trump Vance. I'm just kidding. I don't think that's the worst, but I do think that's ridiculous for you to say that Harris and Walz are the worst.
Who was
Landon? You said I'm paid by the DNC, Landon?
Yeah, I think you can read.
Why do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
Because you're regurgitating DNC talking points.
Oh, you think I'm paid by the DNC too?
No, I'm just saying how to draw that conclusion. How would it be possible to draw the conclusion?
Yeah, so I don't see how it's be possible to draw the conclusion just because you hold the views. So I could say that you're paid by MAGA Incorporated, by the RNC and Trump University.
I told you I don't give a shit if it's Trump or somebody else that was the candidate. I mean, I'm not.
Okay, we got 3 people who believe that I'm DNC paid. Paul, why do you think I'm DNC paid?
You are. Do you not work for Pallet Management?
Nope, don't work for Pallet Management or Pallet Media.
So you just make money off the tips people send you?
Yep.
Are you reporting those to the IRS?
Julie, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much. Yes.
Hey guys, I apologize. I got to jump off here. I got to get with my employees, but I appreciate you letting me learn you.
So you report all your tips to the IRS?
Yes, I do, man.
I'm sorry that you want to go to the barber shop.
Somehow or another, I don't believe you.
You don't believe that I literally say to the IRS that I got this income? So I'm doing it on live in front of 8,000 people. Wouldn't that be like the easiest thing for them to identify?
You also believe the government. You also believe the government doesn't lie to you.
Salty thinking of the money gun. I never said that, but the economic data related to the Bureau of Labor Statistics is definitely good.
Yeah, well, who's running the country right now?
You mean in terms of president?
The Democrats. The Democrats are in control of the media.
In what respect? In control of media? There are a lot of liberal media sources. Same thing with Republican. Don, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Don.
There are more liberal media sources than they are
Christy, thank you for the $5 from George Soros. Thank you so much. You said there's more liberal sources? I think it depends where you go. On YouTube, there's a lot of big Republican sources.
No, I'm talking about the big media. CNN, ABC, CBS,
Fox News.
PMSNBC.
Fox News, isn't Fox News the biggest?
Fox News might be the only halfway conservative one out there.
Isn't it the biggest?
It doesn't mean that they're completely conservative. They say things on there that lean to the left.
Hey, yo, Paul.
They lean to the left?
Hey, Paul, let me ask you something. Let me get busy with him and give him an actual conversation because this has been a disaster. So the question is, why am I voting for Trump? Because this is what he's really looking for, okay? I'm voting for Trump because I align with the Republican Party, and I have a history of data that suggests that Trump is a good candidate because I like some of his policies. And I lived through it. So the best example of a primary source is eyewitness account, Parker. I know you know that. You're a pretty smart guy. So I lived through...
Can you tell me what policy you're referencing?
Okay, so when it comes to policies are promises, right?
From the DNC.
Those are conversations. Those are promises. So what I look at is the EOs, the executive orders. And Donald Trump has a track record of executive orders. So what I will do is we go on the site together. You have access to it. I'm sure you know about this. And you can look at a timestamp of each executive order. Go all the way back to Obama.
Cool. Yeah. Now, can you give me one that you like?
Okay, I'll give you one. You want the number and everything?
I just want like one. Can you give me anyone? Yeah,
the House, the executive order for the money for the HBCUs. Let me get the exact number.
So did you know that under the Biden-Harris administration there was $16 billion given?
Yeah, actually, but here's the thing. The question is, I'm not voting for Harris. Why are you voting for Trump? We're not talking about Joe Biden. Joe Biden is no longer a candidate. So that's
I said under the Biden-Harris administration.
Hold on, listen to what I'm telling you.
You know that Kamala Harris is a part of that administration, right?
Parker, what I'm saying is I'm comparing the presidential record of Donald Trump. Okay, see, I pay taxes, so I'm explaining to you how I do politics and how I vote. You cannot tell me how I should do it. Okay, so let me explain to you and then you can rebuttal. Let's exchange the information. This is what you wanted, right? Something serious. Okay.
Do you want less money going to HBCUs or more money?
No, that's not.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I like the start of it. Donald Trump started money going to HBCUs. You're familiar?
No, actually, under Barack Obama, there was $500 million given a month or given a year.
At the conception of his time in office. I'm not talking about throughout time, Parker. I'm talking. Your question is, why are you voting for Trump? We're not going to do the game of Obama and this other person. We're talking about Trump.
No, what I'm telling you is that he decreased money going to HBCUs comparative to Obama and Biden and Harris. You understand that it is the case that I can compare them because it's relevant towards who you're going to vote for. Because you said this was a good thing that they did, but actually it happened to a greater extent under the Biden-Harris administration.
Absolutely agreed, because he continued on with it. That's not a reflection of what Trump didn't do. I'm pointing out something that he did is good. That doesn't mean that Biden didn't continue and do something good. But the conversation...
No, but that means Biden did something better.
The conversation is not about Biden. He's no longer in the race. If he was in the race, then we would be having that conversation, Parker.
Okay, well, under the Biden-Harris administration, you understand that that's also relevant to Kamala Harris, right?
I agree with that, but Parker, come on, let's not do this. You wanted a real debater.
I am engaging in a real debate.
Okay, yeah, I know.
Is this a fake debate?
No,
I didn't know it was.
No, we're not going to do that. Let's stay on topic. We're not wasting time here. What I'm telling you is I'm voting for Trump because of his history as the commander-in-chief. What I'm going to point to is the executive orders, because that is a solo, tangible, documented thing for the president, specifically for the executive office, not legislation, which is the upper house and the lower house, and the president.
Yeah, I ask, like, what do they influence to get passed in Congress? Because a president can have influence over Congress.
I got you.
Like, for example, I'll give you something that he did. He influenced Congress to not pass the border bill, which would have done something about the border and our, like, asylum process, which is something that was actually drafted by a conservative. So he went against that. He said, blame it on me if the border bill fails, because he didn't want Democrats to look good, and he wanted to use it as a talking point against the Democratic Party.
Okay, and that's fine, and that's not a priority. I'm talking about his executive orders, specifically him. Now, the House bills, if you want to get into the House bills, I understand that because that is part of it. But I'm specifically talking about Trump.
Okay, so give me a good executive order then.
Kamala does not have any time. Okay, Vice President Harris, got you. She does not have any track record, obviously, as the commander-in-chief. So I have nothing to go off except policy. Policy is just plan and talking and suggestions. I have no indication that she would deliver on her promise. George Bush, Papa Bush, was considered the greatest vice president of all time. When he got into office, he was underwhelming. Richard Nixon, probably one of the greatest vice president of all time. When he got in office, he was underwhelming. Andrew Johnson, after Lincoln, was one of the worst vice presidents of all time. He got in office and he's probably the worst president in history. And I know you know that. So that doesn't guarantee that because she was under Biden and what Biden did, that she's going to be good as president. You have no evidence to suggest that.
I know that Trump is really bad in president. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. So I think that's preferable because Donald Trump as president tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. Donald Trump as president tried to get fake electors to go to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. Donald Trump.
Hold on, Paul. Hold on.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Maxine Waters tried to do the same thing in 2016.
Paul, don't do it. Don't do it because do not save him today. I've been waiting. Do not save him today because he's going to get on you guys. I've watched you guys fumble this. So me and him gonna have a real exchange.
He just said you can't do it, Paul. Yeah. He just said you can't do it. He just said you're bad at doing it. I think that mustache. He said that you're dumb. He said that you can't do it.
Paul, they trying to divide us.
Coffee, thank you.
Paul,
I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Right. I know better.
Paul, OG.
Yeah, and he's Paul. Why are you letting him disrespect you like that?
I like Parker. Hey, but Parker, we go dance. Look, but I am here to exchange. First of all, let me say this. Thank you for finally selecting me. I greatly appreciate you. I'm new to this. I'm usually a YouTuber, so I'm coming over here and I'm having a good time, and I've been enjoying your channel. So let's exchange information, though. Let's keep cooking. So, what were you saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, here I'll just talk about something that I would like to relate to because it seems like you're saying executive order. We're not really clear on like what the executive orders are. We could talk about character.
No. You know what executive order is. You know what that is.
I know what an executive order is.
Okay.
I'm not clear on what executive orders of his that you support in particular.
Okay.
Right. So unless I heard like a particular executive order, I wouldn't be able to.
Go ahead and cook it. I'm gonna read it and get it up officially. Go ahead. Cool.
Okay. Yeah. So, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a child?
Well, hold on. Let's stop there. Was he charged with that?
I'm not saying this is applicable to Trump. I'm just asking you a hypothetical question.
No, hold on. I'm applying it to Trump because the question is, why am I voting for Trump? I understand.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you a separate question right now. That's the baseline of the conversation. That doesn't mean every question is that.
No, but I want to stick to y'all like facts, right?
I understand, but I did just ask you a question, right?
Okay, so I don't go by civil proceedings in civil court. What you're talking about is third level civil and criminal law. You're talking about the concepts and foundation of the law. And you know that there's a big difference between criminal law and civil law. I've heard you use the word preponderance of the evidence, but that's not a good thing because it's weighted on if it's probable or not, and the person could actually be innocent.
Yeah, they could be innocent, but it's unlikely. But like the point I'm making is that there's vast evidence supporting this notion. And again, in terms of civil liability, I'll ask you this question: would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of child sexual assault?
Okay, so by contrast, the standard of proof in civil cases is much lower. In a child scenario like that, that would be criminal, not civil. Trump doesn't.
No. It would be civil in some certain context. Like for example, in New York City or New York in general, there's a statute of limitations law that doesn't allow for you to try them in criminal courts, but it does allow you to try them like in a civil court.
Parker,
that's
really,
what they just changed. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Due to like them trying to advocate politicians to like change that so that they can like address this like in terms of their abusers. So they would have been held civilly liable for child sexual abuse.
Parker, you know why we're here. Stop playing games. Don't give me hypotheticals that have nothing to do with the subject. I'm not.
I'm bringing up something that's very relevant.
No,
right now.
you're bringing up a relevant comparison.
I promise you, I'm not. I can explain.
So you're not bringing up a relevant comparison. Okay,
no,
then.
I can show you how it's relevant.
Give me give me the actual civil charge of Trump. That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse, which means that he forcefully penetrated her against her will.
Okay, by contrast, the standard of proof in civil cases is much lower and usually requires a preponderance of the evidence in case.
I totally understand.
Okay, no,
so would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of child sexual abuse?
I have to, even if some doubt remains as to who is right, Parker. So yes, that has nothing to do with me. I'm not interested in civil cases.
So again, to clarify, you would vote for someone who's held civilly liable for sexual abuse of a minor?
I will vote for Donald Trump.
No. I'm asking you like very specifically. Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a kid?
How does that pertain to Donald Trump? We're talking about Donald Trump.
I'm asking you essentially to see where you draw the line in terms of what's excessive, because the standard of evidence is the same in both scenarios. It's a civil case in one, it's a civil case in the other, and they're both just held liable. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So if you dispute it based upon the victim that's involved, appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. It seems like you're disputing not the standard of evidence, but the severity of the crime. So can you please respond to what I'm saying here?
I'm responding to what applies to Donald Trump.
No, I'm not. Yes, you are here to answer my questions. Because if you don't answer my questions, I simply will just go on to the next person because you're wasting my time.
Okay, yeah. See, you got.
Yeah, I do have questions that you need to answer. You can't just evade them. You can't come on my live and act like you want to engage in a productive dialogue. But then when I ask you basic questions for you to answer, you don't answer them because you know that it makes you look bad.
No, it doesn't make me look bad.
It does. It absolutely does. So.
Okay, what's the question?
It's not a word salad, so then understand what I'm saying. I'll explain.
What do you want me to answer? Okay, go ahead. Ask the question that doesn't pertain to Trump. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for child sexual abuse?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so why would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse of a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a minor?
Okay, now tell me how it relates to Trump.
Trump has been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. So you're saying you would vote for him, someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a minor. The standard of evidence is the same in both scenarios, civilly liable. So why do you accept one and not the other?
Two different crimes.
Yeah, so you're just disputing it based upon the severity. You're just saying specifically because it is the case that it's a minor and you see it to be worse because it's a minor. It's not excessively bad enough if it's a woman. That's what you're saying. You're not saying that you dispute it based upon it's not likely enough to be true. You're disputing it based upon you think that the assault of a woman is not severe enough. Now that's what you're saying, and now that to me sounds insane because I think that the sexual abuse of a woman is a very severe crime. a violent
that's not
sexual
what I'm
offense
saying.
that should never allow a particular individual to be in a position of power like the presidency of the United States.
I agree with that if it is filed criminally. If it is
No, you didn't. Because if in the scenario of
Criminal
civil,
law,
no,
not
I asked
civil.
you about the someone being held civilly liable for sexually abusing a minor. In that scenario,
I
it was
said no.
civilly liable, yet you did not require the standard of a criminal conviction.
Because
the
I'm
reason why you
applying
didn't
it to
require
Donald
a
Trump.
criminal conviction is because you're not disputing it based upon the standard of evidence. You're saying that you do not think that the assault of a woman is severe enough. You do not think it is excessive enough, and that's why you are disputing this. That's why you're being an apologist for this behavior. You're not disputing the preponderance of evidence. You're disputing the severity, and that's exactly why I see this to be so problematic.
No, okay, so can I explain? No, you're giving me a scenario that has degrees in extreme. Okay, that's a hypothetical. I'm trying to make it apply to the question, which is Trump, to stay on topic. Is that not fair?
I mean, Parker's very obviously just asking you the question,
And
why
I
would you
answered
require
the
a
question.
criminal...
Dean, I answered the question.
Why would
So
you
we're-
require a criminal court specifically for the sexual abuse of a woman,
I
but you'd
answered.
accept a civil court for the sexual
already
abuse of a
read
child?
out. I read out that it's a preponderance of evidence, and it could not be true in Donald Trump's case.
Zone, bro, just listen to my words, okay? Why would you require a criminal court for the sexual abuse of an adult woman, but you'd only require a civil court for the sexual abuse of a child?
Because it applies to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is.
You made the point for us. Think of the superpower. Think
Yeah,
of
all that you're
you
saying there
proved the
is
point.
because it's Donald
Let's
Trump, you're not
go.
going to accept it.
Mila, thank you so much for the golden party. Thank you so much. He proved he was special pleading. Right there. Look at that.
He just said that he's special pleading. Because it's Donald Trump, you don't accept it.
No,
So
they-
that's
they-
what we
you-
call
you-
special
you-
pleading. That's what
Dean,
we call being a grape apologist. That's what we call
That's not the
willfully
case.
contorting reality to perpetuate more harm towards women, more shaming towards victims, and the uplifting of
That's not the
systemic
case.
misogyny and grape culture because you don't want to feel like a POS when you vote for him in November. So you ignore the facts and you just said that quiet part out loud.
No, I did not. You're assuming something. You're putting that's your reality and your thought process, brother. What I'm talking about is policy, and I'm here to talk about Donald Trump. Now, I can give you what disgusts me about Donald Trump. I do not like his rhetoric. You don't have to fish and make up something for me. I will tell you honestly what I don't like about Donald Trump. So we don't have to get on here and play games.
Oh yeah, the walking into the naked teenage girls changing rooms because he quote unquote owns the place and bragging about it on Sirius XM in front of Howard Stern, saying he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, saying his sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf, saying his daughter's voluptuous, saying he had a Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, you know, things like that, right? Saying you'd date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, saying he grabs women by the vagina, he doesn't have to ask.
Okay, so again, what I'm
Don't let
telling
me know
you,
when I can talk.
I'm answering the question about his
Paul,
policy.
you can talk at any point, Paul.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where's
And then-
policies even that fucking good?
Yes, I'm telling you, I'm looking at the.
Name one policy he influenced to get passed that was good.
He only wants
Right.
to bring up executive orders, but like wouldn't give me like a specific executive order that he's referencing.
Yeah. Can you name like dude, you're literally ignoring grape and womanizing and like sexism and like sexualization of little kids.
He was actually perpetuating it because he wasn't disputing on the standard of evidence. He was disputing saying it wasn't severe enough, and I actually totally mean that. I think that's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, so like what is the good what is like the golden chalice policy that he influenced to get passed that just makes you ignore everything we just listed there?
No, I'm finna tell you because I'm a taxpayer and I get to decide how I politic. You can't decide that for me. I'm exchanging what I think. You decide what you want to decide. We're in opposition. Cool, it doesn't matter. What I'm telling you is his rhetoric disgusts me at times. It is a turnoff. I didn't like what he said about Senator McCain. I thought that was disgusting. I thought that cost him Arizona. Donald Trump has a big mouth, and if he didn't have the big mouth that he had, he probably would win by a landslide. So do I agree with you guys that he said some ridiculous stuff, and could that be a turnoff for some people? Absolutely, brother. You don't have to try to box me into a fake argument. I can give you what I don't like about him.
I wasn't even specifically referencing things he said. I was referencing things that he did.
Okay.
And what you're not acknowledging is that you were disputing it again on standard of evidence when you weren't actually disputing on standard of evidence. It was a false plea of why you're not accepting it.
Tria,
and we showed that you contradicted yourself.
No,
because in the other scenario, you didn't dispute based upon the civil liability. You disputed it based upon the fact that it was a woman.
You're talking in circles, and you're putting that on me, and that's a lie.
No, it's true, and you're not responding to that. The reason why I brought it up 2 more times is because you didn't respond to it.
False equivalent, brother.
No, it was not a false equivalency. It was a civil liability case in both scenarios. The only difference was that one was a woman and one was a child. You're disputing it based upon the severity of the crime because you think that it's worse to sexually assault a child comparative to sexually assaulting a woman, right? That's why you disputed it. You didn't dispute it because of civil liability, because it was civil liability in both scenarios. You accept one but not the other. So they could possibly explain.
I told you,
Parker, I'm pretty sure he's saying that the difference is Trump did one, Trump didn't do the other. Is that what you're saying, Zone?
That's not the case. What I'm talking about, okay, so the policy. Do you want a policy that I like?
What the fuck does policy have to do with you not being able to respond to Parker's question regarding being held civilly liable for the rape of a child or the rape of a woman?
Can you fall back and let him stand on his own, man, and stop acting like a child? Okay, he doesn't need your help. I know you guys are in a bromance, but fall the fuck back. Like, relax.
Sorry for asking you.
No, just relax, bro. Because you're being sassy and snarky.
Yeah, Dean, you relax, bro. Dean.
Yeah, go ahead, Parker. I'm talking to Parker. Okay, I'll let Paul talk to you, Dean. I'm gonna continue to have this dialogue with Parker because we don't need a cosign. He's a grown man. He's 20-something years old. We don't need bromance in here. So is
this just like your way of getting fucking mad because you don't know what to say?
Stop playing games, bro.
Listen,
we know
Zone.
you just started politics. Stop playing games.
Zone. Okay? Here's what I need you to do. I need you to stop playing games. I will go. Hey, buddy.
Time.
Is Dean talking?
You're wasting time. Let's go through these policies.
Is Dean talking?
Let's go to the books.
Hey, buddy.
Donald Trump.
Hey, buddy. You can't just address me and then say, "Oh, you're wasting time" when I tried to address you back.
Time. You jumped in here.
Zone. I am addressing you back. When you reference me, I will obviously respond. Right? So, so is this like a Zone talks, gets triggered, gets pissed and screams, and then when Dean tries to address Zones, you just interrupt me?
Go ahead, Dean. Say what you got to feel. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro, I'll fall back and let you talk to Parker. But obviously, the only reason you're upset about me butting into the conversation and holding you to answer the questions that you haven't been responding to that Parker's been asking is because you don't know how to respond to the questions. And you're obviously caught in a donut in front of almost 9,000 people insofar as your responses to these questions, right? You've caught yourself in a circle. You don't know what to say. You're kind of backed into a corner here. So now you're like, I'm talking to the other adults. You're a boy. Step down. Shit like that. It's just weird. It's embarrassing, and it really shows that you don't know what to say. But yeah, go ahead, guys.
Okay, yeah. So Parker, we're moving on. We're taking care of business. So what we was talking about for us, the policy, I'm telling you about his rhetoric. I agree with that. So what about the opposition in Kamala Harris that you like that I should know? What information should I have to sway me to possibly consider her as the president of the United States? What do you have?
Yeah, so it would totally depend on your values. Are you pro-choice?
Yes.
So she's advocating to codify Roe versus Wade, whereas Donald Trump has specifically put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which has restricted women's access to abortion in this country. About 1/3 of women are affected by this in the United States.
Okay. I believe in legacy and lineage.
Thank you for the champion.
So as a civilian and as a taxpayer, I respect everybody's right to choose. Now, personally, because of my right to religion, my religious practices does not allow me to engage in that. That's a personal preference, but I cannot.
Don't worry, you can't get an abortion.
I agree with you, and that's why I said I respect that. But me, I care about family and lineage. I don't mind having kids. That's something that's personal to me, right? I'm not knocking anybody else, but I do want to be involved with lineage and family and heritage. That's important to me. Okay? Now, if it's in opposition to somebody else, then I respect that as well, too. So I have no problems with that.
Hey, Zone, can I ask Parker and Dean a question? Because I've got to get dressed to go to work.
Do you think?
Parker and Dean.
Go for it.
Would you vote for someone who was a past adulteress?
Yeah.
When you know that Kamala did her thing with Willie Brown and Montel.
They were legally divorced.
They were
for 4
literally.
years.
No,
yeah,
they
they
not.
weren't together.
I lived
They
through
were
that
separated
time.
for like 10. I'm pretty sure. Think of the hand
No,
heart.
well, separated
But yeah,
and
I
divorced is
like
two
if someone
different
has cheated in the past, that wouldn't disqualify me from voting for them. I do think cheating is really bad, but it wouldn't like disqualify me voting for them.
Especially when we consider like the character of like who she's running against. Like you're saying that I shouldn't draw my line at grape. I shouldn't draw my line at any of the things that, you know, me and Parker bring up on our lives frequently. But I should draw my line at like sleeping with a married man. Like that's kind of insane.
No, it
don't you
goes to
think?
character, Dean. If one did it and the other one did it, it's the same action. You can't separate one from the other because you don't like Trump.
Well, I don't go on my live and say the reason I'm not voting for Trump is because he cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a Peace Star, then paid her money to cover it up. I particularly say I'm not voting for Trump because he raped a woman, he perpetuates systemic misogyny, he intruded upon the rights of all 170 million American women and girls. He particularly passed legislation that benefited the top 1% at the detriment of the low and middle class, eating in income inequities. Like, you don't hear me like talking about how he cheated, therefore we shouldn't vote. I think that's like an obvious red herring.
Okay, you're what, 19?
Yeah, what does my age have anything
Oh,
to
I
do
got just
with this?
hold on before you go smacking that damn young mouth of yours. You're 19. I'm 54.
Bro, Parker, I'm
outlived
catching
you.
strays, dude.
I have outlived you,
All right,
miles.
who's older, Trump or Biden?
and I know. I'm not talking about Trump or Biden. I'm talking about me and you, you little shit.
Well, I mean, if the fact that you're older than me makes you
he's
smarter than
not.
me, does the fact
Can we
that
get some
Biden's
baby
older
bottles
than
for
Trump
Paul,
make Biden
everyone?
smarter than
Mad.
Trump?
I'm not mad. You'll know when I get mad. I'm old enough to let you know when I get mad.
shit.
You little shit. Hey, Paul, so you're pulling the age card on me. You're saying because you're older,
Yeah,
you
because
obviously
I've
know
lived
more, you're
longer
more
and I've
intelligent and wiser.
seen more.
Yeah, hey,
Dean,
who's
I've
older?
seen
Who's
a
older,
lot more.
Biden or Trump?
What does that matter? Biden's not running. Biden had
Wait, but
dementia
who's
4
Biden
years ago.
endorsing? Does Biden endorse Trump or Kamala?
Well, why would Biden endorse a Republican, idiot?
Oh, wait, he's older than Trump and he endorses voting for Kamala. Does this mean that we should all vote for Kamala because the oldest man in the room
I wouldn't
is
vote for
endorsing
her.
her?
The only time I'll ever
Wait, why? A
vote
man that's
Democrat is
older
when
than
I'm
you is
dead.
endorsing her?
He don't know what he's doing. He has.
Oh, so if age doesn't equate to knowing what you're doing, then what the fuck are you
I
doing
didn't
right now,
say
Paul?
age equated to what you
Earl,
knew what
thank
you
you for the
fucking doing.
$5. Thank you.
The man has dementia. Can you not admit
Wait,
that?
wait. What are the qualifications necessary to identify that an individual has dementia?
My mother has dementia, and I know what it looks like. The man
Yeah,
shits
my
himself.
grandma had
He
dementia,
forgets
and
where
I
he's
know
at.
what it looks like,
He
too.
forgets where he's at. He stops in the middle of a sentence. He can't complete a sentence. Look at
Wait.
the debate.
Stopping in the middle
That
of
was
a
flaming
sentence does not
disaster.
mean you have dementia.
Bullshit. That man is ate
What?
up with dementia. He is riddled with dementia. He doesn't
Yeah.
know.
So
He has to have people
again,
lead
what are
him
the
off stage.
qualifications? Again, what are the qualifications necessary to identify that? Because that's not one of the qualifications necessary.
Well, I'll tell you, if you could get a true neurological scan of his brain, you would know over half of
They
it's
did
not
do a
working.
neurological exam, and it did not show that.
And
he
you
has
think they're
dementia.
going to tell you the truth?
Well, he has
my God.
I
particular
used to be
reports
like
on
both
it.
of you. I used to think the government would never lie to me. Then I started opening
Yeah.
my
So
eyes.
So my point would then be is that, typically speaking, they are going to tell the truth. Now, can they lie? Absolutely, but I need good reason to believe that that's the case, right? For
government
particular
told-
data.
The government told one of the biggest lies in 2020, particularly the executive branch.
Yeah, they sure
You
did
know
when they
about
said
that?
Biden won the election. That was the
Oh,
biggest
my
lie in
God.
history.
No,
And I got proof.
we're talking about Donald Trump lying about it.
I've got proof that.
No, you
what
don't.
proof
Just
is
look
that?
at the
What
mail-in
proof, Paul?
ballots.
Paul,
Look
what
at the
proof?
mail-in ballots.
Yes. How did Trump vote?
Well, he by mail.
Mail-in.
All right, but how many people voted 9 and 10 times from the
Okay.
same address?
Apparently a Trump supporter on my live.
Well, not me. I never received a
There was a
ballot.
Trump supporter
I
that
went and stood
admitted to
in
voter
line.
fraud on my live.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not
that's
trolling. He literally admitted to voter fraud.
Hey,
Well,
do you think?
then he
Would you
should be-
trust?
he should
would you
be put
trust
in
the
jail for that.
Would you trust the people that like Trump appoints to his cabinet or like maybe even like judges?
Dean, I don't
in
trust the
courts?
government, period.
No, people that Trump, right? People that Daddy Trump.
I don't care if God appoints them. I don't trust the government.
That is the craziest shit to say. If you're Christian, if you're Christian, that's
You
the
will one
craziest
day.
shit.
Paul, do
one
you
day
trust
when
Trump?
You grow up, you will realize that the government is not for you. It's never been for you.
Paul,
it's
I'm
one
just
big
So then
club.
why do you trust Trump?
It's one big club, and you ain't
Wait,
invited.
does he?
I
Wait,
don't
Yeah.
trust
You don't?
No, not at all. I don't trust a politician. Period.
So why do you accept anything from the Republican Party then?
I have conservative values, Parker.
Like?
Like I'm pro-life.
Okay.
You're pro-life?
I
Okay, so
believe
you want to
if you
restrict
make
women's
money
access
and
to
you're a
abortion?
success, abortion is murder.
That's fair.
Oh, okay, so is a zygote a person?
Does he know what a zygote
fetus
is?
is a person.
Is a
You are
zygote a person?
from
I don't know if he
conception.
knows what a zygote is.
Okay, you said, so a zygote at conception is a person, right?
Dean, I like you, Dean. I actually
You
do.
are a person once you are conceived.
Oh,
and you
okay, so
attach
okay,
to
so
the uterine wall.
oh, okay, I got you. So you think that you think a zygote is a person? So I'm gonna show you. Oh, Paul, you got fucking removed. God damn it!
No, that would have been so
I was like,
funny.
is this a person?
Oh.
That would have been phenomenal. Hey, by the way, everybody in here, y'all should follow my new account, the one that I'm speaking through right now. I actually can't turn my camera on until I get 1,000 followers, I believe.
Well, Dean and Parker, let me say this. I do respect what you guys do. We just getting passionate, okay? But just give me a fair argument. We don't got to spin it. Say that for these other guys. I'm being genuine with you guys, okay?
We're being genuine with you.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so I do appreciate what you do. So let's get back to this work. Let's get back to cooking so we can exchange these ideas. So what I was stating is I like the executive orders. That's what I tend to go through. And then you guys were saying, Dean jumped in and said, hey, what do you like? And I like the executive order 13779. We all can follow that together. He did say something along the lines that...
Yeah, what did it do? What did that executive order do?
Okay, let's read it verbatim.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, mission and function. The initiative shall work with agency, private sectors, employers, educational assistants, philanthropists, organizations, and other partners to increase the capacity of the HBCU to provide the highest quality education and increase the number of students. The initiative shall have
Again,
two
way
primary-
more funding under the Biden-Harris administration compared to the Trump administration. Way more funding under the Obama administration than the Trump administration. It was actually decreased under the Trump administration.
Right, and I like Obama.
Right.
And I like
that
Obama
he
for that.
decreased money going to HBCUs, even though I was saying that money going to HBCUs is a good thing. Is that what you're saying?
No, I just like the fact that all three of them contributed to historically black universities.
But Trump contributed less.
Okay, so how much did Trump contribute in total?
About $1 billion.
Okay.
Yeah, $255 million a year. $16 billion under the Biden-Harris administration.
Excellent. So it was a continuation of something that was good.
But bro, okay, I'm so sorry. If I walk up to you on a Monday, give you $5, then my brother walks up to you on a Tuesday, gives you $1, then I walk up to you again on a Wednesday and give you $10, right? And then you're like, who gives you more? And then like you're like, who's obviously?
I picked the brother. He gave me less money.
Like,
no,
yeah,
that's no, I can't. No, because you can't pick them three simultaneously. Obviously, okay, so obviously President Obama had 8 years in office, right? In comparison to just 4 for Trump. And he predated Trump before he got in office.
Martin,
So
thank you for the
Trump-
$5 on PayPal.
Okay, so when you ask me what I like, I'm pointing to something that I like.
No, we were giving you yearly, though. Even if you take into account by year, for each year specifically, Obama gave 2 times more.
Okay, and that's fine. I like that. That's understandable.
But shouldn't you like that more? Like if your standard of liking what he did was giving money to HBCUs,
Okay, the question
and the other
is-
candidate gave more money, shouldn't you like the other candidate more?
It's not. I'm voting for Harris.
Enigma, thank you for the
Why are you-
$13 on
it's
PayPal. I
not-
appreciate you for the
hold on.
love, Enigma. Sorry.
It's not. Why did I vote for Obama or didn't in comparison to Trump? Why didn't I vote for Biden in comparison to Trump? Biden is no longer here, so his accomplishments is in the books. And for the record, I like Biden getting in office because I think it was a great conclusion to his run in politics. And I think it's a farewell twilight tour, and that's respect to the commander in chief. Now we're dealing with the comparison between Trump and Kamala Harris. That's what we're dealing with, right? Because the question
So when
is,
JD Vance says that Biden's track record is Kamala's track record, do you trust him?
I hate. See now, okay. So I don't.
You hate
like,
JD Vance?
That's
He's weird, isn't he?
Boy, yes. See, I can. Yes, I don't.
Yo,
know.
W Walls in the
that's
chat. W Walls in the chat. Yo,
Yeah,
please.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, you were. I couldn't do nothing with you on that. That's
He's weird.
He's terrible. I can concede that. See, it's not that hard. Okay, and I'm going to tell you this. I like Tim. I really do. I like the football coach. I like the National Guard. I like the teaching and his students loving him. I like his free lunch programs. I like the paid leave, the 0.7% on the payroll tax to give that to people. And he worked both sides of the aisle. He has a strong pull on me. I am currently voting for Trump in the Republican Party. Okay, as of now, but we still have months to go.
You haven't given us reason though.
I just gave.
I feel like you just gave me way more reason about walls than you ever gave me about Trump.
Yeah, like the only reason you really gave about why you're voting for Trump is him like sending $1 billion to HBCUs, and then we're
Which
like,
was
okay.
less money.
Yeah, which was less money than the Biden-Harris administration. And then you went on about how you actually fucking hate Trump's VP pick. And then you were like, yeah, I kind of fuck with Kamala's VP pick. So, like, all in all, I think that I think that you haven't really provided an argument. So is the only reason you're voting for Trump because he gave less money than the Biden-Harris
you said you were
HBCUs?
pro-life, right? Or were you pro-choice?
Pro-choice.
Okay. So why do you want to vote for someone who's restricting women's access to abortion?
Isn't it sent back to the states?
Yeah, that specifically restricts 1/3 of women's access to abortion in the United States.
Right, and that makes it a state situation. So
which restricts access to abortion. Overturning Roe v. Wade guarantees that some women are not going to have access to abortion.
Right. And in that state, we would have to look at that governor. We would have to look at those 2 senators in those House reps and criticize them. And we could do that at another time and break each state down. And the people that reside in those states have to take that up with their legislation in that state. That's fair, right?
No. So are you pro-choice?
I don't think that a woman in Alabama should receive less rights than a woman who's in Massachusetts.
I agree with you.
Zone 6, are you pro-2A?
So who are the senators for Alabama? And who is the House reps for Alabama? And who is the governor for Alabama? Do you know the names of that, or do we need to look it up right now?
We would have to look it up.
Zone 6, are you pro-2A? I'd like to offer an analogy.
Hold on, dude. So then we would have to go into that state rights. That's not the federal government. We're talking about the federal government.
Yeah, I don't think it should be left up to the states so that it can be restricted. I disagree with those people who are in Mississippi, and I know that states like that are going to have restrictive laws as it relates to the context of abortion, even instances of rape, right, if they're so far right-wing. So obviously I don't want to leave it up to the states knowing that that's going to happen. Donald Trump seems to not care.
Right, but it's the state obligation. So the people we have states' rights. You know what the Constitution say about the separations of powers and the balance of powers, the checks and balances. You know.
So would you support?
Thank you so much for the $10.
Would you support 2A going back to the state? So like I don't know, maybe like California and Colorado, New York.
What going back to
outlaw the ownership of guns?
No, because that's not okay. So that's an amendment.
If Biden sent 2A back to the states, would you support? Would you say Biden caused that?
That's an amendment that was included in the Bill of Rights at the conception of the country.
Okay, so Trump.
Come on, D.
So Trump, who specifically.
Hold on,
listen. No, Trump, who specifically wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which goes against the First Amendment. Right? Do you think that's a bad thing? He said he wants to terminate the Constitution. Do you think that's a bad thing?
Hello, D. Hello. The D started talking about guns. We do understand that the right to bear arms is in the Bill of Rights at the conception of the country, right?
Yeah, in the same way prior to the Dobbs decision to rescind the access to abortion back to the state. That was particularly, hey, buddy.
Of tyrannical government, correct?
Okay, so so are you going to listen to me or not? Like, I'm really done and like fed up with the interruptions.
No, Dean, okay, go ahead.
So prior to the Dobbs decision, right, it was the case. Prior to the Dobbs decision, it was the case that a right to an abortion was protected under constitutional right to privacy. So that's also going to be included in the Constitution, or at least that's what it was prior. But my overwhelming point there was, I bet if it was the case that like Biden did somehow in this, offlandish fairy tale version of reality, find a way to rescind 2A back down to each individual state. And ultimately speaking, let's just say 23 states completely banned the right to own a gun. You would blame that on Biden, and so would every fucking Republican alive. So when Trump elects 3 justices to the Supreme Court to transcend the right to access an abortion, or more so the legality of it back down to the state, and then we see see 23 states banned it outright, with 12 even banning it in like instances of pregnant women as a result of rape. It's just really off-putting for me to hear your sympathetic rhetoric to the idea that he didn't cause that. He absolutely did cause that. That is a fact. When you engage in an action knowing the outcome, and that outcome inevitably occurs, that being these 23 states banning access to abortion, you cause that outcome. So just using language to make it seem like he didn't is false. Trump is absolutely to blame for 1 out of every 3 women of reproductive age in America not having access to elective abortions.
Okay, so I believe, and I respect what you're saying, what you think, and that's not the case. That's your opinion. Okay, but what I believe in is that I believe in states' rights and the separation of power. And I believe that it's the obligation of the states to give the persons and personnels in the state the rights that they deserve. So will I champion for those states and those women? Absolutely. I agree with you. That's an indictment on the state representatives. Each one of those House members in those districts that's denying those women, they're wrong. That governor that's in that state is wrong. That those 2 senators are wrong. And they need to be replaced at the election time. When we do the 2/3, okay, of Senate voting, see, it's just not about the executive. It is about making sure that you get the right representation in Congress.
There's a difference between us. I just don't think that any white man deserves to infringe upon the human rights of women, but that's all I got.
What white man? Of course. Who? What white man? Who? What? What is that? How is that?
White men sitting in Congress, Washington, D.C., the people that you said deserve the right to infringe upon the human rights of all women. I disagree,
did not say
that's
that.
all.
That's your interpretation. In history,
no, I literally just took what you said and I responded to it. I'm kind of over you saying, that's not what I said. That's your interpretation. You absolutely did say that.
It has to be an interpretation.
Oh my God, you said that they deserve the right to do so. That's all I was responding to.
Right.
And then you're like, I didn't say that.
Just relax, man. Okay, calm down. I'm just telling you that it's at the state level, and I think it's repulsive. And I think everyone should go out and vote. Those women should crash the polls to get those nonsensical
Okay. All right. Well,
politicians out of power.
Saying they should just vote it out in those states when like basically it is the case that those states are going to go one way anyway is ridiculous. But yeah.
Well, I'm not sure
is there
what
anything
they
else
would
you want
do.
to talk about or add before we go on to the next person?
Yeah, you go to the next person, man. Have a good day.
For sure. For sure.
Easy work.
Let's go on to the next. Easy work. It's hilarious. Yeah.
That's insane.
Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates.
Also, guys, once again, make sure to follow my new account. Follow. Woo!
Hello, boys. I'm back.
Paul. Oh, this was a pro-life guy.
Now, let me explain my position on that. I am pro-life, but there are exceptions to every rule. Rape, incest, there's exceptions for that. If you go out and you lay down with another human, you have sex, you made that choice. If you have unprotected sex, you're taking a gamble. If you get pregnant, wait a minute, if you get pregnant and you don't want to have the responsibility of the child, that's not the child's fault. If the mother's going to be in danger of living, or if the child is going to be in danger or have some kind of chronic disease from being born, that's an exception.
Hey, Paul, so just real quick, just one thing from me here. Then I'd love for Parker to get back to asking you the question you tried to before you got that last flag. So you just explained to me, Parker, and the other 8.3 thousand people in here while you're pro-life. You only mentioned the actual child, the fetus, one time, and that was when you were explaining when it's okay to kill it. When you're telling us why you think abortion's immoral, why you think it's terrible, why you think it should be illegal, you only referenced the mother engaging in sex and you calling her irresponsible for doing so. That's why I think a lot of the pro-life arguments I see from the right don't actually concern the value of the fetus. It just concerns using this virtue signal of, oh, I care about the unborn, to inevitably reflect misogyny through control of women's bodies because you think they're doing something irresponsible of that nature. And I think it's gross that you would call this pro-life when inevitably it just, concerns the outcomes of the children because you're forcing unwanted kids in unready households instead of having the family dynamic centered around financially well-off adults that consent to having a family and desire to have kids. And you are literally just doing so because you think the woman is being irresponsible and you want to punish her for 9 months. I'm pro-choice because I care about life. You're pro-life because you're pro-control.
I never said the woman. Both of them, the man and the woman, are irresponsible for not using contraceptive if they're not ready to have a child.
Phenomenal. So you just told me that I wasn't wrong, apart from the fact that you think it's both the man and the woman that are being irresponsible, and that was your one correction to what I had to say. So got it. You are now just masking your misogyny by also wanting to control men, which only makes you less quote unquote pro-life, in my opinion. But
Yes. I have 2 daughters and a granddaughter, and I'm misogynist. Yeah. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Bro, it's like because he has daughters and granddaughters that he's not misogynistic. What? Devin, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $50, Devin. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, W Devin, W Pro Trolls.
Are you, now, before you go all hog wild and spit on your microphone again, why are you voting for a woman who received 0 votes and 0 support in 2020?
Well, because I don't vote based upon how much support they've received in the past. I vote based upon what they're going to represent today and who's the better candidate. Obviously, Kamala Harris is a better candidate than Donald Trump, who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to undermine the American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. Right? Would you vote for someone who's been held would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse of a woman?
You do know that a woman can go in and claim that you sexually abused her, right?
Yeah,
and you will get arrested, and you will go to jail.
So false reports are 2 to 10%. 1, 2. It is the case that he's been held civilly liable.
Civilly liable. Have you seen the woman? And have you seen who he's married to? I believe that might be a lie on her behalf.
Why do you think that's a lie? He mistook her with his ex-wife.
Are you saying that?
Are you saying that because he's
he's
saying the same misogynistic pig bullshit that because she's quote unquote not his type that he wouldn't have abused her, but in a deposition he mistook her with his ex-wife. So that makes no fucking sense,
type and
Paul.
you abuse him all the time, but
what?
If you look at that woman,
bro, Paul, are you really gonna use that as like an insult in 2024? You're disgusting as fuck, bro. You're gross as fuck for saying that, bro.
You muted me.
I muted you.
How mature?
Get muzzled, buddy. Get muzzled.
You want a policy that I like the Trumps? Remain in Mexico.
Okay, why?
Well, it kept a lot of people who come over here and rape and kill innocent people in the United States from doing that.
Donald Trump, So, you understand that Donald Trump, quite literally, the remain in Mexico, what you're referencing, that's not going to be like the main cause of why less people are coming to, or more people are coming to the country, because it is the case that didn't exist under Obama's administration. There was less people coming to the country. Secondly, undocumented immigrants and documented migrants are less likely to commit violent crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens.
It's called
so why are you sitting there and fucking virtue signaling and acting like immigrants are the issue when it is the case that natural-born U.S. citizens are the issue at a higher rate?
They broke the law, Parker. They came over here.
You know who broke the law? Donald fucking Trump. Donald Trump broke the law, and you don't give a shit.
Everybody that comes into this country,
Donald Trump broke a law. I care way more about the laws that Donald Trump broke than I care about someone walking across a fucking made-up border, right? Because it is the case that they're trying to make their family better off.
Murdered by 2 illegals.
I think. Wait. So why do you want to wait? Do you think Molly Tibbetts died because of Joe Biden?
I sure do. He opened the border.
Oh, really? So when did Molly Tibbetts die? Because Molly Tibbetts died under Trump's administration. So if Molly Tibbetts died under Trump's administration, and it is the case that he was president, right, is he at fault for her death?
Well, if
is he at fault? Is Donald Trump at fault for Molly Tibbetts' death?
I said yes, you dumbass.
Yes. So Donald Trump is at fault. So why? So sit there and you better be at the funeral of every person that died. Appreciate this sunglasses. Thank you so much. During Donald Trump's administration, from someone who was here, who came across the border illegally. Like, dude, get a fucking grip on reality, dude. You're a joke.
No, you get a grip on reality. All you do, and I used to be just like you and Dean. I used to believe everything.
No, you weren't. Thank you, because you wouldn't be as propagandized and misinformed right now if that was the case. Because you would have critically think your way out of this. Yes, you're absolutely propagandized.
Damn DNC hate.
DNC hate. What do you talk about? DNC hate. I'm talking facts, right? And you don't like it. Thank you for the little kind. Thank you so much. You have to associate me with the DNC.
Government source.
Absolutely, economic sources from government sources. Absolutely, those are the best economic sources.
Who lie?
What?
Put out false numbers Every time. Happens
Wait,
every
the
4 years.
Bureau of Labor Statistics is not false. Julia, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Julia. Wait, so the border numbers, so if you dispute the government numbers, the border numbers must be false as well. There actually aren't that many people coming to the country under Biden's administration. That's just a lie made up by the conservatives. Appreciate the lights. Thank you so
now,
much.
I have a friend
I can say the
that's in
same
Florida
bullshit you fucking
who's
say.
at
I
the
can dispute
border
the same fucking
and knows
sources.
how many
So if you
people
want to do
come
that,
across,
how do you
and
say
it's
that there's
way
a
more than what you
crisis at the
think.
border?
You're not going to overtalk me, Parker.
I just
You're
did.
not going to do it.
I just
no,
did.
you didn't, because I was talking the whole time you was. You're not going to overtalk me. Dean's not going to overtalk me.
I've been quiet. I do have.
I can overtalk you just by muting you, Paul. So slow your roll, buddy, because it takes you about 10 seconds to unmute because of plenty of things.
Yeah, but yeah. So, I mean, you talked about me. I was quiet. I do have a question. So, if an undocumented migrant commits a violent crime, they should be deported. Paul. Paul, come back. Unmute.
Baby, come back. Yeah, and also everyone was listening to Parker. That's so real. That's so real. No one was listening to Paul.
So
if you were
real.
listening to Parker there, type a 1 in the comment section. Yo, Paul, can you unmute, man? Oh, he doesn't know how to do it. I sent you an invite. There you go.
Ah, there we go. Paul, so if an undocumented migrant
to this country and
commits a
you're
violent crime,
an
they should be
illegal
deported? Yes or
immigrant,
no?
that's a crime. That means you are a criminal, and you commit a
just
crime,
asking a simple
or you get caught. You get caught entering this country anywhere besides a port of entry, an official port of entry, then they should pick you up by the nape of your neck and throw you back where you came from.
Okay,
Wait, you said pick you up how?
By the back of your neck and throw you back where you came from. They are thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that try to get in this country legally every year.
That's a bit
And
cruel.
they do the right thing. And then you got people who just walk in here, not through a port
Yeah,
of
Donald
entry.
Trump, who quite literally has been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, and you have people on the internet mad about people in the country for a better life. Get a fucking grip. You understand that Donald Trump's businesses have literally hired undocumented immigrants?
Every business does. You don't have to pay taxes on them.
This
you don't
guy,
have to
bro.
Have,
This guy.
you
So
don't
why
have
don't
to
you
have
hold the
workers'
business
comp
owners
insurance on
accountable?
them.
So why don't you
can
hold the
pay them
business
less
owners
than what the
accountable
minimum
for
wage is.
violating the law? Lisa, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Lisa, for the $100. Can we get some W's for Lisa in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit. W Lisa in the chat.
W Lisa? That's crazy. Yeah, Paul, so if an undocumented migrant commits a violent crime, they should be thrown out of the country by the back of their neck, according to you. But if Donald Trump commits a violent crime, he should be allowed to run the country?
If he's voted in legally, yes.
Wait, should felons be able to vote?
Unless that crime prevents him from running for public office, which that crime that y'all keep hollering
Lisa,
about
thank you for
34
$3.
felonies
Thank you. Thank you,
was a
Lisa.
misdemeanor elevated to a felony.
Yeah, so here's my problem. Here's my problem, Paul.
You want to know why
I
it
don't-
was? Because of
I
the
don't-
predicate crimes.
I don't really buy like your whole like bullshit rhetoric about like really caring about the undocumented migrants coming across our
don't.
southern border
I
just
don't care
because
about 'em.
hey, only caring about them being in our country because they've done so illegally, or only caring about them being in our country because you think that they're committing all these violent crimes.
People
You
only want to
honestly-
restrict immigration because of white genocide conspiracy theory. Bro, that's like half of the people who want to restrict immigration.
I mean, well, I was just going to say there that I don't really think that you care about any of the shit that you've said about them being here illegally or committing violent crimes. Because if you truly cared about the well-being of others, well, then you would obviously not be voting for Donald Trump because not only of all the things he has done, such as raping a woman, but also the fact that he stopped 2 bipartisan border bills that had attempted to been passed through Congress
was in the border
to
bill?
slow down immigration, right?
Push the
2
key,
years
thank you.
after Biden was elected into office, right? And he specifically stopped those bills for the reason that he didn't want to let the
Isaiah, thank you for
Democrats
the
look
fireworks.
good.
Thank you so much.
But the big issue here is this is telling us that Trump would rather the Democrats look bad than stop the murder of like innocent American citizens if your original claim that the undocumented migrants are so violent was true. So can you explain to me how those two things can work at the same time?
Can you explain to me what office Trump holds right now? What political office does Trump hold, and how did he personally stop anybody from voting their conscience in Congress.
He called the Republicans in Congress, told them to vote against the bill, boasted about it at a rally in Nevada, and a lot of outspoken.
Were you there?
Was I at the
Were you
rally?
there?
I have a clip of it.
Were you there? Did you hear the phone conversation? Did you Did you hear the phone conversation?
Yeah, I was right next to Trump. We had conversation.
Yeah. Trump
Yeah, and
would get
I
within
told him
30
how
feet of
terrible of a person he is, and that he was really orange in person.
Bro, like Trump boasted about
He like
what
kind of
you're
he
told by
glows orange a bit. It's really weird.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
Paul,
all you two go on is
Trump
what the
boasted
news
about
tells you.
this. No, Trump boasted about this at his rally. There's a clip of Trump saying this, dude.
Trump can't make
dude.
anybody vote one way or the other. They vote the way they're going to vote. Dan.
Oh my God! So Paul, if I like call my friend and I'm like, "Hey, unalive your wife," expecting my friend to listen to me, and then my friend unalives his wife, am I partially
then
at
you're-
fault for
you're
his
a-
wife dying?
Yeah, then you're a accessory. Before.
Oh yeah.
you're
So
even
just
after
like
the
when
fact.
Trump calls the Republicans in Congress and he's like, "Hey, vote against these 2 border bills," and he knows that they will listen to him because
was in
they
the
want
border
his
bill?
endorsement
How
during the
much
next
money was going
primaries,
to
and then they
Ukraine
ultimately
to be
don't vote
laundered
for
right back in the country
don't
and
vote
given
for the border
to the
bills.
Democratic
I'm talking, right? The real
I don't
man's
give a
talking.
shit if you're talking or not.
Oh,
I'm
do we
talking
have
too.
MAGA tears?
No, we don't have MAGA tears. We have a I don't give a damn about you, Dean tears. I don't care about
God,
you. I don't
like
care
conversation with you guys is
thank you.
impossible.
The
I'm just gonna bow out of this with you, man, because I was
Please,
trying to
bow out.
make a
Go
confluent.
to bed. It's
right,
past your
statement.
bedtime anyway.
Go to bed. Go to bed, Dean.
Oh my God, Paul, how many branches of government are there?
Liz, thank you
Well,
so
they're
much. I appreciate
free.
it.
Don't get in this shit with me because I know more than you do, Dean. I promise you. I forgot more than you know.
Can you name them?
Can I name them? I can. Can you?
I'm waiting.
I am too. You name them.
You don't know
I
the
know, I
names of
know
the
'em.
3 branches of government.
Legislative, judicial, and executive.
I'm really surprised, Paul.
Well, you should be, Dean, because you think everybody that's not on your side is an idiot.
Paul, how many
Everybody that's
continents
on
are
your
there?
side is a genius. and
Paul,
you're
how many
wrong.
how many continents are there?
There's 7.
And what are they?
How many states are they, Parker?
There's 50. Now, can you answer the question?
Really? Because your boy Obama and Biden said there was 54.
Okay, bro. Can you answer the question?
I'm not going to name all 7 continents.
Name them.
I'm not going to.
So you don't know them?
I don't have to prove to you.
You don't
that
know
I'm
the
smart.
7. You don't know the 7 continents?
I know the 7 continents.
Go for it. Tell me.
Do you know what the?
Tell me. I already answered
relativity-
I already answered your question. Now go tell me.
No, you didn't.
I did. I actually did answer your question.
I answered yours. You said
Thank you
how
very
many
much, Ash.
continents
Thank
are
you.
there? There's 7.
Yeah, and then
I'm
and then
not
you
gonna
answered.
name-
And then you asked me a question, and then I answered it, and then now I'm asking you a question.
And I'm not going to
Kim,
name
thank you
all
for the
7
$20 on Cash App.
I
Thank you
don't
so
get
much,
involved
Kim.
in your stupid ass little games.
Okay, buddy. Yeah. Listen, the only reason that Parker asked you that question is because you were being incredibly, like, rude and belligerent.
That's because
you
I'm
even
Gen
got a little
X, Dean,
cocky and
I don't give a
narcissist
damn
there for a
about
little
you.
bit.
That's exactly right. Just like
They're like,
agree with
respect
older
your
men.
elders, even though I disrespect
only-
you constantly.
Not
Respect
only
your
should Mary
elders.
be thrown off a cliff, but you, Parker, and Chris, and all y'all's parents should be thrown off the same cliff.
You just like advocate for me and Parker to be killed because we disagree with you?
Now, I don't
Hey,
give a
isn't
damn
that what
if you
Hitler
disagree
said?
with me or not.
Isn't that what Hitler said? You
Yeah,
sound
well,
like
mother should
Hitler.
swallow it.
Bro,
Ain't
dude,
that
that's
what
so
Paul said?
crazy.
Paul, you sound like Hitler right now.
Janelle, thank you for the $5. Thank you
I'm
so
glad I
much.
do. I'm glad you think I do.
He said
You said you're glad you sound like Hitler?
This
you, I
guy,
am.
bro. This guy.
You have no idea who I am.
Oh, because you lost the
Here.
debate. You're glad you
I
sound
have
like
not
Hitler.
lost the debate. What debate did I lose?
Oh my God, you've been getting stomped this whole time, buddy.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, let me
Full-blown
ask you a question.
fascist.
When all 4 of y'all get together, which one of y'all's the pivot guy?
I don't even know
What is it? What is that supposed to mean?
Well, obviously y'all get together in a circle jerk. So who stands in the middle and pivots?
Are you the one thinking about us at 4 a.m. every Saturday morning, writing fanfics about us
At 4
engaging in
a.m. on Saturday
same-gendered
mornings, I'm
intercourse?
doing something you will never have a
Hey,
clue.
wait. By the way,
called
Paul,
work.
Paul. It sounds
It's
like
called
you've thought.
work.
It sounds like you've thought about that scenario a lot. So,
Yeah, I know.
do you think about me, Chris, and Harry in a sexual manner oftenly?
I think about y'all in a box with your hands folded over your chest.
Are you gonna answer the question?
Oh, that's the coffin. You want to kill us?
Bro's
I
having
wanna
like
kill you.
daydreams.
I never said I wanted to kill you, but if you died, I wouldn't shed a tear.
You're crazy, Paul. You're a little emotional old man. Are you ready to die alone?
I'm not gonna die alone.
I doubt that.
Probably more friends than you and family.
If you talk or treat your family like you've been talking and treating us, you will die alone.
No, I won't, because I'm from the original generation to fuck around and find out.
The degeneration.
We don't care. I don't know why y'all don't understand this. We don't care about y'all's feelings. We do not.
Wait.
Shit's about you.
I think it's hilarious that you're the one that is literally the baby bottle man child right now. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, what's your opinion of me? You know what an opinion is? It's like an asshole. Everybody's got one. So
Everybody's got one. Oh my gosh, everybody's got one. Wow, that was a nice dad joke, bro. Nice dad joke.
Parker, I don't care what you think about me. I could give two shits less.
Okay, cool.
Don't care.
Cool. Appreciate the Garland. Thank you so much. I didn't think you cared.
I don't, and I mean.
I just cared about showing how your views are crazy to 7.5 thousand people.
I give zero fucks about 7.5 thousand people.
Really?
Really, Dean? Does that
crazy.
surprise you? Why does that surprise you?
Because if 7.5 thousand people said I was wrong, I think I would probably be like, oh shit.
I don't think all 7.5 thousand said I was wrong. That's just bullshit coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, as soon as you started comparing yourself to Hitler and putting it
I didn't compare myself to Hitler. You did.
And then you
did,
accepted
and
it
I
and
just
said that
agreed
you're
with your
glad.
little simple, stupid ass. You can be book smart all you want. You have no idea what the real world's like because you don't have a job. You get on here.
Wait, what's the job? What's the job?
I have a job, Paul.
What I'm fixing
what's
to
the
go
job?
to.
Paul, what's
what
the
I'm
job?
fixing to go to.
What's the job? Can you define
Something
that for me,
makes you
please?
productive to society. You two are
Paul,
not
can you
productive to
can you
society.
define? Yes, we are. Can you define
How are you
job?
productive to society?
We
Get
produce
on
a
here.
service. We produce a service.
What service?
Yeah.
We're
What
dunking
service?
on you repeatedly.
And then people donate
You're
to me through
lying.
my Venmo
You're
and
lying to
PayPal, my
everybody in
bio.
the country.
I'm not lying to anyone.
You lie every time you open
You're
your
the
mouth.
one lying, saying that we don't have a job. What are you talking about? What's a job?
If I could buy
Define
you
it.
and Dean for what you were worth and then sell you for what you thought you was worth, I could retire.
I don't really like the rhetoric of buying people.
Probably
That's
wouldn't
not
take much
rhetoric,
because you're already
dumbass.
at that point anyway.
That
But
means that was since y'all don't understand anything.
wait, are you about to drive? I have to go on to the next person if you're about to drive.
Am I about to drive? Yeah, because I've
Yeah.
got to go to my job.
All right. Later, buddy.
So
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Bruce, like, you don't have a job, no job. Look at that. Look at our no jobs. Yusuf, how old are you?
What's going on, man?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah. I think that's better of the two options, but I'll be honest with you, straight out and forward, all politicians are corrupt and they're all full of shit, and they don't care about the-
Okay, so Trump's corrupt and full of shit. So that's what you just said. But Nikki, thank you so much for the $60 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Nikki in the comment section right now? They said, as a Gen Xer, we do not claim him. Don't worry. Don't
But
worry. I
also
don't
you
think
said
anyone does.
you're voting
Thank you
for
so much,
Harris.
Nikki.
You're voting
Hi,
for
thank you
Harris.
for the
so
$2 on Venmo. I appreciate it.
let me ask you
Hi.
for the first subject, what's your stance on guns, firearms, and things of that nature?
I'm fine with common sense gun reform.
What do you mean by common sense gun
Universal
reform?
background checks, red flag laws.
Okay.
I don't really have an issue with those.
How do you feel about, I know a big thing from your side of the party is AR-15s. How do you feel about those?
I don't really care.
Yeah, I feel about AR-15s the same way
Appreciate
being
that, thank
banned.
you.
The same way I feel about like track cars not being allowed on public roadways. Like you could.
Wasn't me. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Wasn't me.
Like I could give this a good analogy. Like bringing a track car on a public roadway is just super unnecessary to get from point A to point B, and it just poses a greater risk of threat. A risk of a risk to others. And that's the same way I look at AR-15s. They're super unnecessary for things such as self-defense, hunting, even just firearm collecting in general. Yet they pose a greater risk to others. I mean, the AR-15 is a gun that is predominantly used within mass shootings, school shootings, etc. We decrease the supply, making them harder to get. Obviously, we're going to see gun deaths at the hands of AR-15 go down. That's going to be consistent with.
Thank you for the $1.11.
reform.
Thank you so much.
And I see no issue with it.
Okay. So what you're saying is the AR-15s are more likely to be responsible for the occurrence of mass shootings, or should I say the weapon of choice for the shooter of a mass shooting?
Yeah, it's disproportionate in like comparison to like general gun ownership. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you talking about general gun reform, about cutting down the numbers of them and stuff like that. I mean, and that's my big thing, because I see, especially like Kamala Harris and people from that side pushing to get rid of those guns first because they're considered assault weapons. But I don't know about you two guys, but I've grown up around firearms my whole life. I know I have quite an extensive knowledge of them, about how they work and things like that. And an AR-15 is no more deadly than a hunting rifle or a pistol in the hands of the right person.
There's more stability, right? There's a greater ability to unload more than like that type of rifle.
Yeah, there's greater stability. They have that you could shoot them farther distances, greater magazine capacities on average.
Do you know what the maximum range effectiveness of a 5.56 223 round is out of an AR-15?
40 meters.
How many?
Hey, Dean probably knows way more than me on this. I don't really know much about guns.
How many meters did you say?
It's about 140.
Actually, it's out of an AR-15 in the hands of the right person, it's greater than that. Do you know what the average effective range of a 30-06 round, a 270 round is? It's about double that.
Well,
what I'm trying to say to you is, in the hands of the right person, anything else is just as deadly, but in the same matter of fact, there's no sense that we should just be targeting AR-15s because they've been used in mass shootings. Because
I don't know. I think her approach is good, because she doesn't want to ban like ownership outright. She specifically wants to like institute non-mandatory buyback programs as well as restrictions on importation and production. Right. So that means if you currently own like an AR, you could hold on to that if you don't want to sell it back. Right. And the restrictions on importations, manufacturings, and non-mandatory buybacks will basically incentivize the decreased supply. Right. Just meaning that it's less likely that one could get their hands on it, which would obviously end in like a decrease of like these mass shootings. I don't see the issue with this, but I just have a question. Would you support like super strict gun reform if it was the case that it would save the lives of more innocent children?
So, super strict gun reform. Okay, that first off, gun reform and taking guns out of the hands of people. Let's say that's what you're talking super strict.
Yeah,
so let's go with that
take
route.
their hands out. Yeah, taking
their hands off the people. That's not gonna. Bad guys are always going to find a way to get their hands on a gun, and I don't care who you are. I mean, you've seen it throughout history, and I mean, even today's. I mean, you see how many gangs and things of that in America, just bad people. They could be felons. They could be bad people. They're going to find their way to get their hands on one, no matter.
I just asked you the question. If you knew for sure that it would save the lives of more innocent children, would you support it?
If in a perfect world, if it would save children, yeah, but we don't live in a perfect world.
We actually live in a world where gun control reduces the deaths of everybody, not just children, per 100,000 residents. If you go on your computer, you look up Everytown Research gun reform, what will pop up is a graph of every single state in America, and it compares how much gun control they have in said state comparative to how much gun deaths they have per 100,000 residents. And we consistently see the less gun control a state has, the more gun deaths they have. And this is true across the board in all 50 states. It is a statement of the impact that gun laws have on the safety of children, on the safety of Americans. And you just told me if it saved the lives of more innocent children, you'd support it.
I said in a perfect world. In a perfect world.
Well, this is an imperfect world where gun control saves the lives of more innocent children.
Well, instead of, because gun control is a blanket policy. It covers everybody. It doesn't have exceptions, correct?
Wait, I think that gun control can be nuanced. I think that gun control can have exceptions. I don't think that we have to assume that it has to be basic, principled, and vague.
Okay, but what you're telling me is they're going to take the time to make gun control to where they can do it per every, I don't know what the current United States population is. I think it's somewhere around 330 million. They're going to have to go through and feather through that, I'll say feather through for lack of better terms, that blanket policy to get to the special situations every
Yeah,
time.
I'm totally okay with greater gun restrictions to be able to ensure that less people die. If it's true that it leads to less people die, I am totally down with it. I have no qualms with it at all. Now, are you pro-life?
Pro-life, that I believe there's gray areas of that.
So, like, do you think that abortion should be illegal in elective circumstances?
In elective circumstances, and by that I'm assuming you just mean that you can just walk in and get it whenever you please, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes, and let me explain to you why before you respond, because I understand how you all feel about misogynists and things of that nature. So the thing is, and I heard one guy talking about it earlier, and if he would have carried himself better, it would have made a lot more sense. But if two people, granted, I know how kids are young and stuff, I'm not that old myself. If two people lie down, have unprotected sex at both of their own wills, and know the outcome of what could happen, that they could possibly become pregnant with a child, and that they just don't care, and then that happens, and they're like, well, I wasn't ready for this, I don't want the child, or things of that nature, and then they just go and get an abortion, I'd consider that irresponsible on their part, because
Say it's irresponsible. I don't care. The point we're making is that you are okay with restricting women's access to like bodily autonomy and choosing what they want with their lives over a life with guns, but you don't do it with women as it relates to abortion. Mary, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
There are things though, like, contraceptives, protective sex, and then men can even get a vasectomy.
Most abortions come from failed contraceptive. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much.
Come from failed contraceptives?
Yes.
Then,
so I'm not saying that contraception fails most times. I'm just saying that most times people use contraception. So inevitably speaking, even given the lower rates, it's going to be the case that like most are like involved in each abortion. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the hand hearts. The same way that like seatbelts are involved in most car accidents. That doesn't mean the seatbelt causes the car accident.
I'm just like really not a fan of this argument. Like buddy, like let me make it clear. Like I think that you are absolutely within your rights to go out and preach to the masses of how you think individuals should engage in intercourse more responsibly, such as the use of contraceptives, such as the use of, maybe even some more conservative views about like trying to only engage in intercourse safely if you want a child. Like you know what I mean? People have conflicting views, and I don't think that is harmful at its core. But what I specifically think is harmful is when you take your perspective that you should only be engaging in intercourse if you want to reproduce, and then using that perspective to legislate on other people, even those with different perspectives. I think when you have like two informed consenting adults that recognize the repercussions of intercourse, engage in it with contraceptives or with not, that ultimately not allowing the woman access to healthcare, even if you think she made an irresponsible decision, is bullshit, right? Because even if you think that that decision was irresponsible, that abortion is still the saving grace that will keep an unwanted child out of an unready household. Like you could say that smoking cigarettes is irresponsible, but ultimately if someone smokes cigarettes, develops lung cancer, we're not going to deny the medical treatment, as that medical treatment would be considered the saving grace. Go preach to them, tell them that the smoking was wrong, but the medical treatment to terminate what the smoking caused wasn't, okay? And that's the distinction. Go preach to the choirs, tell them that this type of intercourse is irresponsible, but don't turn around and use that to like punish women because they are doing things that you disagree with. It makes no sense at all, quite frankly.
But I don't know where you guys are from, but at least in the state that I live in, contraceptives and things of that nature are actually free to people through our health departments who want them.
That's great. That's exactly what we'd like.
Yeah, and I don't see a problem. I mean, if it's offered to you free and then, you still go for the abortion, then, but you're just... The thing to it is I have children of my own. I don't understand why you would carry a child's life so lightly like that. I mean, you talk about the children that are being threatened by guns in schools, and I get they're living, breathing children, 5, 6, 7 years old, but at the same time, you're doing the same thing with abortion. You're still killing a child. It's just not completely developed yet.
Yeah, so we don't see it to be valuable until it's sentient. So when it's in a single-cell organism, do you care about it?
Yeah, from the moment that child is the first cell, it is.
Yeah, so you care? You think a single-cell organism is a person? You think a single cell organism is a person?
It's going to become a person.
So it's not a person?
I'm not a biologist. I couldn't tell you that.
It's a life. It's a life. Do you think life at conception means it's a person?
Well, I mean, it very well could be. I mean, if it goes through the 9 months, it will become a person, will it not?
Oh, okay. So it doesn't become a person until birth, under your view?
Not by person, I mean like a physical, like baby you can hold.
Okay. I don't know why that's what you'd value. We value like a first-person subjective experience, like me and Dean. So you're saying you value it once you can like physically hold it?
No, what I'm saying is you value it from the moment it is conceived until you can hold it.
Oh, okay. So you think like a life at conception deserve rights, right? Okay, so you think this? Yo, Christine, thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Holy shit, thank you so much, Christine, for the $100. Can we get some W's in the chat right now for Christine? Thank you so much. Holy shit, for the $100. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Do you think this is deserves rights? Thank you so much, Christine. Thank you.
Is it a living, breathing organism? Well, I won't say.
Yeah, it's not breathing, but it's a life. Yeah.
How could that breathe? Okay.
Excuse me for my.
Do you think this is a person? Do you think this deserves rights?
If that's not what yes. If it's conceived in a woman's body,
that's a microorganism. So you think you mistake a microorganism with like people and things that deserve rights? You think microorganisms?
Yeah, you confuse microorganisms with right-bearing individuals.
So what you're telling me is that a microorganism that cells reproduce and they eventually form. I mean, you were there. We were all at one point microorganisms.
We're also sperms and eggs. Does that make masturbation genocide because you're killing like 200 million sperm lives?
Because then I would. We're fucked. We're going to hell, buddy. We're going to hell.
That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, dude. We're going to hell.
That's crazy, Parker. In front of 8,000 people is crazy. Anyways, but how do you feel about that?
What are you talking about?
Oh, man, dude. Hey, Caroline, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Snoopy, thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much. JV, thank you for the hand heart.
Any response here, buddy?
I didn't even hear the end of your. I'm lost in the question. I just heard you all laughing, and then it kind of trailed off.
In the same way that we were all like these unicellular zygotes at one point, we were also all like a sperm and an egg at one point. And if the zygote is valuable because that was us at one point, would this also make the sperm and the egg uniquely valuable?
I mean, yeah. I mean, they freeze sperm and eggs or sperm and eggs to.
So it was masturbation genocide?
Technically, the baby's not formed until the sperm and the egg meet.
Ah, so it has to do with unique human life. I don't think that unique human life on its own is what makes us valuable. I think it's the experiences that unique human life can have. Like, for instance, a brain dead patient is a unique human life, but because of their lack of experiences, their lack of first-person subjective experiences, to be exact, we don't value them. We pull the plug on them every day. We kill them without their consent, and we don't view this as a travesty, right? And then when we move past that step, think a little bit deeper.
Michael,
into
thank you for the dollar.
Recognize
Thank you so much.
that it is those first-person subjective experiences that are of value. Well, then we can make the recognition that until a fetus has the capacity to deploy those at about 20 through 24 weeks, we shouldn't value it at all. And I hear your argument that, well, it's a child. We love children. We value them greatly, but we don't value a child because of their DNA. We value a child because of their very unique perspective on the world around them, right? Which entails we value them because of those experiences, right? So that's why me and Parker don't value the fetus before it even has the capacity to deploy any experience.
But at the same time, like I'm saying, is it may not be considered a fetus until 23 weeks, but before then, I mean, it is on its way to becoming a child.
I mean, it's on its way to becoming a child, but we never grant rights to someone because of what they'll be in the future. We always grant rights to people because of what they are right now. right? Like a good example of this, a 10-year-old will be 18 in the future, but this doesn't mean that we should give a 10-year-old the right to consent to sex because of what they'll achieve in the future. In the same way you'd say, well, consciousness is valuable, it extends you the right to life, but just because a fetus will have this in the future doesn't mean we should grant the fetus the right to life. The same way we wouldn't grant the 10-year-old the right to consent to sex.
Okay, well, I mean, I still stand with my point that from the moment of being conceived, it is still considered a child. I mean, it's gonna be a child. I mean, they're human cells. They're gonna grow to be a child. I mean, but it can't think yet. It hasn't developed a brain or anything like that. It will in the fetus while it's in the mother's stomach while it is growing. But who are we to limit the child from growing? Because I mean, and it's just
we actually aren't.
But
we aren't, buddy. We are in no position to place limitations on what that child could or couldn't become. Women are. Right? We as men, we shouldn't have a say in what a woman does and doesn't do with her body in the confines of a decision that is made between her and her doctor. Even if you take the perspective that abortion is wrong, maybe come to the recognition here that that decision should ultimately be left up to the woman and her doctor, irregardless of what you or the other white men sitting in Congress think and feel.
Okay, and I get where you're coming from.
Jasmine, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Can you use some W's for Jasmine? People are going so crazy today. Thank you so much, Jasmine, for the $50 on Cash App. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Oh, and just one thing. Alex, thank you so much for the $3 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Alex. But go ahead, buddy.
Like I said, I get where you're coming from because I understand what you're trying to get at there. You don't think men should have the right to say what a woman does with her body, and I get that. Everybody should. I'm a pro freedom kind of guy. I'm very constitutionalist, so I get what you're saying. But at the same time, there's a fine line. I'm not saying a man should be able to say what to do. There's a fine line between what you're doing and what you're not doing would be considered moral upon people.
Right, but I feel like I've given you a good explanation on why I don't think it's immoral at all to kill a fetus for the reasons that it can't deploy these first-person subjective experiences. And on top of that foundation that it's not immoral to kill a fetus, right? We could build off of that by expanding upon the fact that pro-life legislation doesn't just serve as a detriment to the woman, but serves as a detriment to society. Pro-life legislation leads to a shift in family values, right? Away from financially well-off adults that desire to have children, consent to starting a family by forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into doing exactly that because they decided to engage in intercourse for the fuck of it. Next thing they know, they're mothers and fathers because the state is forcing the woman to provide her bodily resources to the fetus for 9 months without their consent. Another thing, this increases rates of poverty, decreases levels of education, income, and employment, decreases overall qualities of life for the reason that it's forcing people out of school, forcing people out of work, forcing people away from their careers, specifically to start a family because the state is forcing them to. And people engaging in intercourse for pleasure is something that has always occurred and always will occur. No matter what you say won't change that fact. But with our medical, like our recent innovations in medical technology, we have now allowed women the special privilege, and compared to what we have been before without it, where they can choose if they want to maintain that pregnancy or if they want to end that pregnancy. Not only does that allow women to enact on their most basic rights of bodily autonomy and integrity, but allows them to choose if they want to deal with the pain, trauma and suffering of childbirth and pregnancy for 9 months, and lets them choose if they are financially well off or in a position where they can truly care for the tend for the needs and wants of their children. And that is a very special place. We've never been here before in history. So then for white men in Congress to turn around and say, no, women shouldn't have this choice because they quote unquote engage in irresponsible behavior with no further explanation is morally grotesque.
Okay, but this brings me back to a point before, and like you said, 18, 19-year-old, yeah, I know how kids are nowadays, but at least where I come from, people like growing up, I mean, I would think if they had any sort of parental figure that they would explain to them that this can happen if you do this, and there are ways to prevent it that are readily available and things of that nature. So why don't they take it upon themselves to do that?
Well, now this is a completely different conversation. Advocating for people to engage in sex safely is completely different from the conversation on if this form of healthcare should be available. As Parker pointed out, 54% of women who do get abortions did do so because of the failure of contraceptives, but that's irrelevant. I would have no issue with you going out and preaching on the streets that people should be engaging in sex safer. I have no issue with this at all. In fact, we should be teaching our children in high school, maybe even late middle school, about anatomy and about sexes and what it leads to and how to engage in it safely. That is absolutely something that we as a society should do, and we shouldn't stop doing that until everybody is educated on it and hopefully makes responsible decisions of engaging in intercourse with the proper use of preventative means of contraception. But this has no bearing on the conversation on if abortion should be accessible or not.
But yeah, buddy, is there anything else you'd like to add or talk about before we go on to the next person?
I guess I'll add one more thing. I don't know if you all really talk about this or not. The whole Ukraine deal going on overseas. What's your stance on that?
Like, what do you want to know specifically?
Like how we were giving them weapons and things of that nature.
Yeah, it's called the Budapest Memorandum. We signed an agreement with them that if we give up our nuclear weapons, or they give up their nuclear weapons, we would defend them.
Okay, and have you looked at how much money we've actually sent Ukraine, like millions wise?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me ask you
$107 billion.
$107 billion.
Ukrainian government. Edgar, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Have you been watching the stock market here lately?
Galaxy.
Yeah, I've seen the stock market.
Okay, yeah, have you seen how inflation has been and things of that nature here lately?
Crash in the stock market had nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration.
I'm not saying that they were at fault for crashing the stock market.
Literally, Japan was at fault.
I know it was a chain reaction because all the world, it all kind of ties together because of how our trade and stuff is globally. But what I'm saying is, though, why are we sending dollars overseas out of probably what most of us pay in taxes when most families in America nowadays, if you go, you can go and research it too, are struggling money-wise. Everything has damn near doubled in price, and people are homeless. That we've got veterans on the street that are hungry and things.
We're not advocating for any of these things. We think that should be better. But Republicans, we think, are the ones that are holding back that legislation in particular.
Okay, then why has the DNC been pushing so hard to keep funding money to Ukraine?
The DNC?
Well, not the DNC.
Specifically, yeah, so again, this is the Budapest Memorandum. Devin, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Devin. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much.
I actually have a couple here. I wasn't looking at my phone while I was talking about abortion, but Jasmine, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Chad, please show some love to Jasmine. Thank you so much for the love. And Jamie with the $25 as well. I want to see at least 100 W's for Jasmine, 50 W's for Jamie. Thank you so much, Jamie. And Nikki with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Nikki, for the $20. Jamie with the 25 and Jasmine with the 50. Thank you three so very much.
Yeah. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to go over real quick, man?
No, man, that's it. I wanted to have a good civil conversation and hear what your stances on things were. But
yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah.
And also, thank you for being civil, bro. It was a good talk.
Good talk. Good talk. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Let's get on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Gia, thank you for the money gun.
Yo, what's up, Blake? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? 28.
Yeah, Z, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Are you voting for Trump?
I am. I just had a question for Dean real quick.
Sure.
Okay. Did your account get banned earlier?
Oh, yeah. I guess good question. I'll answer that really quickly before we move on to the debates. I'm going to be debating on this account for the next 2 days. Everybody just putting that out there. Please do follow. But appreciate you for the question. Anyways, why are you voting for Trump?
But was it for gambling?
No, it actually wasn't. It was for guest violations for hate speech.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, you're voting Trump, right?
I am.
Why so?
I just think that when you have a guy like Trump in power and he's going to meet with these world leaders, that he's going to have an assertiveness about him that Kamala just would not have. And so, like, I haven't seen her answer a question or a difficult question or give a speech that is coherent or like makes any sense.
I literally
as far
listened
as,
to
like,
her
policy.
today and yesterday give a coherent speech. Donald Trump never answers questions. Had you watched the debates, he didn't give his child care plan, his health care plan, anything.
He
completely ignored things. Caroline, thank you for the $1. And Chelsea, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I appreciate the $25. Thank you.
I think you just heard this point made so much with Biden that you're just very baselessly carrying it over to Kamala, but it's just literally untrue. No, she's an amazing speaker. That's a fact. You can't contend that. So is her VP. That's a fact. This is a dead talking point.
Okay, well, I don't think
Battery
it's a dead talking point because I've seen videos of her and I've seen her be asked questions about policies and such, and she literally avoids the whole entire question and then just laughs at the end. She literally has nothing to fucking say.
Did you watch the debate with Trump and Biden?
Where Biden isn't in the race, that doesn't make sense. So
Trump
is
that's the point.
right?
Trump
correct.
didn't answer a
So,
single question.
right.
That
Caroline, thank you for the $1.
Right. So is Trump gonna debate Kamala?
If he stops running, hopefully.
If he stops running.
Yo, Joseph, thank you so much for the $20 splitting with Dean. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Megan, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Joseph.
I'm pretty sure that he said that he was more than happy to debate her, and that he actually said that it would go horrifically for her, and so he looks forward to the debate.
I don't think so. But that's
you don't
why
think
he
so?
obviously ran away from the ABC debate that was already scheduled.
So why would he say that if he wasn't going to debate her?
Because he's a liar.
Do you think that he's afraid to debate Kamala?
I mean, I think that he's probably afraid to
based
debate
on the
Kamala.
fact that he was president and he has far more experience than she does just as a leader, just being a president in the past. And she literally I understand that she has a background and she's done things and I'm not
you're gonna have a really hard time.
Are you speaking over
painting
me?
out the felon to be
Are you
better
speaking
than
over me though?
prosecutor.
Did you interrupt me?
Yeah, he did.
I was just very directly addressing your point through interruption. Yes.
Yeah, but I wasn't done. So I would appreciate it if you would let me finish.
Of course, Blake. Okay, well that was weird. Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're trying to paint out Trump to have a better character than Kamala Harris, rather that be in the sense of being more equipped to deal with the presidency or just better rhetoric or better skill within debate, etc. But at the end of the day, when we just kind of widen our scope here and consider the fact that she's the prosecutor, he's the felon, he's the rapist, she isn't, he's the misogynist, she isn't, he's the racist, she isn't, he's the man that passed no legislation that benefited the middle class more so than the top 1% and tried to overthrow our government through a coup, and she's the woman who's actively fighting to preserve and protect our democracy and has passed legislation that is aimed to reduce income inequities through benefiting the middle class more so than rich people. The decision becomes clear.
Has she released all of her policies yet?
No.
Oh, so we don't really know.
She hasn't released all the policies, but we do know that things are likely to be continuations.
Okay, so they're likely to be continuations. So we don't know for a fact, though, that what her policies are.
We don't know
because
100%, but we do know that it's likely to be this. Yes.
Okay, just like how Trump was based on a preponderance of evidence was guilty in civil court, meaning that. And first of all,
you don't know for certain in a criminal court either. But I have a question: Would you accept a civil court if the victim were a minor?
Okay, so let me ask you this: I've been in both civil court and criminal court, and I know how that works. And when you're on the defense, you literally are advised by your attorney not to give evidence. Why would you give
$5? Thank you.
And I know that you're gonna say all he had to do is give his evidence to prove his innocence. I know that's what you're gonna say.
Yeah, if they had a smoking gun, they would.
But if
they had a smoking, they would only tell you to do that if it could possibly incriminate you. If you've never met the person, there's no way it could possibly incriminate you.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that he hasn't ever met the person. I'm sure. I mean, how many?
He said that.
Tens of thousands of people.
There's pictures of them together.
Okay, how many thousands, hundreds of thousands of people do you think Trump has met? There's pictures
Hundreds of thousands is crazy.
I mean,
Millions.
how many people do you think he's met that have his
Millions.
sperm?
Millions of people? Crazy.
How many people do you
Are
think
you
he's met that have
kidding
his
me?
sperm?
He was president of the United States. Do you not think that he was talking to like a number of people every fucking day?
It's not just that
I don't know about
he had his
millions.
she had his DNA through like media.
I don't know about millions like in person.
The form
Okay,
of
so
DNA
I'm
was
sorry,
literally a
Parker.
sperm.
I'm sorry, Parker, if millions wasn't like quite accurate. I'm not sure how you would determine how many people Trump's met in his life, but if that's the point you want to take, that's fine.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't say he's interacted with millions of people.
How many people would you say that he's probably interacted with?
Like probably maybe 10, 20,000.
In his whole entire life? Being, as you say, the oldest person, the oldest president to ever run.
I thought
you
we were
think that
referencing in terms of presidency.
What are you talking about?
Like 10, 20,000 in terms of presidency, like interacted with?
I'm telling you in his life.
Oh, in his life? Max 100K.
How about we just narrow the scope here to people that he's interacted with that would have his cum on a dress?
What, was it his cum on a dress?
Yes.
It was for sure, 100%. They tested
okay, so
it, and there was
they haven't tested his DNA
evidence
because he
that
didn't give
proved-
up his
There
DNA.
was
But
DNA evidence that
holy
proved that
fuck,
it was
dude.
his nut on the fucking dress. Yes or no? Yes or no?
So that it was unknown male sperm.
Unknown male sperm. So
I'm
not
assuming-
Trump's sperm, but unknown
Hey,
male
so
sperm.
my point there was you were like saying
he got so
that-
mad earlier about you cutting him off, and then he cuts you off literally
Yeah,
every time.
like my point there was I don't know how you didn't track that. You were trying to make the argument that he didn't give his DNA up because it's possible that a lot of people could have his DNA, right? So we're assuming that it was his DNA on that dress, right? That's like the implication of your argument is that he's met so many people that would have his DNA.
No, that was
Like,
not my
what?
argument. That was not my argument at all. That he's met so many people that they would have his DNA. That was not my argument whatsoever. I'm saying that was not his nut on the dress. Like we don't have 100% evidence that was his nut on the fucking dress. Like I understand that they say that there was whatever DNA on it, but they never they didn't prove that it was his DNA. And I understand that
Brandon, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Brandon. Christina,
I
thank you for the cat.
understand that he had a time frame to give his DNA evidence, but like I said, when you're on the defense, you don't provide evidence in a case. You're on the defense.
Yeah, if you're pulled over by the cops suspected of drunk driving and they're like, "Hey, here,
I've
take
been in this
dress."
situation. So what do you want to ask me?
Okay, well, yeah, if you're driving and you're sober, you're pulled over suspected of drunk driving, and the cop's like, "Hey, I think you're drunk driving. Take this breathalyzer real quick to prove your sobriety."
You're totally sober, by the way.
Take the breathalyzer.
Right. And are you asking me if I did?
I'd ask you if you would take the breathalyzer in that scenario.
I did in one case and I didn't in the other.
Okay, why would you not take the breathalyzer?
Because why would I?
To not have to go to the hospital.
Because they
and
couldn't
get
possibly
blood drawn?
incriminate you?
You want to know what happened? They took me to the hospital and they drew blood and
Like
they
I
found
just said.
Right, like you just said, and they found nothing.
Yeah, so you could have just cleared it up with like a 30-second blow instead of a
Okay.
2-hour trip to the hospital.
Well,
Obviously,
that
a
doesn't-
rational person would take the breathalyzer. Do you contest that?
Simone, thank you for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Simone. Can we get some W's for Simone in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $40. Thank you.
I think that the first thing that you should do, regardless of if you're pulled over for a DUI, DWI, whatever you want to call it, is call your lawyer. I don't think that you should do anything. I don't think you should even call the cop.
I think that's just such a ridiculous statement if you literally have not drank at all. Like, I don't drink at all. Like, I would take the breathalyzer because there's no possible way it would come up because, like, I just don't drink.
Okay.
Like, almost ever.
Okay. That's fine. And I'm telling you, there was a time where I blew, I passed. There was also a time I did not blow. They took my blood and they had nothing on me, and I got in trouble for nothing.
Dude, any rational person that was sober would take the breathalyzer. You're being dense. The point being, in the same way, you'd rather take the breathalyzer than get caught up with the cops for 2 hours, get dragged to the hospital to give your blood. I also would say any rational person being accused of rape when they're truly innocent and the accuser has a dress and she claims that it has your sperm on it would provide a DNA sample to be tested against the sperm in the dress in comparison to paying $87 million to her, to being like labeled a rapist by the media, to having your chances of winning a literal presidential election decreased, and as well as like various other reasons. Would you contest that any rational person in Trump's shoes would provide their DNA?
I would say
Carrie, thank you for the $20, $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I would say that,
by the way.
Okay, so who am I talking to?
Oh,
Dean
no.
or
Sorry.
Parker?
I apologize. I'll let you do that, and then I'll ask my question.
Okay. So what was your question, Dean? Sorry.
Yeah, so in the same way, we kind of agreed there that any rational person would take a breathalyzer if stopped by the cops and suspected of drunk driving instead of like wasting 2 hours of their lives getting dragged to the hospital to give their blood. I'd also say any rational, innocent person being accused of rape when their accuser has a dress that claims it has your sperm on it would provide a DNA sample to prove your innocence in comparison to paying them $87 million, being labeled as a rapist by the media, having your chances of winning a presidential election slimmed, as well as other reasons. Would you disagree there?
I would say that if there was overwhelming evidence that it was actually his substances on the dress,
that would only be able to be checked if he gave up his DNA.
Wait, no, actually, Parker.
But he's on the defense. He's on the defense.
Actually, the preponderance of evidence might suggest that we would be able to reasonably assume it was his DNA. But that's not the question I asked. Just any reasonable person in his circumstance would provide their DNA to prove their innocence in comparison to wasting 2 years in court, wasting millions of dollars.
Yeah, I think that also like leans the expectation that way. So I think that demonstrates its well-being of preponderance of evidence, because it is the case that we have preponderance of evidence, plus the fact that our expectation would be that if he doesn't give up his DNA, that he's guilty.
But the
right, exactly.
preponderance of
That's the
evidence,
argument I make.
The preponderance of evidence is just saying that it's more than likely, right?
More
like,
likely
so we're
than not, yes.
Okay, more likely than not, right?
Thank you. And what Dean's arguing is that not only do we have more likely than not established based on the preponderance of evidence, but we also have another argument that was not taken into account that increases the probability of the hypothesis being true even more.
Yeah, like I'd say it's actually
what was that?
Incredibly unlikely that he didn't rape her. Incredibly unlikely.
Were you there?
Bro. Have you been to Australia?
Asking. No, I have not been to Australia.
Do you believe Australia exists? Think of the money gun.
Obviously.
Okay. So you don't need to be somewhere to have like good evidence to believe that it exists or that it happened?
I think that you should have some solid evidence based. I don't think that it should be based on this is more likely than not to have happened. What if someone went up for
Okay, so
murder?
I have a question. No, I have a question.
No, well, okay, so let me finish, please. Just like be
Jesus
respectful.
Christ, dude.
I'm being respectful.
Respectfully, bro, I've waited like so long to ask you one question.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Parker. Go ahead.
So, would you accept a civil liability case of a child? Say, like, he was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a kid.
He was not.
I'm not saying he did. I'm saying if he did, would you accept that?
Dude.
But why do you use that argument if he never touched a child?
Thank you.
Oh my God. He's demonstrating conceptually. So what he's demonstrating is that you most likely would not vote for him if he was held civilly liable for the rape of a child, which shows it's not the standard of evidence that you're concerned about, or else your answer would be different there, but it's rather the case that you just don't think him raping a woman is bad enough.
So you just assumed my stance.
Dude, I'm literally trying to see what your view is, and that's why I'm asking you a hypothetical. What do you not realize? Like, I didn't assume your view. I asked you a question, genius.
And then you refuse to answer the question. Then I explained to you why he was asking the question. Then you're like, you assume my stance. So how about you just fucking tell us your stance?
Well, Dean, take a couple breaths, dude. You need to calm down a little bit. But
dude,
anyway,
instead of addressing the point, it says calm down.
Well, no, I'll address the point. What do you want me to address?
Bro, we just told you.
Go ahead.
This guy's comprehension skills are negative, dude.
It's going all over the fucking place.
Dude, it's actually unbelievable. It's not going all over the place.
Bro,
do you want to restate?
Yeah. So if Trump was held legally responsible...
I have literally heard you argue that, like, Would
Blake.
you be okay
I'm
if you
super
sexually
uninterested.
assaulted a woman? Okay, no.
Hey Blake,
Well, then
so
what
if
about
Trump
a
was
kid?
held
And
legally
then you just
responsible
always
within a criminal
reverse that
court for
on
the grape of
other
a kid,
person.
would you still vote for Trump?
What was the question?
If Trump was held legally responsible in a civil court, right, a jury concluded that he was guilty of raping a child, a little girl, right, would you still be voting for him?
Civilly liable, meaning on preponderance of evidence?
Yep.
Yes, absolutely. I would still vote.
Okay. Would you
Because
vote for
if-
someone who was held civilly liable for the rape of 100 children?
What? What?
Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for the rape of 100 children?
Parker, you said it. You said your question very clearly. It was very
I
clear
know,
what you had
I
said.
Who are you referring to?
Dude, Devin, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
What are you talking about?
If just a presidential candidate, fuck Trump. If Trump was held civilly liable for the rape, torture, and imprisonment of 1,000 little girls, would you still vote for him?
I don't see how that is a relevant point at all.
Okay, well, how about we will demonstrate the relevance after you answer the question.
I know what you're
Devin,
going to
that
say.
is crazy, honestly.
You're going to say, why is it different if it's a child versus
Blake,
if it's a
this is
woman?
not chess. This is a debate. What's your answer to the question?
I know what you're going to say.
Okay, so you don't have an answer? Like you were literally just bowing out? Is this it? Are we done, Blake?
Well, no. I'm
Okay,
not
so we're
bowing
not
out.
done. So then you do have an answer. Therefore, you're not bowing
my
out.
God,
Therefore, you will
Dean.
answer the question. So if Trump was held
Holy
legally
shit,
responsible in
buddy.
a civil court for the rape and torture and imprisonment of 1,000 little girls, would you still vote for him?
And it was proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
No,
at a
civil court.
I can't. I
Okay,
can't with
civil-
Blake. I can't.
Dude, he knows that
Civil-
we're saying that. He just doesn't care, dude.
Civil court, would I still vote for him?
Yeah.
So you're
Wow,
saying
dude, it's
more
just
likely than not.
unbelievable. It's not like it's the same question, but adding a different criteria of how many people it is.
So you're saying more likely than not, again, correct?
Yes,
That's the
dude.
same thing we've been saying the entire time. I'm screaming.
Okay. Yes, I would still vote for him.
He's so triggered, bro.
You would still vote for him. Hey, so if you went to a church and your local priest was held legally responsible in a civil court for the rape of a local boy inside of that church, would you still go to that church?
I don't go to church.
Shanique, thank you. Shanique, thank you so much. I appreciate the fireworks.
can't?
Thank you.
Like, I said I
do you
don't
have
go to
kids?
church and you
Blake,
said you
do you have
can't.
kids? Blake, do
I
you have
don't.
kids?
Said
I don't.
If you did.
I don't have kids, no.
Do you have anyone in your have you siblings who have kids?
No.
Okay. Do you have friends?
Do I have friends?
No.
No. Like, what do you want me to say? Yes,
Blake,
I have
you're
one
Blake.
Jesus
Blake,
Christ.
you're a pill. You're a pill, Blake. I'm not gonna lie to you. You
I'm a
are
pill?
You're a bit of a pill. You're a bit of
What kind of pill am I?
an annoying one.
An annoying pill?
You're just like your father, the annoying orange. Look at him, the annoying orange right there.
Oh my god, that's the first time you've been honest this whole life. Do you have friends? No. Thank you.
Dude,
Finally.
MAGA, be honest. Impossible challenge.
So, hey, Dean, so do you ever use sarcasm on your live? Because I see you moving your head a lot and using sarcasm quite a bit. If you even had like 5 brain cells, you'd know that that was clearly sarcasm.
Okay, so you just
Then do you
admitted
wanna,
to not
answer
answering
legitimately
his
yet?
question honestly, bro.
Yeah,
this
how am I
makes
supposed
you
to
look
tell?
bad.
How the hell am I supposed to tell that you're doing so like ironically? All I can hear is your voice, genius.
This actually just makes you look bad, Blake, because he was asking you an honest question so we could test your logic to see if we could find middle ground, and you just admitted to answering dishonestly. This makes
All
you
right,
look bad.
let's find some middle. Bro, I don't feel like I look bad, and quite honestly, I don't really give a fuck. But we can go on. I mean, if you want to establish middle ground, let's do it.
Jesus Christ. Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for the genocide of 6 million people? Appreciate the boxing up. Thank you so much. Would you vote for them?
Did someone do that?
Dude, I'm just asking if it's
can't.
True. Think of the Sting Bee. Thank you so much. Thank you for that mustache. I'm asking if it's true.
It's just like this whole debate's hypothetical. I don't understand.
Yeah, we are asking you hypotheticals right now. Wow, good job. You just figured it out.
Why do people stick with
no, it's like
hypotheticals?
the whole live is hypothetical, bro.
Why do you? What's
No, it's not.
what's the problem with hypotheticals?
Dude, it's
Blake?
just it's just low IQ people who just don't like hypotheticals. Appreciate that had mustache. Thank you
Yeah,
so much. I'm
yeah,
sorry
like-
to break it to you. It just is.
Like Blake, you understand the reason we use hypotheticals is to like evaluate your internal reasons insofar as why you would reject the findings of like Trump's civil court
Push
case.
confetti, thank you.
Right, and basically what Parker's doing to you is leading you down a path to see if ultimately speaking, this idea that he has in his head insofar as why you're rejecting the findings is true by asking your answers to a line of hypothetical questions. So would you please
Appreciate the
answer
box
them?
up. Thank you so much, Purdy.
So would I vote for that person? More likely than not. If there was still a doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, yes, I would still vote for that person.
Dude, Blake, you're insane. Okay.
He would vote for someone who most plausibly committed genocide of 6 million people.
You're just crazy. You're just
Jennifer, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, would you vote for someone who, in a civil court, was held liable for sexually assaulting your kid? Or how about this, your mother?
No.
No, you wouldn't. Why not?
No. Because that's my family.
Wait, but I thought that the whole conclusion of your argument was that a civil court doesn't lead you to enough reason to believe that it actually happened. So how do you know that it actually happened to your family member, but not actually happened to E. Jean Carroll?
Well, my family member wouldn't just like come up with a lie in order to get money from a billionaire.
Okay. So sorry to break it to you. I know E. Jean Carroll's niece. Right.
Congratulations.
And she would say the same thing about her family member. She'd say the same thing. So like, why do you dispute her? Tracy, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Tracy. Ebony, thank you so much for the ICU. Thank you. Thank you for the potato as well, Johnny. Thank you so much, Tracy, for the $15.
Blake. Blake.
Dean.
Blake. Why do you think Trump didn't supply his DNA to the court?
Because he was on the defense. I've said this multiple times.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay,
so
I'm
much.
asking you
Thank
for good
Vanguard.
reason that he had not supplied his DNA to the court. I mean, we
Because-
listed off plenty of good reasons for him to supply his DNA to the court if he's innocent. What's one good reason for him not to?
Because he's on the defense and he doesn't have to provide evidence being on the defense.
Not having to do something doesn't give you good reason not to do it. Like, for instance, I don't have to treat my mother with kindness, but that doesn't give me good reason to not treat my mother with kindness. So now that we got that out of the way, what was one good reason for him not to supply his DNA to the court?
I mean, I'm not Trump. I don't know. I don't know what his thought process was, but I mean,
not
he was.
not only do you have to deal with the issue that a jury determined there's a preponderance of evidence to suggest Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, but you now have to also deal with the issue that you do know a bunch of good reasons for him to supply his DNA to the court if he was innocent, and you know a bunch of good reasons for him not to supply his DNA to the court if he was guilty, but you know no good reasons for him not to supply his DNA to the court if he was innocent. So that's like a lot of different moving parts here that you have to come to terms with. And it honestly sounds like any rational person would come to the conclusion that, yeah, Trump did rape E. Jean Carroll. So it sounds like you're being irrational in this circumstance. So it's either the case that you're a totally irrational human being, or it's the case that you are actively engaging in delusion, right? Ignoring the experiences of a woman who didn't just accuse a man of raping her, but proved it in court, so you don't feel like a POS when you ultimately vote for Trump in November, in turn ignoring how this will only further perpetuate rape culture, ignore the further harm that this will cause to women, because you're telling men they could go rape a woman, be held liable in a court, and still be adopted into social circles, and ignoring the fact that this will cause victims to only report rape less, because this tells victims that even if they prove it in a court, the men around them will deny their experiences. It seems like you're ultimately just a bad person, and that's why you reject it.
You think I'm a bad person?
Catherine, thank you for the $100 for the love of the DNC drop, Blake. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Catherine.
And I actually got one too. Lily,
Yo,
thank
hey,
you for the $1.50.
I will shout out to you guys for getting your back.
Yo, Shelly, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. But Catherine, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Catherine?
Purdy, thank you so much for the $4.20. Let's get some W Purdy's in the chat for the $4 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Purdy.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Not sure yet.
Okay, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Innocent until proven guilty.
No, I'm just asking,
so
would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I think there's multiple factors that you have to look into. It wouldn't just be
Would you vote
based.
for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a family member of yours?
Would you vote for someone who likely slept their way into
the question? And you have no source to indicate that. Not only that, but Trump's cheated on every single one of his wives. Last one when she was literally pregnant.
Also, if women could sleep their way into power, wouldn't you think that there'd be more women in positions of power?
No, because there's a limited number of people who
Fucking
can be in that
shocker.
position.
Like, that's such a crazy thought, right? So doesn't that make you realize that that's just a misogynistic claim? Because if it was true that any woman could sleep their way into power, we would expect a power dynamic dominated by women because, I mean, men, they'll just fucking sleep with anyone. They have no standards or preferences. So we would be absolutely have a society dominated by women leaders. But, we don't. We have a disproportionate amount of men leaders. What does this tell us? Women can't sleep their way into power.
There's a limited number of positions. Of course, not everyone's going to be able to sweep the way into power. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're going to make claims about Trump sexually assaulting someone, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
He was held civilly liable. Would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable for sexual abuse of a child? Christian, thank you so much for the year. Amazing. Thank you so much.
Like I said, I think there's more things that you need to look at.
I'm just asking, would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable for sexual abuse of a minor?
Can we stop talking about hypotheticals and talk about actually what we know about policies?
Okay,
so I mean, we can talk about that, but I'm just asking you a hypothetical question. Would you like
Carrie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Carrie. W Carrie's in the chat.
Michael, would you like to answer? Caddy, thank you for the $10.
What was the question?
Thank you so much, Caddy. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse of a child?
Like I said, are we going to talk about something of substance or just hypothetical?
It makes you look bad, so you don't want to answer. I think this is just a coping mechanism.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. Like, you understand
I think it really is. Like, they know it's a killer. They know it's a killer.
It's
a
all
defeater.
hypothetical questions.
Yeah,
the
hypothetical
defeater.
question that is relevant to the substance of our conversation.
Okay,
like you
but
just say,
like I
one
said-
second. I'm not done. Let me finish. You just throw out the buzzword hypothetical, therefore ignore. Whenever you're presented with something that will challenge your worldview and make you look bad to me. One second, Michael. 1 second, and will make you look bad to over 8,000 people. Right? Obviously, Parker has good reason to be asking you this hypothetical question because it basically challenges your internal logic when you would reject the civil court case that held Trump liable for the rape of a woman. There is a point to the questions that Parker is asking you, but the real question is, can you engage in an honest dialogue of conversation with Parker or not?
I'm trying to engage in an honest conversation about something else regarding something of substance. Like I said,
I mean, we can. We're
there's
talking about
multiple
something of
things to talk
substance. You're just you're clearly you think that you're losing, so you're not going to address it. But things that I see, thank you so much. I'll address other things.
Okay, so how do you feel about abortion?
Michael, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I think that people should be able to get access to abortion up until sentience in terms of elective abortion, and then there should be protections throughout the context of pregnancy for the gentlest means necessary after viability. Appreciate the Leslie. Thank you so much for the hand heart. In terms of other scenarios, that would be exceptions.
And what's the law? I'm not sure the law in most states that are kind of in between of no abortion and abortion. What are the laws on that?
I don't know what you mean by that.
There's states that are kind of in between the time period of when it's okay, when it's not okay.
Are you asking when in the womb am I saying that there should be a cutoff?
Yeah.
like 18 through 26 weeks is when it's most likely to be sentient.
Okay, so anything prior
experience.
So anything prior to 18 weeks is like an abortion.
Go for it. Absolutely.
Okay, well, I can agree on that.
Okay, all right. So then why do you want to restrict women's access to abortion by voting for Donald Trump, who put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which restricted tens of millions of women's access to abortion in this country, actually 1/3 of women, right, including great victims and plenty of states.
Of reproductive ages.
What? One more time the question?
He essentially just asked you if you were pro-choice and you would respect that, or you'd recognize that this is a right that women do have and they should be able to access this health care. Well, then why would you vote for the man that specifically restricted the access of all 170 million American women and girls, but particularly the 1/3 of women of reproductive ages that no longer have access, point blank, period?
Michael, thank you for the $5.
If you recognize abortion isn't wrong and you recognize this is something that women should have access to, you should recognize that Trump reigned tyranny on women's rights.
I mean, my personal opinion is that there is a cutoff. It's not really my choice whether it's not even my choice.
It's consistent with Roe. So Roe allows for all states to legislate on access to elective abortions after the point of viability or third trimester, which perfectly aligns with their stance of about 20 through 24 weeks, which is what you agreed to. So under this view of yours, you would agree that states should be able to legislate on allowance to elective abortions during that third trimester, but why would you say they should also be able to legislate on access to abortion during the first 2 trimesters where you don't think abortion's wrong?
Tiana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 from on Venmo. Thank you so much. The DNCW. Okay. You know what, Dean? I don't think that individual is sentient enough to engage in a conversation. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Are they a 20-week-old fetus?
Probably like 13 weeks. Thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
And also, guys, if you want to support either myself or Parker, we both have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPal's in the bio. Also, everybody, all 8,000 of you guys, click on my profile picture right now and follow this brand new account of mine. This is where I'm going to be going live. Follow. Let's try to get to 3K.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right, if you want to add someone up, by the way, you can. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It's a new account. I don't have mod powers.
Oh, fuck.
Dude, it's like every time I go.
You have your other account in here? You can go on a second account? I mean, on your second device?
Oh, yeah, it's really slow, but I bet I can.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on, man? 30 years old. How's it going?
Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Honestly, man, I look at things as far as economy. I look at things, I just heard you guys talking about abortion and all that stuff. And when you look at those, when you look at that type of thing in Planned Parenthood, if you look at the presidencies over the years, has anything changed in Planned Parenthood?
Rachel, $5. Thank you so much. Has anything changed in terms of Planned Parenthood?
Yeah, where they're able to open locations.
Like what states?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I can name them all off the top of my head, but there is 23 states in America where there's restricted or no access to abortion.
So what I'm getting at is when we look at the economy, when we look at other aspects to there, again, there's more than one aspect to voting for a president, right? And in my opinion, when it comes to Planned Parenthood and or abortion, I think that I think everybody should be given a right to do whatever they want to do. However, Planned Parenthood has not been touched as far as giving birth control, as far as Plan B. And when it comes to that, I don't think this is even on the top 100 or 200 list of things for them to do, in my opinion.
What are you saying? I'm so confused. You're just naming the things that Planned Parenthood could still do. You're confusing shit for chocolate. You're like, oh, well, look at all these good things that they still do, even though this one great thing that they did got taken away. I don't know, man.
I don't know what got taken away.
The ability to allow women to access health care?
the ability for women to access health care.
All right, reproductive freedom, abortion. Hello, ring ring. Pick up the phone. Who's there?
Again,
Nobody apparently.
Again, Planned Parenthood has not changed over the course of any presidency ever. And Donald Trump and or Kamala Harris does not speak on either of these things as the top 100 things that they're planning on incorporating into their presidency.
That's also just a lie. That's also just a blatant fucking lie. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. Yes, Kamala Harris is absolutely advocating on the reinstitution of federal protections for access to abortion.
They've
Sharon,
made
thank
it
you for the
one of
$10
the
on Venmo.
centerpieces of their campaign.
Pardon?
They've made it one of the centerpieces of their campaign.
I mean, I guess it depends on what campaign you guys are looking after, but I've not heard one thing that Kamala
she said it
Harris
multiple
has
times.
said that she's doing.
She said that she wants to codify Roe versus Wade multiple times.
Okay. And what else is she going to be doing for healthcare as far as women not being able to
Extending access to the ACA, whereas Trump wants to replace it, right? But he's given no plan to replace it
Do you
with,
guys
so
understand
he's just repealing
if-
essentially.
And the child tax credit, huge.
Yes.
United Healthcare, do you understand what happens to the economy as far as inflation goes?
Yeah. So, how do you think the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation?
Caused inflation?
Where did think of the $2? Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I saw that.
As far as causing inflation, I would say that have you paid more for grocery taxes? Have you paid more in gasoline?
Yes, I do pay more in those things, but what you're not understanding is that doesn't mean it's caused by the presidents.
Okay, so in your opinion, what
that's
caused
supply demand.
inflation? What caused
Christian
inflation?
Superpower, thank you so much. There was inflation
Supply and
globally.
demand. We have
There
all
was
of the,
there was
we have
inflation.
enough oil
Listen,
to go into third.
Listen,
we have enough oil to go
there
into
was
third.
inflation. There was inflation globally, right? In Asia, in Africa, in Europe, in Indonesia, everywhere around the world, right? So to specifically say that it's just a United States issue, that it's specifically done by the Biden-Harris administration, is ridiculous.
Also,
yes,
do you
thank you for the $3. Thank you, Dan.
Also, Dan, do you just blame anything that happens in our country on the president?
Dude, I feel like this is just a minute. Nothing
Do you
has.
blame everything that happens in our country on the president?
Have I said Joe Biden's name once?
Dan, do you blame everything that happens in the country on the president? Yes or no?
Well, seeing as the president isn't the president anymore, no, because he
Okay,
clearly
so you don't blame. 1 second. So you don't blame everything that happens in the country on the president. So why would you blame inflation on the president?
Did I ever say it was Joe Biden's fault?
Well, if it wasn't Biden and Harris's fault, why would this give you reason not to vote for them?
Because inflation was significantly lower, especially when we have the resources in the United States.
Yeah, but remember, it's not their fault.
No, that's what I'm saying, is we have the resources here, and this administration decided to not utilize them, even though there's 30, I mean, they said year 3030.
$5 on PayPal.
Year 3030 would be the hypothetical year that we ran out of oil.
We're
If we
producing
tap
more
into
oil
our own
right now
resources.
more than we ever have before.
Say that again?
The U.S. is producing more oil than any other country that has ever existed in the history of the earth.
That is not a fact.
That is a
No,
fact.
it is a
Yeah,
fact.
yeah.
Energy Information Administration, look up U.S. oil production.
I mean, is where? Alaska?
Energy Information Administration in the United States, we're producing the most oil than any country ever.
More oil than any. Then why are gas prices so high?
Because we're getting less from other countries around the world. So the increase in how much we're producing does not make up for how much we've lost from getting from other countries, right? Like like specifically from OPEC and from Russia. But we're more energy independent now than we were under Trump's administration.
Right, and so part of that reasoning is because of the battery-powered vehicles, which in turn is also a very inefficient way.
Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Do you guys know what happens to a battery, for example, when you're done? When a battery's gone, what
What the
happens
hell
to a
does this
battery?
have to do with what the hell does this
Energy.
have to do with our conversation
Energy.
about the
Energy
production of oil
efficiency.
and the price of gas?
Energy efficiency.
This has nothing to do with the production of oil and the price of gas, sir.
Yes, it does. Price of gas and energy, battery-powered vehicles. That has 150% to do with it.
I don't. Maybe you could inform us. How do EVs have anything to do?
Can you throw away a AAA battery just into your trash?
I don't think you're supposed to. I don't know.
Exactly. So what do you think happens to a Tesla's battery when it goes bad?
I'd be curious about what Musk.
So you can recycle and refurbish parts of it, right? Like almost anything
all
else.
Of the acidic
I like how
parts,
you don't ask this about like gas motors. You don't ask this about like, oh, what's the environmental effect of like gasoline?
We already know what the gas
and carbon dioxide.
Effects are.
No, yeah, and they're not good, right? That's
but
what's
batteries
clear.
aren't any better.
No, actually, long term, they definitely are.
Efficiency is battery vehicles over the last 6 years.
Can you explain to us what this has to do with our conversation?
Can you give me
about
any source that
inflation?
indicates it's overall worse to the environment?
Engineering degrees.
What?
I have a
That's not a
mechanical
source.
engineering degree.
That's
that
not a source.
It literally knows. Okay. I mean, what's your sourcing to say that it's not?
To say that it's not, I think that's quite literally not how it works. When you make a claim, you have to justify the claim.
Yeah.
I actually have a source.
You can't go into a trash at AAA.
I actually have a source.
Dude, what are we going to do with a 150-pound battery from a Tesla?
Yeah. So, fun fact: an average EV produced in the U.S. in 2023 will close the gap on like environmental outcomes and emissions in 25,000 miles. So, about 2 years on average, according to an analysis by Bloomberg. And
Okay, so
called
can
the
you
life
give
cycle
us a-
emissions of the electric vehicles.
Okay, and so what happens to those electric vehicles? What happens to those batteries when they need to be replaced?
They're recycled.
Recycled how? Because you can't put a battery.
I don't listen. I don't know.
Wait. I don't think we need to know the recycling process in order to understand that it is recycled, right? Like,
Well,
obviously, I'm not going to be able to describe to you like the process in which it's recycled.
Yeah, like I don't know like the
But
fucking
we just
process.
need to know
of
that it is possible to recycle it,
Yeah, I don't know the process of how they create or
like cars. But
like
what I'm
recycle.
getting at as far
But
as
the point
energy
is,
efficiency.
but the
That's
point
the
is
energy
that the
efficiency that I'm
study called the life cycle emissions of electric vehicles. It's literally called the life cycle of an electric vehicle, as in from the mining of the resources to its inevitable destruction and everything in between, right? Its emissions, its total emissions, equate to that of about 25,000 miles driven by a gas-powered vehicle. That is what the study aims to prove. When you ask questions like
Which
what the
that-
particular life cycle of
back
the
to
EV is,
back
one
to
second,
the
Dan, I hate it when people interrupt me. Can you tell? Like, so just like, I think that you can let me finish speaking and explain this concept to you and answer your question without butting in every 15 seconds. Okay? Listen, I've been patient with you.
Thank you so much, Eli.
Calm down while I explain this to you. Or is that fair, Dan?
Dude, go ahead.
Thanks, Dan. Anyways, so back to what I was saying. So this study called the Life Cycle Emissions of Electric Vehicles by Bloomberg NEF accounts for the life cycle of an EV from its production to its destruction. That rhyme, that was awesome. And essentially what it states is that the same emissions provided via that life cycle are equivalent to that would be emitted from a gas-powered vehicle over the course of 25,000 miles. So meaning that EVs are much better for
environment.
global emissions and the environment as a whole.
Thank you for the cap. Thank you for the roses. Thank you so much. I appreciate Amy. Thank you for the cap, Kara. Wow, I'm hearing silence.
Oh, no, I just didn't know if I was up yet. But no, I get that completely. And again, from the beginning, that does sound like I agree with you on that portion of it. But the aftermath of what batteries and the global energy grid, what happens there is something that you are not taking into equate.
It does. It particularly takes that into equation, yes.
It doesn't because
yes, it does. I'm telling you that it does. I'm telling you that it does.
How are you recycling a battery more than you're not even able to recycle the batteries that are in vehicles now? let alone a battery that's 10 times the size of it.
Well, it's called a particular like green cycle. So what they will do is they'll use retired EV batteries to provide backup power to like other means. So for instance, like all the EV batteries from Nissan's electric vehicles are used to provide like backup power to like the Amsterdam Arena and other like entertainment centers across the globe. And those from Toyota,
Why are they taking those
going to be
alive
installed in
batteries
like
out?
outside convenience stores in like Japan. And then also, like, there's been announcements about like EV batteries from like Teslas being repurposed to generate power to PowerVault, which is like a home energy battery storage system. So it's all about repurposement with the ultimate destruction, right? And basically, what happens is when we use these batteries, they last about 7 years in the cars, repurpose them for other means, maybe get another 5-10 years out of them, and then ultimately do destroy them. It does have an impact on the environment for sure, but that impact is much less than the comparable impact of a combustion engine vehicle.
And again, we don't know what the energy grid is going to look like.
We literally do. We literally do know that it has a lower amount of impact. I gave you a study. I gave you a study to prove that it has a
He's like,
lower
I
impact.
don't accept facts, only my feelings.
What I'm getting at. No, what if the entire world went to battery-powered vehicles? What would happen to the energy grid?
Obviously, we need to build up the energy grid to be able to do that. That's why we wouldn't advocate that right now. The energy grid could handle that.
But that's all I'm getting at, is that is the reasoning.
It takes time to build these things up. We're talking about a transition. We're not saying we have everything already built.
No, I never said we did. And again, I'm saying that's why we are more energy efficient. That's all I'm getting at.
What? I don't
But
see
we
what
had more electric vehicles on the road than we did 6 years ago. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. That would, in theory, make us a lot more energy efficient when it comes to fossil fuels.
What? How? Wait. What are you saying? What do you mean? That makes
Because
it
we're
more
not
efficient from the fossil
utilizing.
fuels? Are you saying
Because
the price
we
would
are.
go down because it's a substitute?
Can you give us a study to show that EVs are actually
Yeah,
a
that's
detriment
what
to the environment?
there's
over the
deflationary
lifespan?
pressure because of renewable energies, right? That doesn't mean that it would make it all go completely down. That just means it has some deflationary pressure.
That's
due to
what
it
I'm
being a
saying.
substitute. Okay,
Which
so
is
then I
good.
don't know your point.
Which is a good thing. It
Yeah.
decreases.
Good. Not
Right,
what
the
Trump's doing,
prices
but
are
it's
higher
good.
than they've ever
It's
been.
good, and Trump isn't doing it.
They're higher than they've ever been, the prices.
All right. Yeah. So Trump wants to
I'm
institute
going
tariffs,
crazy.
which will increase prices.
I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy, Parker. I'm going mute.
Okay. Oh, he left anyway. So
great.
Thank the Lord. Actually, I was kind of bored of him.
I was just going crazy. I don't know, man.
All right, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to
Going
2
crazy.
million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It should up, send it out to more people. You already know the deal. How's everyone doing that today? What tariffs hold nations accountable? I know.
Hi.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, and I just wanted
Why
to
so?
join because I just have I feel like a different opinion.
So why are you
I've seen your
voting
lives
for
before. I like your your talks. In 2020, I did vote Biden.
Great.
And I just watched since 2021 when we drafted the first big war bill for Ukraine. This was before Israel. I noticed I've been studying business economics for the past I'm going for my 4th year. Sorry, I'm just anxious talking out loud in front of people. I've just noticed the trend of spending under this current administration has been worse than the last one in my personal view, and that's why I'm voting for Trump.
So there's actually been a greater amount of debt-related spending under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden administration.
So I agree with your words on and overall stance on yes, the debt was higher, but it's how we used our money during his administration's power, however they allocated the budget. didn't waste our dollars purchasing power in terms of like deflating it to the point where like it sucks to live in America.
Okay, so what deflates currency?
Like overly printing it and not having anything backing it properly.
So that's not done by the president, one. Two, there was a greater increase in
It's
M2.
done by the budget, yeah.
There was a greater increase
He
in
just
M2.
signs off on it, obviously.
There was a greater increase in M2 under Trump's administration.
I agree, but
Look
the
up Fred
spending
St. Louis
was
Federal Reserve
internal and
News.
not external.
What?
The spending was internal and not external.
What you didn't understand is that the increase in money supply happened to a greater extent under Trump's administration. So if you're blaming someone, it seems like you would blame
but the
Trump.
debt, the quote unquote,
Natalia, thank you for the
investment
$15 on
towards
Venmo. Thank you so much
America.
for the love, Natalia. Sorry, man.
And it wasn't towards like foreign countries that we didn't get money back, basically towards our own citizens. It was only towards our politicians who invested in the military stocks, you know? Like the citizens, and we aren't invested in military stocks, so only the politicians are. They get the insider trading, not us.
Okay, so I'm not advocating for insider trading. Actually, Walls, the
No,
vice
I know.
president, has
It's
been
illegal,
advocating
and, like,
against
everyone
insider
is
trading
doing it.
since.
Yeah.
Walls, the vice president, has been advocating against insider trading.
He's not the vice president. He's the vice presidential candidate.
No fucking shit, Dylan. Now be quiet
Yes, yes.
before I mute you. No fucking shit. Obviously, I wasn't saying he's the current vice president.
Okay,
I
but
was saying for the ticket.
Okay.
Bro, get a grip, bro. Please. So
You're just
the
speaking in like in terms of like it's happening.
Can I please?
When,
can I
like-
please like address it or like?
Yes, but you can, but you can look into all of our politicians and who they are bought by, and then you can look at.
So Walls specifically has been advocating against insider trading since the beginning of him being in Congress. He's been doing so since the very beginning. He's divested completely. So I don't see any reason as to why you would say that it's better for Donald Trump, who isn't, or like, you know, J.D. Vance, who haven't met the same sort of criteria.
When I looked into just like, and I'm not, you know, I'm registered independent. I did vote blue in 2020, and now I'm voting for Trump. That's just my stance. I'm just explaining to you. So I look at every person, and you can go on. There's a website. I
Mary,
forgot what
thank you
it's
for the
called.
$10. Thank you so much, and Monica, thank you for the $10 as well. What's the website?
I gotta find it, but someone must know. It's the one where you could look up literally who supports like the PACs of every politician, so that way, in turn, you know what they're going to be voting in support of, which most of them is war. It's all of them is war. We know that. Right? You know, that's just common knowledge. So like, even if it's Kamala, even if it's, like you said, Trump, even if it's anybody, yeah, we're all bought out. It's just who bought them out, what degree were they bought out to, like how much money, and how much money in turn do you.
So you don't have any
see
evidence that
them?
it's specifically Kamala Harris and or Tim Walz, right? So like I don't see what you're
No,
making.
no.
a
You can
point
see
here.
like the Israeli
Thank you
lobbyists
for the handout.
have
Thank you so
invested in
much.
every single politician in our Congress, even Trump.
Okay, I don't see how
I'm
this is
aware of that
relevant
either.
to whether or not you're voting for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump.
Because I'm anti-war.
I get it. I'm anti-war too, right? But like,
So that's
neither
why I'm voting for
candidate-
Trump too.
Trump isn't a more anti-war candidate.
In my opinion, he is. I mean, I could try to like give you my
What,
opinion on
what
like why.
limitation has he put on Israel?
So I'm not
Maybe
about
one time he's
looking
advocated
at
that they've done something
what
wrong,
limitation
or that
he
they
put on
should
Israel.
be limiting something.
Can I just like I want to try to like explain how I got to where I am, right? Like in like today's world, and like how my view changed is like, I don't know, it's kind of weird to explain it, but I have just watched this current administration vocalize that they're against this war while investing in it more than the past one has, and then saying that this past administration is going to amplify and cause this war to go crazy, but they're the ones that have been mass investing in it and supporting it and getting bought out by the APICA or something.
You're
You know, the
really-
lobbyist group
I don't
I'm
see
talking
what
about.
you're telling me. Yes, you're talking about APAC. I don't know how you're responding to me.
Well, I'm just saying that, like, compared to every president in history, Trump has taken the least money from them. Biden has actually taken the most money in history from them, and I'm sure someone can look up
what
on
have
the
they done
website.
specifically? I asked you for a specific thing that Trump has done in restriction to Israel because he's been in total support of it.
So
and you haven't given
under
me
his
anything.
budget, the military spending was a lot less, and the internal American spending was a lot more. Under
Wait,
simple,
he advocated for increases to the military, like Space Force.
yeah, increases to our
Like
internal
$70 billion.
military. Like, the thing that really caught me and switched me is, like, he will invest in our internal defenses, and he does not see
He
why.
said he wants to increase military. He wants to.
Yes,
He says
increase
our
our
military is
defense.
underfunded, has nothing. It's
Our
totally
defense.
depleted. So he
Because
thinks that we need to
other
fund it even
people's
more.
militaries, and we're
So he thinks that we
defenseless.
need to fund it even more. So then when you
Because
say
we
he's
are
going to cut this,
personally-
he's not actually cutting it.
But Parker, like, do you have like you have a mom and like dad and like family, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a recent father. I'm just speaking in terms of who I think will keep you and me safe, and I do, Parker, I do care about you. Even though our opinions differ, I want you to know that.
And real quick, so I just want to put it out
Yeah,
there.
I think that feeling is mutual for everyone. We all care about each other as human beings.
No, I
and
know,
think
but
that's
I feel
good
like a
thing.
lot of people think Trump supporters are like, oh, I
Hey,
hate you.
can I
because you're
put
doing
something
this
out there
or
real
something
quick,
like that,
guys?
you know?
Kyle,
So
you
I
don't
just-
care about other human beings?
I do. I don't think there's too many other people that do. Your Palestinian supporters. I don't know if they're out there showing love for everybody.
What?
What?
Dude,
Okay, so more like
they're advocating
dehumanization of Palestinian
against,
individuals.
like, people
yeah, they're
being
already getting
slaughtered.
fucking slaughtered.
Yeah, that's the thing,
Men,
too. I'm
women, and children
pro-Palestine,
dead.
and
They're
I'm
stopping
voting
here
Trump.
saying that they don't
Yeah.
care about others.
You
Yeah, I
ever-
just wanted to add on here
That
real quick
makes
about this
no
conversation.
sense.
So Dylan,
Pro-Palestine
you're
and voting Trump is crazy.
Yeah, I can try to
Dylan,
explain why I
Dylan,
am
are you
those views.
advocating? Are you advocating? Sorry, not advocating. Are you stating that Biden has like opted to grant more funding towards external uses of like military aid, such as the shipment of bombs we've been sending to Israel in comparison?
Yeah,
to
it was
Trump?
like his sole, even like his personal executive orders. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though. So Biden's
Okay.
administration actually paused one shipment of 3,500 bombs to Israel, hoping to prevent a full-scale attack on Gaza. Then Trump came out and said that Biden has abandoned them, and if he was in office,
That's right,
he
I'm pretty sure.
absolutely would have sent more money to them. And it is the case that Trump has said that Biden hasn't done enough to combat, that. So.
Where I would like these sources.
Yeah, so this is coming from WRAL.com. Fact checked. Trump says Biden wants to stop all aid to Israel after, he stopped the shipment of 3,500 bombs. There you go.
There's so many people that think I'm DNC paid now. It's so fun. So fun.
Dean and C.
Dean and
What
C paid.
was it? What was the name
Yo,
again? I'm
exclamation
sorry.
point. Do you think I'm DNC paid?
Hi.
Exclamation point.
Gonna be honest, I was kind of trolling just because I wanted to get up here, but I do have a couple things that I want to say, but I'll wait until after you're done talking to him.
Okay. All right. Well, don't worry. I'm sorry. I just wanted
Yeah, I didn't come up here to troll. I just thought I had like I don't know, a different opinion.
Kyle, did
just
you
trying
think
to,
I
like,
was paid by
share.
the DNC? Because I
Okay.
think that's why I added you.
I didn't,
Yeah,
and I
it's
know
kinda
like you just have to
Well,
read
but
through.
I watch
You were
your
trolling
lives
too,
a lot.
Kyle?
I just think you're a little bit young and don't really know what's going on out there.
You've
What
lost the
do I
plot,
not know
Kyle.
about?
You've lost the plot. He's too young, so much smarter than you, buddy.
Okay, it's your first election to vote in. Good job.
How old are you? You sound young, too.
34.
Yeah, quit your yapping. You don't get the card to pull. You're too young until you're like at least 60. What
You
are
gotta
we
wait
doing?
30 more years, brother. You're too
'cause
young.
You liked a senile president, so that makes sense.
Wait, but you just
says
said
the one
because
voting
we're-
for the guy that's literally older than Bill Clinton, who was president 30 years ago. Joyce, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Who mistook E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife, who literally
light
mistook
years ahead
Nikki
of
Haley for
Biden
Nancy
and
Pelosi and
Kamala.
Nikki Haley and Kamala Harris.
I just
and also,
wanna be
isn't this antithetical to your
unburdened
logic
by
because you
what
just said,
has been.
hey Kyle,
That's
isn't
all I
Kyle,
want in my future is to be unburdened by what has
you
been.
just talked about Biden's age as if it was a negative. Well, isn't it the case?
No,
that
no,
you just
no,
came
no,
up-
no, no, no,
Hey Kyle,
no.
hey Kyle,
I didn't say
one
the
second. Let me
word
finish.
age.
Let me finish.
But you're putting words
Hey,
in my
hey man,
mouth.
isn't it the case, right, that you came
Words
up in
into
hey
my
Kyle,
mouth.
isn't it the case that you came up into this live saying that me and Parker are too young to have like a full view of like what we're speaking about, and so obviously we're going to be less intelligent than those that are older. But then you turn around and you say that Biden's too senile. I thought that being older made you more wise and more intelligent. Wouldn't this mean that you'd actually support the older candidate?
I never said you weren't intelligent. Did I say the word? Did I say the word too old ever? For
Being
president?
senile is related to old age.
You can be senile at 45. There's people with schizophrenia out there. Like, there's people that are crazy.
There's just early onset nowadays.
But
with, like,
I just want you to submit that I did
Parker,
not say
whenever you
age.
allow me to talk
and I
again,
said
I'm all
senile.
game.
Like being senile literally is like having or
No,
showing
you're going away from it.
the weaknesses of
Did
old
I
age.
say age?
Senile, like literally, it's implied in the definition
No,
of senile
no,
that
but
it
you
relates.
no, it's
How do-
not.
how
You
do you
think
define
every
senile?
80-year-old senile
How do you define senile?
losing their wits end? Like they're
So
gone.
Oxford language defines
dude
senile.
looks
Oh
like
yeah,
Dr.
so
Showing
Trump is
weaknesses of
senile.
diseases of
Why do you
old
want to vote for a senile candidate?
How is he
Think of the
senile?
relax. Thank you.
What is
well,
he
based
doing
upon your
that's senile?
definition, he definitely meets that criteria.
I haven't seen too many senile people that are throwing first pitches, playing golf, out there dancing
Playing
around.
golf. There.
He had one of the
So wait,
best
so
live
Joe Biden's
streams
played
the other
golf.
day. You guys see
How
that?
long ago?
The Aiden Ross one.
What'd you say?
That
His
Aiden Ross live stream
vacations
with
were
him.
on the beach.
Did I see him talk to Aiden Ross? I saw like a few clips.
Oh, okay.
Aiden Ross is like actually like brainless.
No,
Like,
he's
it's
stupid.
so bad. Have
just
you ever
watch,
seen him
like,
reading
the
off the
interview,
definition
like,
of what a fascist is?
Handsome.
He's like a
Yeah,
fascist. A fascist is. Dude, it's so bad. It's so bad.
Parker, the other day, he said that he's voting for Trump because he's pro-choice and he wants women to have access to health care, and abortion was banned because of Biden.
It was under the administration.
Oh my God! Wow, Dylan, please. Really?
Dude, that is
Abortion
so
was never
next level dumb, dude.
It's a currently blue-controlled Congress that had the power
Dude,
to overturn
Congress
the
isn't what
Supreme
dealt with
Court.
it. It was no. The Supreme Court was specifically determined by the federal judges in the Supreme Court, and those
Congress has the
that
power
was
to
completely
overturn
changed.
the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
They're
but
back
Congress has to get past the filibuster.
So, they're
So
gonna-
it was
okay, so you're-
specifically determined by like it was specifically determined.
Administration.
It was specifically determined by the Supreme Court and the judges, the multiple judges that were put on. So that's who it was determined by. There was 3 appointed judges specifically by Trump and under his administration. He even takes credit for this.
Also, I wanted to clarify. So what you said about the Congress having the power to overturn the ruling, that's a lie. The only way that Congress...
They codify Roe into law.
Yeah,
that's
the
only way they can overturn the ruling in a certain sense.
But when was
is
it
by codifying
banned?
it into law or like adding a constitutional amendment.
Yeah, which would take a lot of support.
When was abortion banned?
2021.
It was
For-
left up to the states and then it was banned.
They do.
It was 2022 actually, I think.
But you can't have an abortion anywhere at any time.
No, you can get abortions in the United States, just in states in which allow it.
No shit. That's how it's not fucking banned, dog.
Trump had no personal hand in doing it.
He did.
actually
He
did. He
put
posted
multiple
about it.
Supreme Court justices in office with that explicit reason. He said it himself.
Any president has that ability.
Banned.
That's just part of the
Stop
job, dude.
saying it. Use your words wisely.
I did, and
What's going on?
I made you look dumb.
Yeah. Hey, Dylan.
How
you're saying
so?
Trump didn't have a
Because
just
president.
did.
You're saying it,
But like
you're
we have the
saying
power
it's
to
banned.
change that.
Nah.
Under the Congress, they could change the Supreme Court and how it works, but they chose not to also do that.
So 2 points here. So first of all, first point. So Trump did point through those 3 judges for that reason, and we're not speculating this. He likes to boast about it. He takes credit for it. He thinks it gives him a bump in the polls, but it's actually atrocious.
Yeah, it really cooks him in the polls. It's really fun. Keep talking about abortion, right? You guys lose on it. You guys get fucking cooked. Please keep talking about abortion.
And then point number 2, when you're referencing how Congress has the power to codify Roe v. Wade, that's true. However, they do need. Hey, Kyle, 1 second. Kyle, buddy, calm down. However, it is the case that to get past a congressional filibuster in the Senate, that they'll need at least 60 votes, and that is incredibly hard to do. All right, so it essentially takes years of campaigning, which is something the Biden-Harris administration has done since it occurred, and it's something that Kamala Harris has made one of her main campaigning points. So when we're facing the elections in November, not only for federal level elections but also for congressional seats, it is very important to consider that fact insofar as why they need the extra time, a couple of years, to kind of get Congress primed for the codification of Roe v. Wade.
So what's your quarrel with it being at the state level?
Yeah, because what is that quarrel? Most things are marijuana, yada yada, everything.
Hey, Parker, I don't have brims. You got to kick Dylan. There you go.
So what's your quarrel with it?
Yeah, so I think that putting human rights to be legislated on at the state level instead of being federally protected is logically synonymous with the reason that the Civil War had occurred. I think that
Aaron, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Aaron.
Women in California or Colorado should not have different access to health care than women in Louisiana or Kentucky. No, pro-life legislation is not beneficial to anyone. It only destroys families and raises rates of poverty and decreases those levels of income and employment. No, women absolutely should have the right to access said forms of health care regardless of their geographical location. And yes, this is something that should be in the hands of women and doctors, not in the hands of the white men in Congress and D.C., right? And transcending it back to the state level takes it out of the women's hands because they're no longer able to make that decision for themselves, and it places it within the hands of their state level legislators.
So
Really
should
nice.
we get rid of governors, senators, everybody at the city, state, local level?
No, I think that they serve a great purpose. However, it is the case that they should not be able to
whenever-
legislate on human rights.
Something doesn't.
Yo, Michael, how old are you?
You.
Michael, how old are you? Go for it, Kyle.
Y'all are fine with everything done at the state, city level.
Well,
until
I'm not
it
fine with him
doesn't fall in line.
legislating on access to slavery. I'm not fine with him legislating on access for women's ability to vote. I'm not fine with him legislating on these fundamental moral truths that ought to be protected for every single person on the globe. But unfortunately, we can only speak in the context of U.S. citizens. And absolutely, access to healthcare is going to be one of those
Diane,
things.
how old are you?
I'm 38.
Are you voting Trump?
No, I just wanted to say something about
Hey.
why it's.
W.
But who are you to define what's moral and not?
Kyle, best thing you've said all night. Great question. Who am I to say what a woman should or shouldn't do with her body? Who are you? Who is Parker? But more importantly, who is the white man legislating in Washington, D.C.? Being pro-choice isn't saying that a woman should do this or should do that. Being pro-choice is rather allowing the woman to make that decision for herself. Being pro-life is exactly doing what you just said. I'd turn that question around on you. Who are you and the other white men in Washington, D.C. to make that moral decision?
Dude, no one's adding up. I'm so annoyed. Oh, look, someone's name is Harry's GNC Paycheck. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Legacy, how old are you? Harry's DNC Paycheck. How
Shut
old
the
are you?
fuck up, nigga.
Okay, what the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, they're both gone now. They just randomly left. All right, let's get the next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up, y'all.
I'm
Why is
having
this person
fun.
spamming Parker with Trump?
Yo,
Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay.
Is it a fetus?
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
33.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I mean, there's a lot of positions I hold. You guys are really well rounded on most of them, and I know you guys have the places that you could go reference it. But a big part of it is just the change in how things are going. I mean, I make more money now than I ever did, and it just doesn't seem like it goes as far. The economy is the main point. I don't personally like Trump. I get why a lot of people don't, but
Yeah, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
By their spending habits. The last kid that you had on, I think he laid it down pretty good, probably a lot more eloquent than I could. But I just think they have poor spending habits. I think Democrats in general typically have poor spending habits.
Yeah, so did you know that actually Trump added more to the debt than under the Biden-Harris administration? Like significantly more? It was 8.4 trillion under Trump, 4.3 trillion under the Biden-Harris administration. If you take out COVID, 4.8 trillion for Trump, 2.2 trillion for Biden-Harris. Purdy, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. And Vanessa, thank you for the dollar. Purdy, thank you for the galaxy as well.
Though, is that it doesn't look into how the spending was. It's hard for me to think that with
I can
the
give you a
way
source that shows you how it's set up and where all the spending comes from.
Yeah,
I would
like the
definitely
TCGA under Trump spending $2 trillion in debt-related spending for these tax cuts, with 83% of them going to the top 1%, only yielding an average rate of return on our GDP of 0.02%. Johnny is spending $1 trillion for a 0.01% increase in our GDP, a good investment.
That's a tough one. Like I said, you guys nailed down the facts a lot of times, but I don't think the statistics and the people that write those are always thinking of the average American. I feel like a lot of times, I see CNN does it all the time. They'll spend a statistic where, like, even with inflation, it's at 3%, but when you go to buy and your purchasing power is significantly less in everything you buy.
Yeah, because inflation means the rate of increase in pricing. It's what people don't understand what people are talking about, and we have a miscommunication between the public and between the experts.
Exactly. So there's another thing: the transparency with the campaign and with Biden in general. I mean, his health is a big one. There's just a lot of strong points that I feel in that are hard for me to look past. The transparency with this administration is terrible. I think they do a great job at making people feel good, but outside of that, I don't really see the benefit. If people don't understand the way
Where's
their
the
money,
transparency in Donald Trump trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results?
I think Donald Trump.
Where's the transparency?
I think his major problem is he's overly transparent. I think he overshares. I think he's too transparent. I think he says everything that he's thinking, and
No, he
that's
doesn't.
what a lot
Leave
of
the
people like
Thank you
about
so
him.
much.
He's not
That's
as political.
fucking crazy, dude. He lies literally all the time.
In what
You know that,
capacity?
right?
I
Yeah,
think
I'll
Trump
give
and
you an
Biden.
example. So he
Mhm.
lies about the election, saying that it was stolen from him when there's no sufficient evidence indicating that. There's been 60 plus court cases that indicate no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 17 which had appointed judges specifically by Trump. So either he appointed corrupt judges, right, or he stole the election, or he lost the election. Sorry, my bad.
30.
I don't think you discredit that. I'm not one of those people that support Trump blindly, and I don't think that. I think there's a lot of stuff that he has done in the past that probably would be frowned upon in most Americans. But I mean, if you put a shining light on most of our politicians, I think you could say the same about, like, I don't know if you guys are familiar, but there's a guy, it opened my eyes, and he follows a lot of the politicians' stock trades. And when you look at that, it's really hard.
Tim Walz has been the vice president.
You feel gross about it.
Yeah, so the VP on the ticket of Kamala Harris is super against insider trading. Like, proposed a bill in 2011, has been trying to do this for a very long time, been very against it. He doesn't invest in stocks himself, right? So we're moving towards that within the Democratic Party. What is the Republican Party advocating for? I've never heard one of them against this. Literally, JD Vance is a venture capitalist.
I think they have a very small platform, but I from what Trump's first term in office was like, I think he stood on the things that he ran on. So he wanted to do the border. He started to build a wall. He didn't
Built
get
less than 50 miles. He also
Yeah.
said that he was going to foot the bill. to
They
Mexico, then
refurbished,
footed
like-
it to the American taxpayer.
And I respect that, but what was his intention? I think a lot of it was the static that he was getting because people just didn't like him. He couldn't.
Like he also the
rally
infrastructure
support.
bill, he campaigned on passing the infrastructure bill, couldn't get it done in 4 years with a better split in Congress than Biden. Then Biden got it done in his first term, right? He also campaigned on there's like
the infrastructure bill, repealing and replacing the ACA, right? He said getting Mexico to pay for the wall and building it, right? All of these things he didn't uphold, draining the swamp.
Absolutely. So even that, I've heard Dean say this a lot. The infrastructure bill. So Biden got that passed.
He wasn't going to play golf.
So getting it passed is a lot different than the application of it. I mean, I for work, I travel pretty consistently, and this is like one of those things. It's not fact based. It's just based off of my experience. I don't see them fixing roads anywhere. I live in Northeast Pennsylvania. I haven't seen them.
Wait,
touch a road.
I hear something
getting it
completely
passed-
different from most Pennsylvanians.
I would
Thank
love.
you
I would
so much.
love to get because I would love to hear the other side of it. I really would. I just don't see it.
Like
in
almost
application.
every Pennsylvanian I've talked to has said that they've seen things directly from the infrastructure bill.
Loki, I'm going to go ahead and take this bet, Johnny. I want you to look up your county online and then throw federal infrastructure investment after it, and you'll more likely than not be presented with some type of project within your county or state that's being funded by the infrastructure bill.
Say it again. I'm going to write that down because I would love to check it out. I'm looking to be inspired. Like I want to know. I just feel like politics has failed us the last couple of years, and I think a lot of it is this.
I don't dispute you. I don't like this two-party system.
Mentality. It's like it's making me grossed out. Like this election is grossing me out. It's like this team versus that team, and I mean,
That's how
as
it's
you
every election. To start,
I know, but I don't think I don't remember.
This race is probably like Kamala
growth
Harris is not that bad of a candidate, right?
I don't think she is. I don't think she is.
You know what I mean? Like you actually have like a decent option out of a presidential candidate, which is almost like never happened. You know what I mean? Like the options of presidential candidates throughout history have not been very great. Okay,
I agree with you. In my
Kamala
lifetime,
Harris
they
is probably better than most of them. Thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like she would be one of the best presidents.
I'll tell you this. I think a big part of it. So I voted for. This is what my third election. I was eligible to vote him for. I didn't vote the first time. I voted for Obama's second term. I was happy with that. I voted for Hillary in 2016. That didn't work out. I'm glad it didn't. But then I voted for Biden, and I've been very disappointed with the last 4 years, truly. And like another thing is like
Wait. So what did they do? Name one policy that you dislike that they influenced to get passed.
It's not about what they did pass. It's about the trickle down effect. I personally think from what they say, and like some of this is internet, so you shouldn't absorb all of it. But they just have this. I'm like middle class. I do pretty decent for myself, but I feel like their policies are strictly for the top and the bottom.
What?
Like I have a lot. Like I work at a bank, so I get.
Johnny, I gotta cut in here real quick.
I just
man.
personally
I'm gonna
feel
go
that way.
ahead and
I
go
don't-
through
I
5
don't
of their
see any-
policies, and we're gonna evaluate who they impacted.
I just want to see their
invested
Yeah,
$800
please.
million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits. This predominantly impacted the low and the middle class. Infrastructure bill, $1 trillion into local infrastructure.
Wait,
all
slow
around the
slow down. I want to write some of these down.
PACT Act, $800 million invested in the expansion of VA healthcare benefits, predominantly impacted the low middle class. CHIPS and Science Act is going to bring 20% of the global chip production to America by 2030. This is going to impact the middle class. It creates manufacturing jobs. It's amazing. Infrastructure bill. This will specifically invest $1 trillion already started across a local infrastructure all throughout the country. This will predominantly impact the low and the middle class by generation of jobs in these local areas for the production of new infrastructure, improved infrastructure. Inflation Reduction Act. This invests money into renewable energy resources to address supply chain issues to reduce inflation in the long term. This benefits everybody. So there's 5 bills. Let's go and look at Trump. One bill pops up to the top of the head, TCJA. for the reason that tariffs are inflationary and the low and the middle class spend more of their income proportionately speaking in comparison to the high class on the bare necessities to live, okay? What we see is that the policy from the Biden-Harris administration aimed to reduce income inequities by predominantly affecting the low and middle class, making their lives easier. Meanwhile, the Trump administration tried to predominantly impact the lives of the top 1%.
I disagree with that.
Expense of the low and the middle class.
I feel like
Can you name one policy that they influenced to get passed that benefited the middle class more so than the top 1%?
Specifically, no, but I think Republicans in general, their way of governing, and Trump being included with that, is to keep.
Okay, if you can't name one policy that the Trump administration
actually, let me
influenced,
ask you this: you think hands off the economy makes it do better, right?
I do. I think
more economic freedom makes it do better.
So this is how I look at it. It's not from. It's from.
One thing I really want to say this quick.
Yeah,
Did you know that the Nordic countries that have broader social safety nets have freer economies than we do here in the United States? So if you want an economy that is freer, why don't you pick the Nordic model?
I feel like, and maybe you'll disagree. That's fair, but I think that's from a population perspective. We're talking about countries that are quarter in population than we are. I don't think that.
I understand they're smaller.
Socialism works on such a large scale.
Wait, this isn't socialism. Wait, that's not socialism. It was literally. They have freer economies than we do, but they have broader union membership, right? It's not stigmatized to have a union, right? Which allows for greater bargaining in the context of like one's workplace.
Fair.
Which leads to better conditions.
I just feel like they have very socialist.
I also had one more thing to say.
Wait, what do you mean by socialist?
Kamala and Waltz. I think they're socialist.
You only think that
what is
because
socialism?
that's what Trump says.
I want you to define socialism.
No, I mean I've gotten to hear them speak for themselves.
Johnny, define socialism.
Socialism from their perspective, not true socialism, but where the government dishes out essentially and takes responsibility.
That's not what socialism is. When the workers control the means of production. Okay, that's what socialism is.
Okay, wait, actually, if we use your definition of socialism. Hey, Johnny, 1 second. If we use your definition of socialism, Trump's a socialist. He dished out $2 trillion in debt for tax cuts. Could you show me one Democratic policy passed under Biden and Harris's administration from the American Rescue Plan that invested more?
Well, that's part of it. Maybe I'm skewing the definition of it, but that's my idea of socialism. I mean,
damn. So Trump's a socialist, under your view, right?
Is when you
that dished out $2 trillion in debt-related spending of any social safety nets of providing tax cuts.
You give away free services, but those all come with tags on it. Like I work at a bank.
He said he wants to protect Social Security. What a socialist? Am I right? What a socialist?
A lot of older people at my job.
Why do you want a communist as president, dude?
You want a communist as president.
I appreciate the super thank you switch. You want a commie as president, bro? Are you serious?
I believe in capitalism at its max.
Okay, so then you should be in support of the Nordic model that's more economically free than our model here in the United States.
Kamala and Waltz should be in I want to hear their policies. I don't like that they're not doing interviews. I want to hear them walk.
They are doing.
I want to hear her walk into the flames and see how she handles it, because regardless of how you guys feel, I think it'd be great to have I'm black, so I think it'd be great to have an African-American woman as president. But what does the rest of the world think about that? Like, how will she manage 60, 70% of the countries that will look at that as a weakness? Okay, so be honest with me though. That's fair. How many countries are Muslim?
No, I don't think that's fair. There are lots of countries around the world that have women that have been leaders. I don't think that you should use misogyny as a reason as to why they should be president. The same way someone shouldn't use racism as to why someone shouldn't be president as well. Like, just because someone. Wait. If it is the case that people are racist and they have more negative views upon a particular race, does that mean that race shouldn't be president? No, the same way that just because there's misogyny doesn't mean a woman shouldn't be president.
I like the. 1 second, Johnny. Just
if I'm black, I shouldn't walk through sundown town and put myself in harm. Does that make sense? That's a better way to describe it.
Johnny, I just want to add something on. So you're talking about other.
What harm would she be putting herself in? She's putting herself in a position of power.
Okay, so do you feel that way?
Can I add on something?
You feel that way, and you know what? I feel the same way as you. I think it would be refreshing. I voted for Hillary.
Johnny, can I hop in here real quick?
Yeah,
so
please.
You're basically asking us, all right, if you think it'll be a positive or a negative to have a black woman serve as our president.
Wait, you voted for Hillary? Hillary is a worse candidate than Kamala Harris.
And in hindsight,
Okay.
when everything came out, I was like,
Liz, think of
holy
the
shit,
galaxy.
that was a bad
Okay,
idea.
sorry, Dean. You can go for it.
But I was voting for her just because she was a woman, and I was behind it, and I thought it was. I was hyped up about it, and I feel like this is just a repeat of that. Like Hillary Clinton would have been a terrible.
No, not at all. Right?
I just
anything
wanted-
that you could associate with Hillary Clinton, there's so much less baggage with Kamala Harris. It's not even close.
I agree, but
Yeah,
is she
go for it, Dean. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. I just wanted to say one thing to respond to your point. You're like, well, how are these foreign leaders going to respond to a black woman being our president? Well, when they see a black woman that's backed by the world's largest military, the world's largest consumer base, the world's biggest economy, and the world's leading country, the world's biggest superpower, they're going to be fucking terrified, and that sounds phenomenal to me, quite frankly, right? Because they may look at this black woman leading our country, and they're gonna, show their prejudice, show their racism, show their misogyny, right? But then when they look at her standing in front of everything that I just listed off, that sounds like a fucking spectacular thing to see. I cannot wait to see them crying on their hands and knees, being furious that this black woman has more power than they could ever fucking imagine. It's gonna be great. Are you kidding me? I'm so excited. I can't wait.
That's fair. I mean, that's fair, but I mean, you could admit that that's opinion based. Like right now, do I think it's a time to put a person in that position? Tulsi, I like Tulsi a lot. If she was running, somebody that understands the logistics of the military at a time when we're definitely going to be facing conflict, I'm okay with that. I shouldn't have inserted I feel like I sound like JD Vance right now. I shouldn't have inserted the race part, but I feel comfortable saying that this is a black. But at the end of the day, I just don't think it's the right time for it. I think we need a more strategic person that is going to have plans and also be.
And that's Trump. That's fucking Donald Trump. Come on.
Do we have the best military in the world? Yeah, but do I want to?
Wait, you think the guy is Donald Trump? Holy shit, dude.
I mean, you gotta admit that. Did you see him interact with Kim Jong-un?
Dude, that's so cringe, bro.
That even
they didn't get shit. It was a photo op.
I mean, listen. So do you not watch CNN? The whole country's half the country's afraid.
God,
of him,
how do
let
you
alone the
think?
rest of the
How do you
world.
how do you think some of the black women in the chat feel with you using those two aspects of their identity for a reason why Kamala Harris shouldn't be in a position of power?
I think
I'm so fucking sorry. This is just gross. It's just like gross to say because of like these aspects of their identity that they were born with that they can't
Oh,
change.
Dean, you're so crafty.
Dean, did you get that, by the way, the invite?
You're so
Let's
crafty.
see if it works. It doesn't work. I'll have to wait till tomorrow to be able to turn my camera on. But
When
my
I
point here
presented
is
that to
these
you-
aspects of their identity that they're born with that they can't change, like literally being used as an excuse why they shouldn't be in a position of power in comparison to
true.
a fucking rapist.
She was the vice president. She's in a position of power. I think they
No,
were
I'm talking about the
respectful.
argument that you're making right now. You're saying she's a black woman, that's why she shouldn't be president. Like that's
That's not
insane.
what I'm saying. I'm just saying. I'm saying that's.
No, you
I'm
were
saying-
literally questioning, like, are they going to think that she's weaker because she's a woman?
I'm taking into account other perspectives. That's all. At a time where the country,
Dude,
when the country
that's like,
is
come
in a
on, man.
position where it has nothing to do with her being black or being a woman. It has everything.
That
to
was
do
your
with the fact
argument. That was your argument. You're like, she's a black woman. This is going to cause other foreign leaders
Not true.
to like be
Not true.
prejudiced and not respect the U.S. Therefore, she shouldn't be president. If that wasn't the conclusion of your argument, what the fuck was the relevance in bringing up the fact that she's a black woman?
Not at all. I just know that we're gonna have to fight our position. You could admit that. There will be people that will challenge us for sure. I think that's already been said. It would be a better time that I would like a former military person that was former military as a vice president, and Donald Trump, who half the country domestically thinks he's crazy.
Tim Walz was
to get us
former
back
military.
on track for a little bit.
Tim Walz is former military.
Yeah, but there's been some news that came out about him. He was I don't want to be disrespectful, but he was in reserves, and it sounds like he had some stolen valor stuff going on. I have to do a little more investigation on that before. I don't want to give you
I swear to God, it's respect the military until it's a Democrat
It is.
running for the
It is, but I want to check his background in the military. I have some buddies. I have 4 buddies in the military. 2 of them,
That's gonna want
they went, they fought war, strategic. The other one, he did it because he paid for his school. He didn't have aspirations of going to combat. There's different levels to everything.
I'm interested for Matt's input on it.
Yeah, I want to hear Matt's opinion on that.
Oh no, what's Matt gonna say?
Here we go.
Sorry if there's background noise. I'm making some chicken, so if you hear like sizzling, that's what I'm doing. So I'm sorry. I just wanted to bring it because I've been doing a deep dive all evening on Tim Walz's background because this is the new line of attack, is that stolen valor shit and stuff like that. So this all comes from two people. Okay, it stems from two people who served as sergeant majors with Tim Walz, and these two people were passed up for promotions, and they were pissed off at Tim Walz because he went above their head and went to a higher command to say that he wanted to retire after 24 years of service and that he wanted to run for Congress. They did not like that, and so they have been lying or doing this attack for years. They paid a letter to the editor to say that he was a fake soldier, that he didn't really do this and that. They are hardcore far-right type Republicans. They have donated to Republicans in the past. They dislike Tim Walz because of his politics and because of who he is. There's a man named Joe Eustace who served with Tim Walz under the same battalion, helped lead that battalion, that says none of this is true. Tim Walz was a good soldier. He had talked about going to Congress for years, and that it had nothing to do with the timing of this deployment. So what you have is you have people within the military who are Republicans, who are supporters of Donald Trump, coming out and saying all this stuff, but they have provided no substantial evidence that he specifically dropped out to not go to Iraq.
Man, I think that's fair, but
oh my God, great point. I'm so excited to say what I'm about to say. 1 second. I'm so sorry. 15 seconds and I'll be done. It's always been the media is fake. It is corrupt. Don't trust what they say. The court cases are scams. The government's attacking Trump. It's all defamation and it's bullshit. But as soon as these two Republicans come out in the media and make claims about Tim, now we need to trust it. Now it's reliable. The media is reporting the facts. And what? Like, I'm so sorry. Do you not see the hypocrisy?
So I get it. I'm not going off of those two guys' words because I think in any argument, you can get 5 guys on this side, 5 guys on that side. 5 guys say he was the best ever since sliced bread, and then 5 that'll say he was a loser and dropped out early. I'm not going off that. I'm going off his own words and how he positioned himself. Like I said, I want to do more research on it, but he positioned himself that he went to Iraq. He didn't. That was false. I at least know that much so far. He positioned himself that he was in combat. He wasn't. He never was anywhere where in a conflict country. I believe it looked like he was deployed to Italy. As for him leaving and the timing working out that way, I truly don't believe that. I think that if he was actually making his way to Congress, that seems like a better option than going to put your boots on the ground in Iraq. So I think it's just another thing, though. If Trump did that, I hate to like point the finger and put the mirror up, but if Trump was to do that, you guys would call it a lie.
No, actually he did. He's a certified, Trump is a certified
experience in the military.
No, hold on. Trump
there's no way around that.
Draft dodger.
Trump is a certified draft dodger. Like, there's no way that you can get around the fact that his father invented the fact that he had bone spurs. He never had bone spurs, by the way. It never existed. The man who is the doctor who was paid to say that got prime real estate from Fred Trump to say that. I mean, Donald Trump is the farthest thing from being a supporter of the military or being someone who is going to go to some kind of combat zone.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Who do you think? Do you think most military? What do you think the percentage of people in the military that vote for Trump is, though?
I don't care.
80%, 90%.
No, I don't care. You know what? You know why? Because one's political party does not determine whether or not one will be a good military leader. George Bush also served in the military. George Bush also led us into 2 wars that were terrible.
Yeah,
I'm not to mention that after these comments from Trump's campaign, I feel like their military support's actually going to go down because essentially what the argument is this man wasn't on the front line.
No, Dean, you don't believe that.
Think of the $2.
Well,
you don't believe that,
Johnny, 1 second. But the argument is that Tim Walz was not on the front lines. Therefore, when he talks about his experience in the military, his 24 years of experience, this is stolen valor. It's not something that should be respected. But I mean, if you talk to anybody in the military, and I mean anybody, what they'll tell you is it doesn't matter what your physical proximity is to the front lines. You are playing a part in the defense of your nation, and you are just as important, are just as meaningful, and is just as valuable as the next individual. within the military. He
I agree.
served. That's a fact, point blank, period. And that's what every single person in the military will tell you. So when you have J.D. Vance and Trump coming forward saying because he wasn't on the front lines, this is stolen valor, well, this will pull away a lot of that support from the military because they recognize how insanely disrespectful that is towards Tim Walz.
I think that's coming from. I think that's an opinion of a civilian, and I would probably have the same opinion. I think for in the military, regardless of what we want to say, like it's like any other job. There's levels to it. Like when you're in the military, they give out medals. There's different rankings within it. Strategically, that's the way it's set up. So from the outside looking in, does it feel like that's probably a bad mark? And will it probably turn off some voters? Yeah, but I don't think they were core voters anyway. But for guys within the military, I'm sure they understand this very much.
Well, yeah, obviously they wouldn't be core voters. You lose independence all the time.
Tires on a Humvee. There's levels to it.
He was a major.
Yeah, but he's got no action. He got no action, and
exactly. You're talking about the action on the front lines. You're not talking about his ranking. That's why it's disrespectful.
Hold on. So did J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance got no action. He was in the Marines.
No, J.D. Vance definitely got action. Matt, come on, you got to do research.
He was a media correspondent. He never saw action. He was.
That's not true, Matt.
No, it is
true. I know
true.
for a fact that that's not true.
No, he never saw action. Tell me what action J.D. Vance saw. What action did J.D. Vance go, fire a weapon, and engage with the enemy?
J.D. Vance. So I mean, I wouldn't be able to prove that on videotape of that, but I know from prior videos, like when they first put him up as candidate, that's one of the first things I saw. And he definitely had boots on the sand in a conflict country.
J.D. Vance himself says, I went to Iraq as a media correspondent.
A base in the United States. There's amongst military individuals, there's levels. That's the reason why there's rankings. And that's the reason why there's some guys that are cooks and some guys that change tires and infiltrate. And then that's why there's some guys that
people who are media correspondents.
My question is, you're saying that J.D. Vance saw military action, meaning that J.D. Vance was engaged in enemy fire, fired guns, and engaged. And I'm telling you that never happened. He was a
J.D. Vance was deployed in Iraq in 2005.
Just being deployed does not mean that
look up his MOS. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but look at his MOS. There's certain MOSs in the military. I don't know if you're familiar, but that MOS describes what your position is. There's certain positions where you automatically get action by default. I'm not saying that there was bullets fired over his head, but he was in a position.
Did J.D. Vance see combat fire?
Bro, I'm not going to lie. I just want to let you know, Johnny, that you sound like an absolute clown show to every single veteran in the chat, including probably the veterans on the right, right? There's no discussion to be had, right, of that one major is going to be more or less valuable than another because they were on the front lines fighting. I just want to let you know. I just want to let you know how like you sound like a clown show to all the veterans in the chat.
I want to pose a question for you. Okay, so Joe Biden was the president. Donald Trump was the president, right? Both esteemed positions that you can never take away from them. Do you have an opinion on Trump's presidency?
Do I have an opinion on Trump's presidency?
Yeah. How do you think Trump did when he was the president?
Of course, I have an opinion on Trump's presidency. He did terrible.
Okay. All right. So you don't think that your position is similar to my position in the fact that there's levels to the military, literally, like that's literally the structure of the military.
I'm not getting the correlation. No, you're literally trying to discredit him because he wasn't.
I'm not trying to discredit him. I'm just trying to say.
You were actually discrediting him, absolutely. Gerard, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
If I said I was the world's best surgeon and I've been in the operating room and innovative surgeries and you called me out on it and I said, well, I'm a doctor, so you can't, there's different levels.
Can you show me?
Wait, Gerard said the only action J.D. Vance got was with his couch.
And he positioned himself as if he
Yo, Devin, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Johnny, he positioned himself as if he had experience with guns of war, which is true. You seem to be familiar with military training. How long do you have to go to basic before you're deployed as a Marine?
6 months.
6 months. And during those 6 months, what do you do? Also, it's usually
I'm going for my friends, but they all went to Paris Island.
I appreciate you.
They went to Paris Island, and they trained. They eat, sleep.
They trained with what?
With artillery, for sure. That's part of the basics.
Thank you. So when you're saying that he positioned himself on the front lines as if he was fighting in Iraq, That's false.
Manuel,
okay?
thank you for the $5.
You
I've just
couldn't show me a quote to prove
in
that.
a short period of time.
Right?
He's been
And no matter if you're deployed or not, after 24 years of service, right?
Yeah,
you
when he was
are
41
well
years
familiar.
old when he left the service, so it's not like he was gonna like be on the front lines of any war anyway.
He's just too progressive for me. I'll be honest with you.
Oh wait, dude, that's stuff that you're doing.
He's too progressive.
Dude, that is such a moving of the goalpost.
There's so many things. You're right.
Tyler, think of the $5.
I'll continue to move it because it just doesn't do for me. If honest
I'll
to God,
continue to move it.
if Kamala Harris picked Shapiro, like I'm from PA, Shapiro has a mixed background. I mean, I know some people dislike him, but if she would have picked Shapiro, I would have probably considered maybe moving to the other side or took a look at it. But when she picked him, it just doubles down on what.
Yeah, the guy that gave like free lunches to kids in school.
When Donald Trump,
when Donald
$5
from JD Vance's couch.
Middle America, and they did a bad job. He just is not what he's presenting.
Wait, hold on. When Donald Trump
He's
picks
not a
JD
military
Vance,
hunting fishing guy.
when Donald Trump picked J.D. Vance, one of the most far-right senators that we had, somebody
Jalen, thank you so much. I appreciate the glowing jellyfish.
like conspiracy and stuff. You're not saying. I don't hear you saying, "Well, Trump's just doubling down on being a far-right lunatic." No, it's because you have biases towards the far right, and you have biases towards the right wing. That's why.
I voted Democrat my whole life, man. This would be my first.
Then you can't
Zachary, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
You can't
JD Vance's
seriously
monthly
say.
yo, that's crazy.
You cannot seriously say that Donald Trump with J.D. Vance is any more far right than Harrison Walz is to the left. Like, I'm sorry, but like these two things are like both.
Are you a racist?
Before Matt, before I go,
Dude, that's so rough.
Because Dean and Parker are hard to nail down on this because they're very well versed and they have their playbook, so they can go. But I just want to ask you:
I got my script in my brain.
But Matt, is your life better now than it was in how old are you? It depends on how old you are. Than it was in 2015.
During Trump's year, I was working part-time. I was living still at home. I had no disposable income. Now I have my own place. I'm a faculty member at a major university on the East Coast. I make more money. I have traveled the world. I have traveled the world this year.
Tyler, thank you for the $5
so
on
much
PayPal.
better this year. Now, but my question is, do I?
But is everybody around you doing better though?
Hold on.
Yo, Heather, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Adriana, thank you for the $24 on Cash App. Thank you so much for the coconut tree. Thank you so much.
Johnny.
And Viper, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Selena with the $10.
Johnny, you asked me, and I'm telling you my experience, right? I'm not saying this is universal. In fact, it's not universal. You asked me, is my life better? And I'm saying, yes, my life is better under Biden/Harris. Now, the question is, do I give credit to
I met my girlfriend under Biden's presidency, therefore it must be the case that
Yeah,
I
I
vote
know.
for Biden.
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate the
And
invite.
so-
The Biden-Harris administration facilitated me meeting my girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly. Same with me too. So I mean, but I am intellectually honest enough to say that most of the good luck in my life in the last 4 years has not come from Biden and Harris. They have not. It's been my
There we
own
go,
doing.
Matt.
And so
Thank you.
I'm not going to say that. But at the same time, I'm not giving Donald Trump any fucking credit either. I'm not going to say Donald Trump made my life better or worse. Now, unless he made a policy or something that directly impacted me, such as through Congress or through executive order, and possibly he did back then. But back then, I was working so much that I didn't really pay attention. Now I'm paying much more, for attention. But I think Biden and Harris are better for the working class than Vance and Trump. That's my position. Not that everything is sparkles and rainbows, no matter who gets in, because largely policy is done through Congress, not through the presidency anyway.
Fair enough. So let me just ask you a question before I go. So just to make sure, just temperature check. So in 4 years from now, like whoever wins this one, whatever. In 4 years from now, if the Democrats push a dog shit candidate up and the Republicans have just a better candidate, would you consider?
If the Republicans somehow had a better candidate,
I can never
according to my
fucking
values,
duh.
yes.
Bro, fucking
when somebody
duh,
who's
Johnny.
stuck on a side, and they would
Johnny.
They look at it as like a team. I think that's dangerous. I
Johnny,
think it's dangerous
listen.
when constituents don't ask for
We
more
agree
from
with
their
you.
politicians.
We agree with you. If the Republican Party had a better candidate than the Democratic Party, me, Parker, Matt, and any rational human being would vote for the Republican candidate.
Ian, you're all right, man. That's all I wanted to hear.
Yeah,
All right,
the
listen.
Republicans would have to moderate a fuck ton. They'd have to moderate. Like, they'd have to go back to like fucking Eisenhower.
I respect that. I'm just glad that you guys have a clear head. That's honestly the whole time I've been
If
watching.
Dwight Eisenhower
That's all I
runs,
wanted to know.
then I'll
'Cause
vote
I'm
for
the same.
Dwight Eisenhower. How about that?
This would be my first time voting Republican, but you guys have a good night then.
Devin, thank you for the
Parker.
$15. Thank you so much.
Parker.
Yeah, seriously.
Parker, you got to kick me off here. I don't know how to exit out, brother.
I got you.
All right,
All
bye.
right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for
Okay,
Trump in 2024.
I'll drop down, Parker. Thanks for having me up.
Got you. I
Bye, Dean.
appreciate you coming on always, man.
Hey, see ya, Matt. It was good. I'll probably leave after one more conversation.
Okay, for sure.
I'm
Do
having
you have
fun.
your second device to add someone up?
Yeah, I'll try. It's just really slow. I need to
Matt,
get,
if you want to add someone up, you can always add someone up, Matt.
I need to get like a second phone that's like Apple.
Here, hold the baby.
Yo, what's up, how old?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, I am as of now. I'm trying to keep an open mind. I wanted to get on here since I watched your live last night, and I've been watching you guys today. And I kind of wanted to get your opinion on a couple of things. I like civilly talking to people, kind of, I like to keep an open mind,
Okay. So why are you voting for Trump?
As of now, I voted for him in 2016. And as of now, it was because I wasn't voting for Biden. That, you know what I mean? That's why I'm keeping an open mind now.
So what are your reasons? Like, why do you think Trump is better than Kamala?
Because in the last 4 years, I don't know what Kamala's done. I have no idea. I mean, I
could tell you.
And that's why I want to talk to you guys. And I like to keep things fair. And I watched, you talked to a nurse last night, a nurse model / actress. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I know there's, I know there's extremes on both sides. And I know the hypotheticals of, Trump was convicted in civil court or whatever, but, for sexual assault. But then also, Tim Walz was arrested for a DUI in '95.
That's totally different. I'm so sorry.
But is it though? Because you're saying hypothetically, Trump could have killed a bunch of kids. Well, hypothetically, so could have Walz. He could have ran into a bus.
If Walz killed a bunch of kids, then I wouldn't be voting for Harrison Walz.
Okay, but it was a possibility, right? I mean, it could have happened hypothetically.
I don't think
just like the hypotheticals.
I mean, literally, people did die from abortion laws. So.
Oh, I'm talking about the civil case about the sexual assault.
Yeah, like he was held civilly liable. If Walz
Right.
was held civilly liable for literally grape, we wouldn't want to vote for him.
Right. So it's just where one person draws the line, right? Like where, I mean, a DUI is
Do you
very,
think a
very
DUI
dangerous.
is as bad as SA?
Absolutely not. And that's what I'm saying. I think where I draw the line, where other people draw the line are different. And that's why I try to keep an open mind and I try to, but I'm just saying what's fair is fair. There are histories on both sides. And from what I've seen, I don't think Trump's the greatest either. All I've seen on both sides is they bash one another. That's all they've done so far. For the 17 days that Kamala's been the presumed, elect.
No, she's also talked about the policy she wants. You should watch you should follow her on TikTok. And then,
But I have been.
Did you watch her speech today?
I did. I watched her speech with Tim, and
that was yesterday. But if you watched her speech today, she talked about things that she wants to do.
Right, but she's been VP for 4 years. Why hasn't she done it then?
Because she wasn't campaigning for president?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Wait, what's the
President
difference?
has more influence.
Right, but
wait. No, the answer to this is very clear, right? Like her building a confluent list of the things that she wants to achieve in the next 4 years, right? That's going to be the burden of the president, not the vice president. The vice president follows the command of the president, agrees with him on everything, and offers their input.
So then the VP doesn't matter,
especially while
right?
in campaigning.
No, the VP matters, but not as like she doesn't have as much authority as you're deeming her to have had.
Okay.
And Melissa, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Melissa. Dayton, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Adriana, I appreciate the $20.24. Thank you so much.
But you'd think that if she had all these big beliefs and these big opinions about things, then why? I mean, she's the VP. You don't think she talked to Biden about these things?
Well, she probably did. I don't understand what your argument here is. You're asking why she has all these big ideas now, but not like a month ago. It's because she's running for president now. She wasn't running for president a month ago. It's
No,
a
but
very
she
clear
was
answer.
vice
It's a
president.
confusion.
That is a big position as well.
Okay, but it's not a big position that entails being extraordinarily public about what you want to change in America. That's the role of the president.
Right, but it is a Biden-Harris administration. It's not just
But
a
that
Biden
doesn't change
administration.
the fact that there's a role that she's assumed now that she didn't have a month ago, where she now has this obligation to be extremely public about her campaigning, about what she wants to change come like the presidential election. So what we saw when campaign was running was Biden's agenda, and Biden found Harris to serve alongside him for his agenda. Now we see Harris's agenda. Right, but Harris didn't have her own agenda a month ago like she does now because she wasn't running for president. The answer to your question is clear. What's the point?
Well, that's why I'm asking you. I'm trying to have a civil conversation and get your opinion. I'm not debating you. I'm asking you.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, so my next thing is everybody's talking about, oh, she was appointed border czar. She was this. Now they're saying she wasn't border czar. They released a document that says that she was.
No. So like what you're thinking of, her specific authority was that she would engage with countries in like South and Central America about creating better economic conditions there, insofar as that people are less incentivized to leave. That she didn't have like any authority over like anything else that people are referencing.
So she was border czar over certain borders?
No, she had diplomatic authority.
I don't know what border czar is.
Well, that was her. I mean, the documents say border czar. I don't know an exact definition, but it's written that she was border czar. I mean, I don't know.
I'm telling you what was entailed by her position. She had diplomatic authority over like particular countries to solve economic issues within the country, to disincentivize migration from the country, and she was successful. We saw a 50% decrease in migration from Guatemala because of diplomatic authority, as well as a couple other countries. It was amazing, right? But if we want to talk about Biden and Harris's administration and their response to the border, they gave a good one. They tried to get 2 bipartisan border bills passed through Congress. Trump thwarted them, so they looked bad.
Right, and that's another point.
Failed. Biden signed an executive order that decreased border crossings, putting us at less crossings now than at the same point in Trump's presidency.
Right, and just to say that there's not other things in there that's why that you don't there's other things in there that why they're not voted for. You know what I mean? It's not just cut and dry that, oh, we're going to do this and that's it. There's fine print. It's not in everything. There's fine print. There's exceptions to every rule, and that's why I try to stay open-minded and I try to ask people what they think on both sides, because it's not just cut and dry. It's not the Republicans. Do you really think that the Republicans would turn something down that would close the borders? No, they want the borders closed. There's extremists on one side and extremists on the other. They want the border closed. Why would they say no? They said no because there was stuff in the bill that they didn't like, obviously.
Like what?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
It's because it didn't exist. There was a bill that was proposed with funding for Ukraine alongside everything for the border. When that failed, they presented a standalone bill. The reason it failed was because Trump didn't want the Democrats to look good. And you're saying, wouldn't the Republicans be mad at this? And yeah, a minority of them were, right? We had senators, right, from the Republican senators in Congress, pissed that the Republicans torpedoed this bill. Literally, look it up. Look up Republicans' response to torpedoing the border bill, and you will see Republicans pissed that Trump had done this.
Right. So isn't that good that he did that then?
What?
Isn't it good that they repealed it? You're saying that they're pissed that they did. Isn't that good?
I'm confused.
You're saying that Republicans were pissed that they repealed it, right?
Like a minority of Republicans were pissed that Trump torpedoed these border bills for political reasons.
Okay, but you're saying that Republicans want the borders closed. They don't want them open, but they repealed it because of Trump, and that's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing for your reasons why you're voting for him, because you think he cares about the border. This demonstrates that he doesn't, right? He only cares about using it as a tactic for campaigning.
But you just said that it wasn't a good, Republicans were pissed. So how's that a good tactic for campaign if he's pissing off Republicans?
Because you're making everybody happy because you could finally campaign on there being an open border, whatever the hell Trump says, and then gaslight the American public, people like you, into thinking that you care.
But you just said it wasn't good. You just said that the Republicans don't like it, though.
Yeah, I'm lost.
You just said the Republicans didn't like that it wasn't passed at Trump. That it wasn't passed because of Trump. But you're saying that that's why he's getting the Republicans, is because he's saying that he cares about the border and wants to close it.
There was like minority of Republicans in Congress that didn't like that Trump had torpedoed the bill. Yeah, but that doesn't reflect what the populace is.
But not other Americans.
Right, because other Americans don't know about this.
Well, you know about it.
I also know that he tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government. I'm knowledgeable.
Right, but it's not.
I'm
You
sorry.
can't say nobody knows about it, though.
I said it's not typical that people know about this.
Okay, but I mean that's why I'm saying. That's why if you listen to everything
Debbie,
you
thank
heard
you
on
for
your
$10.
side, it
Thank
would
you,
be. You would. I mean, anybody would be dumb to not do their own research and do their due diligence as a free American to do their research on both sides. We're not in North Korea. You know, you can look up what you want to look up. You should be able to see.
What we're just telling you is the reality is that people do not do as much research as what you're referencing, and they're heavily susceptible to misinformation in our society
on
today.
both sides.
So that's
though.
why I'm advocating
It's not just
for people
one
to
side.
critically think.
Absolutely,
Yeah, it is,
and
but I
that's
think
why.
I do think that there's a lot more critical thinking on the left, though.
Okay, but that's fair that you say that because that's your side. Absolutely. It would be the same thing if I said the same thing. I mean, it's just because.
Well, if you said the same thing, you'd be wrong.
See, but why is it? Why is that true? Just because you said it?
Because critical thinking leads you to not voting for a rapist felon election denier that tried to overthrow our government.
Okay,
That's why
so
even Republicans are running off of them.
okay, I don't know if that's 100% true, but
Yes.
I don't think so. I mean, there's a lot of Democrats who have turned Republican too. I mean, it's the same thing. If that's what I'm just saying. If it's fair for one side, it's fair for the other. Is it not?
I mean, when it's fair for one side, it's fair for
If
the
it's
other.
fair to say that there's a lot of Republicans turning Democrat, then it's fair to say there's a lot of Democrats turning Republican because I've
Obviously,
personally seen it.
No, what I'm saying is people are subject to misinformation. And I'm not saying Democrats aren't subject to misinformation. I think they are. I think both Democrats and Republicans are subject to misinformation. Thank you for the hand, thank you.
Right, and I'm not trying to argue. I'm not trying to make an argument. So I you know what I mean. I don't want an argument because that's not what I'm trying to make. I'm trying to just see how you guys feel about it because you guys are pretty well rounded. And I had one other question. Earlier, you guys were talking about Dean was talking about you guys were talking about gun repeal, and I would just let me put this out there. I would call myself socially liberal and economically conservative, if that makes sense. Okay, so you guys were talking about how a 10-year-old doesn't have rights, because you guys were talking about abortion and guns and a baby to sentient being. Yeah, Dean said a 10-year-old doesn't have a right to get a gun, right? Dean said that.
I thought you were saying the 10-year-old didn't have rights because you were relating to us talking about.
No, Dean said he was making a point saying that the 10-year-old doesn't have a right to.
The analogy I used with the 10-year-old has nothing to do with gun control.
Okay, you guys were talking about gun control. You said, would it be fair for a baby to have a right to have a gun or to vote or anything? Because you guys were talking about babies.
No.
Okay, well then, can you reiterate your point?
I see no relevance in reiterating my point.
Okay, well, my point was you're saying that you're saying, okay, a baby's not a baby till it's born. I agree with women being able to choose for their own bodies. So there's no argument from me. My point is you're saying that, but Tim Walz is also saying that children under 18 have a right to have transgender surgeries. And
yes,
you're saying
they should.
You're saying a 10-year-old doesn't have rights, but they know.
Yeah, a 10-year-old doesn't have the right to consent to sex. Absolutely.
But they can consent to a sex change.
Yeah, because there's a big difference between consenting to things such as marriage or sex and consenting to things such as healthcare. For instance, do you think that a 10-year-old can consent to braces?
No, everything that a child consents to is from their parents. Everything.
No, I'd say that children should have the right to seek health care, right, in some circumstances outside of parental consent, such as vaccinations, or honestly, any health care.
Is transgender surgery health care?
Because there's a lot of other considerations. It's not just the 10-year-old walking into a doctor's office and asking to hop on hormone replacement therapy. It is years of different forms of interventions through medical health professionals to deem that this decision is being appropriately made given the circumstances, right? Healthcare should be available to minors, right? And you would actually recognize this in literally all scenarios apart from gender affirming care that can be offered to minors, such as hormone replacement therapy, which is obviously going to be reversible, but you only make this argument because you don't like, this idea that trans identity is valid. That's the
Not
only
true.
reason you can test it.
No, I'm not saying that it's not valid, and I don't have a problem with children being on hormone therapy if they identify as a girl and their parents allow it. My problem is when children can go to their teachers and the parents are left out of the situation, that they are allowed to do it without
false.
parent
That's
consent.
about them being able. No. Children going to their teachers. That is just about their teachers using their preferred.
Do you think they should be able to do it with like vaccinations?
Again, that's the parent's choice, right?
I mean, I think a kid should be able to get access to a literal vaccine that we know is safe and effective.
Yeah, but no, about the whole parent, about
like,
the whole child teacher
that's
thing.
not
That's
even
literally
about
about
that.
preferred
That's-
names.
Yeah, it's preferred names. Do you think that they should be able to use preferred names?
I think that, again, the parent should be involved in any decision that is made for the child. So
Do you think they should be able
you
to
don't
use
think
preferred
parents should be
names?
involved in any decision that's made for their under 18 child?
No, not every decision. No.
Really?
But most
so when you, yeah, absolutely. But why are you allowed to take out some?
Well, like
Because
for,
it benefits
for example,
the
like
well-being of the
vaccines,
child.
there's like conspiracy. People based upon conspiracy believe in stuff that is like nonsense, and they'll restrict their kids from being able to get vaccines.
Absolutely.
that
And
could
if
be
it's harming the
beneficial towards their
child.
health.
Yeah, no,
and
like
if
the
it's
answer to
harming
this
the
is actually
child,
clear. So the
sure.
reason that we'd say that parents should be involved in most decisions for their children is because that benefits the well-being of children.
Yeah,
But
we think
in the
it
certain
typically benefits it.
circumstances,
Yeah, in
of-
certain areas.
So why not involve
decisions
them?
that actually serves as a detriment to the well-being of the child, where it benefit the child for them to make that decision on their own, such as a preferred name in a classroom. Of course, we're going to say that that decision should be left up to the child.
Of course, but the child's going to tell their parent, and the parent would be involved in that decision. It doesn't mean that the parent's going to say no. It just means that why would the school not tell the parent?
No, if I want
Wouldn't
my
it be
teacher to call me
beneficial?
Dino, I shouldn't have to get my mom's approval first.
Of course, but shouldn't your teacher tell your parent that so that your parent can be involved in your transition?
No, because that puts
No,
the child
because
in more harm's way. A
it puts
preferred
the child
name
in
is not a
harm's way if their
transition.
parent can't help them.
A preferred name is not a transition.
But you just said it's a start of a long process. You just said that.
That has nothing related to the physicality of the child. It doesn't put a child in harm's way to be referenced via preferred name. In fact, it's kind of implied, given the idea that we call it a preferred name, that this would actually account for a better off well-being of the child. And the child, just as they would ask their teacher to call them by their preferred name, can ask their parent to do the same. Obviously, if a parent does not know about a child's preferred name, it is because the child is scared of telling their parent about their preferred name. And obviously, that's because that would put that child in harm's way due to anti-trans beliefs held by some parents. So
And if that
why
was the
should
case,
we
the
be
child would be taken
why
from
should
the
we be
parent.
Why should we be forcing school teachers to tell parents about a child's preferred name that has no impact on the child's well-being negatively, right? To only put the child in more harm's way. If you cared about the safety of children, if you cared about the well-being of our youth, then you would care about the sanctity and not obligating teachers to report preferred names to children's parents.
Okay, but it's not just preferred names. You were talking about preferred pronouns too. And is that not the beginning of
would follow from
transitioning?
preferred names and
Wait,
preferred pronouns.
I have a question. Do parents need to know that, like, say a high school student got like a condom from, like, you know, they have like those condoms and like contraceptive things that they bring to like some
You're talking
schools,
about
right?
about
And they give them out.
contraception versus a young
like,
kid.
I'm asking, like, do they need to like inform the parents in that scenario? Like, did they need to tell my mom that I grabbed a condom?
No, but they should tell your mom that there's one in there, so she knows you could if you wanted to. That's what my point.
Okay,
They should just be
those are
aware.
fundamentally different, though.
Oh yeah,
They're
I'm
not.
actually totally fine with parents being aware that the teachers
Yeah, that's
are not
what I mean.
obligated
Be
to tell
aware.
them about preferred names or pronouns.
Yeah.
And pronouns is like you said, it's a long transition, and it starts with
Like,
identifying
imagine
as
being worried
the
about a
opposite
name.
sex.
Like, that's crazy, though.
But it's not just
Yeah.
a name; it's a pronoun.
Yeah, it literally is the name
pronoun.
and the
Wow.
pronouns.
Oh my God. What a,
yeah,
what
but
a terrible
is that
thing.
not how transitions start? You don't just one day wake up
Wait,
and go, I'm getting surgery.
I have a question, B. I
I have
want to
no
ask you a
issue with
question.
people using the preferred pronouns they want to.
Absolutely, but that's how
here's my question for you, B.
transitions start.
Here's my question for you, B. So if a teacher at school knows about a trans kid's preferred name and preferred pronouns, but their parent doesn't, why do you think the trans kid would not tell their parent?
Like you said, because they're scared. So why wouldn't the teacher talk
Scared
to
of
them
what?
and
Scared
try
of
to
what?
help them
Scared of
understand?
what? Scared of
that
what?
their parent won't accept it? I don't know.
Scared
I mean,
that their
scared
parent won't accept it. And why would a kid be scared that their parent wouldn't accept their identity?
because of what we make it
because
look
of
like, because it's
anti-trans
scary.
beliefs. So
exactly.
if we are obligating school teachers to inform anti-trans parents about their trans kid, does this
why are
put
they
the trans kid in
anti-trans?
more harm's way or
Why are
less
they all
harm's way?
anti-trans?
We are literally assuming scenarios where kids wouldn't tell their parents about their identity.
That doesn't
Of
mean the
course,
parents are
the only
anti-trans.
scenarios. Oh yes, of course it does. The only scenarios where a child would be scared of that is if the parent was anti-trans.
That's not true. It's a big decision.
Yes, it is.
Any
Wait, I'm
kid
so
would
sorry.
be scared.
If I have a kid and I tell my kid that it's absolutely okay to be trans, that it's absolutely okay to be gay, right? And then we have another parent with a kid that says it is so wrong to be trans if you're gay or a
And what
demon,
about a parent
right?
who doesn't
Which
talk
kid is
about
going to report to their parents that they're trans or that they're gay? Obviously, the kid of the accepting parents, right? You're obviously like. You're fucking reaching for straws if you think I'm wrong here. But the point is, right, if we're obligating teachers to tell anti-trans parents about their trans kid's identity, right, when that trans kid is obviously hiding it from the parent with good reason, and this is not impacting any harm onto the
Jalen,
trans
thank you
kid,
for the
it is
glowing jellyfish. Thank you so
it
much.
is going to put the safety and sanctity of the trans kid as well as their mental health at risk by obligatorily telling the parents.
Okay, can I ask you a question? So people who have come out to their parents and their parents don't understand that they're gay, and they sit down and they talk to them and the parents accept them and understand, and it was just that they didn't understand. Just because parents don't talk about it doesn't mean
that's
anything.
Great. That's why we should be inspiring conversations about open conversation.
And
about
how
these
does
things.
how does that start when you don't
It
tell
doesn't
them?
inspire it. It forces it. You don't force this because when you force it, it leads
How
to
is
bad
it forcing
outcomes.
it to mention it?
No. Oh, wait, dude. Literally, like the legislation, like you're proponing right now, it is forcing teachers to report this shit to parents. This
Not
is obligatory.
report it,
It's
talk
forceful.
about it. It's not a report like it's a
Oh
bad
my
thing.
God! Use different language. It's forceful reporting.
How is it forceful to talk about a parent?
Because
what's
it's
going on with their child?
obligatory. You're telling these teachers that if they don't report this to the parents of trans kids, that they're gonna fucking lose their job.
That's not true. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, then what would this legislation do? How would it make the teachers force the parents?
It
Or
doesn't
be
force the
enforcing
parents.
telling
It
parents?
just and if
So then what does
if
the
it allows them
legislation
to
do?
tell, because it allows them to tell the parents what's going on. And
Wait,
if
no,
then
teachers-
there's harm to the child, then there are laws that would take the child out of that parent's custody.
Okay, I think you're missing the point here. You obviously would recognize that this would impact a harm onto the trans, onto our trans youth.
Yeah, it's
by
harmful for
forcing
their parents to know,
parents to know about
and to
it. Yes.
yeah, to accept it, to learn
Right.
about it, and
It's
to.
harmful for their parents to know without the consent of the trans youth. But that's
You're
all I
saying
have
we
to
should
say.
talk about it more, but you don't want to tell the parents to learn about it. That
Bro,
makes no sense.
there's a difference between inspiring dialogue on these related subjects and forcing dialogue on these related subjects.
How do you inspire dialogue without bringing it up?
Bro, you bring it up outside of the classroom. You bring it up outside of these institutions of
And if they
education.
don't know about
forcefully
it?
telling the parents.
And if they don't know about it, then what?
And then what? They don't know about it until the trans kid is ready to tell their parents about it.
And how does that start?
And how does that start? By productive dialogue between the parent and the child, not between the school and the parent.
Exactly. It should be between the parent and the child. The child
And
should be
not
able to
between the
safely
school
go to
and the
their
parent.
parents.
And that is the advocation, and that is the legislation that we'd be advocating for here.
Yeah, I
Mustache,
think
thank you
we're
so
just
much.
going to be at a stalemate with this because I don't agree.
All right.
I think that parents should have control of their children. If they are in danger, there are laws that will take the children out of their custody, trans or not trans. It's not like the child's going to go home and get beat and just stay there. You know, I mean,
No, that
it doesn't
happens.
work like that.
That legitimately happens.
Okay, well, it doesn't though when children are taken out of there. If the child's going to school and comfortable
Okay,
enough
so
to tell
you
their
want them
teacher,
to get
wait, I was
fucking
talking.
beat
Wait,
first
I was
and then
talking.
removed? Dude, come on.
I was talking. If a child is comfortable enough to go to their teacher and say, I'm this and I'm scared of my parents, then the teacher is smart enough to go, okay, if you're scared of your parents, something's going on. They're a mandated reporter. They will report it. But if a child says, I just don't know how to talk to my parents, don't you think that it's morally responsible to be like, okay, well, let's figure out how?
Jellyfish, thank you.
That's inducing conversation.
That it's morally responsible for a teacher to like help the student, but it is not morally responsible for the teacher to circumvent around the student and go straight to the parents themselves.
That's not
all
what
I
I
have to say,
said.
though.
But that's not what I said. I didn't say
Okay, well, that's not
completely
what you're
ignore
saying.
what
Then
the
you
child
agree with
said.
me. Wait, if you're not agreeing with the teacher forcefully telling the parents, then you do agree with this legislation.
That's not at all what I said. I
I'm
said
so
that they
fucking
should be
confused.
able to tell the parents. I don't think if the child is in danger, absolutely don't tell the parents and then get it figured out so that the child is no longer in their custody. It's simple. there are mandated reporters, they have to say things. If a child is in danger, they have to report that, whether the child's
They
trans or
shouldn't
not,
be
or
able to
being
tell the
abused.
parents because it puts the kid in harm's way.
That's true in every circumstance, right?
Brandon, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Brandon. Can we get some W Brandon to the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $30. I appreciate it.
It's not true in every circumstances. It increases the likelihood. We should not. We should not allow teachers to like tell parents about trans youth's identity for the reason that it would disproportionately impact more harm onto trans youth.
Then isn't it fair to say that it's just as beneficial for them to talk to the parents so that the parents can understand and support that child through their
No,
transition?
It's not. It's not beneficial for the.
But
teacher
why?
To go to the parents, it's
But
beneficial
why
for
are
the
you?
kid to go
Why
to the
can you say that? Why is it any
Because
different?
it's not the teacher's business.
But just because you said that, right? Because
No, it's because I actually have a brain and I can recognize that it's not up to the teacher and the parent, it's up to the kid and the parent.
that's my point. The kid and the parent should talk about it. Why the teacher should tell the parent? If it's not between the kid and the teacher, then why is the teacher not telling the parent? You just made my
the
point.
kid and the parent because the teacher's not the kid and the teacher's not the parent. It's not the teacher's business.
Okay, then why is the kid telling the teacher if it's not their business?
Because the kid probably trusts the teacher, but that trust in the teacher doesn't make it the teacher's business.
But it does if they're telling them. They literally told
No,
the
if
teacher,
I
want-
fucking trust
wanna
my
be-
girlfriend and I tell my girlfriend my deepest secrets, does that
Your
give my
girlfriend's not a
girlfriend the right to
mandated reporter
circumvent me
to
and then
care for
tell my
children
parents?
every day.
Just like teachers shouldn't be a mandated reporter of trans youth's identities.
They're mandated reporters, period. So you have to pick and choose what's dangerous to a child?
Yeah, absolutely. We should not mandate teachers to report things that could cause more harms towards kids.
Yeah.
And
do
you think that
teachers
a
should
parent-
do you think teachers should be mandated reporters if a student comes out as GAY in their class?
Absolutely not. I'm saying they should try to talk to the child and the parents to inform the parents. Don't you think it's more healthy for a child to have their parents on their side and understanding through that versus not knowing until they're 18 years old and finally come out?
Yeah. So again, as it relates to this, if it is the case that it's likely to put like a child at like a greater likelihood of harm.
If that's likely, then the teacher should contact the right people.
Yeah, obviously, but like the laws are not like very much like on the side of the person who's trans. And secondly, like I do want to like clarify, like we're talking about like specifically like puberty blockers, things that cis kids are able to get access to at this particular time. And even hormones.
Those are doing
as well.
different jobs,
Cis
though.
kids as well also can get access to hormones at this exact same time. So why would we be wanting to restrict the access to these particular types of things for trans kids, but not for cis kids?
Because cis kids are receiving hormones for medical issues when they're depleted of a certain hormone. So if a trans kid, that's a transition. That's a big thing. That's a big decision. That's something that the parents should be involved in.
Wait, again, you can say that, right? And I'm totally chill with that, right? But like that's also saying that people should be able to get access to this. Madison, think of the $5.
Absolutely. I don't think that people shouldn't have access.
I just want to clarify that's something that Donald Trump disagrees with. Not
but-
only does he
okay,
think
so-
that should be applied to kids, but he thinks it should be applied to adults too. That adults shouldn't be able to get access to gender affirming care.
That's not true.
He had that on Agenda 47.
Source? Okay,
Agenda
source?
47.
Okay, well, he just literally put out a video 2 days ago. As long as a person is 18 years old, they can do whatever they want. They can have gender reassignment
You
surgery.
changed that then, because he
Okay.
originally had on the thing. There was a video where he had specific.
If you go to his website, he posted it 2
He
days
didn't want
ago.
adults or kids to be able to get access to gender affirming care.
Okay, well, it's just children under 18, which, and I don't think kids shouldn't have access to. I believe there are situations where children should.
Well,
Absolutely.
then you even disagree with his view then.
Absolutely.
So, like,
I
so then
just,
don't know
when I
why
got
you're,
on
like,
here,
virtue signaling and acting like it's
I'm
only
not.
an issue
When I
on
got
the
on
left.
here, I didn't say it was only an issue on the left. I said I was open-minded. I don't believe in everything Trump says. I don't believe in everything Kamala says. They've both only bashed each other. They have not done anything to talk about. The debate with Biden was the same thing. All they did was talk about who was the worst president. That's all they did. It was pointless. It's childish. They don't talk about anything important.
They
My
did
point
talk
is,
about things, right? You just didn't listen to those things. Biden in that debate did propose multiple things he was wanting to do for the country. Trump basically didn't give anything.
yeah, the things he wants to do, he's already been there 4 years. Come on. I said, you just said that the president has more authority than the VP. If he's the president, why didn't he do it?
So again, just because you have more authority doesn't mean you get everything you want done. Like Trump specifically wanted the infrastructure bill done. He didn't get it done.
Okay, so
Biden
you're saying
did.
then the
Trump
gender
wanted
things
to,
that
Trump wanted to get the wall built. He didn't do it. He wanted to replace and repeal the ACA. He didn't do that.
Okay, so
there
all
were
the
plenty
things.
of things that he didn't do that he said he
Okay,
was going to do.
so the things that you're saying that he's gonna do
Leave the cat. Thank you.
is the same way. He's not gonna be able to get it all
It
done.
increases
Just like
their potentiality of getting it done. Like that's the issue. How is this not like common sense?
Okay,
so if one
because
party's
Biden didn't
campaigning on banning access to GAC and the other is campaigning on protecting access to GAC, and you care about access to GAC, obviously you're going to vote for the
It's
one
not
that's
banning,
campaigning on
though.
protecting access
Trump
to GAC.
put it- okay.
I'm just giving you an example, bro. I'm
Okay.
literally just giving you an example on how fucking common sense it is to understand that even though presidential nominees will not be able to pass every single thing they believe in into legislation, that it is still the case that if you disagree with what they propose, this would give you reason to vote against them, as it is the case that this introduced a higher potentiality than not of
Right, so-
such policy being put into law.
So it's fair for me to believe that the things that you say Biden proposed during the debate, which I watched the thing from beginning to end. Biden didn't say anything, but
He did.
He
I can
did
tell
it.
you.
And the reason that he dropped out is because of that debate, how badly he did. The
Yeah, you
reason
could say
Harris
he
was
had a bad
running.
presentation, but he brought up policies, like objectively.
Okay, well,
I
if you
watched the
understood
debate,
what he
like,
was saying, then maybe. But
he did.
We needed
made sense
subtitles,
in-
but-
he made sense in parts of it. I
Okay.
did not need subtitles. I heard it fine.
Okay.
I mean, I do think there are parts of it, obviously, that are not great. Like I thought it was a bad performance. I definitely agree with you on that. But I
Okay.
do think that I could make out what he's saying.
But my point being that you're saying that the president has power, they have more potentiality if they become voted, right? They stand for one thing, or they stand for A or B. So if you vote for B, they have more potentiality to become B, right? And I'm saying Biden has been in office for over 3.5 years now, and the things that he's proposing are things that he could have done already. Not things that because we have a Republican Senate and because these bills don't get passed because
Codifying Roe
Republicans.
versus Wade is because of the Senate.
Yeah, but that's one
immigration
thing.
is because of the
You're-
Senate.
her-
I can keep going, right? A lot
But
of these
you-
are because of the Senate. Because
But
of
you're
Trump's
talking. You
role.
guys talk about Roe v. Wade, and it's like, okay, so that went to the states. So
Tell
if
me
your
one
state,
thing that he proposed that was an executive order that he could get done right now that he's not getting done, that he said he was going to do.
he's passed more executive orders than any president in history.
Oh, okay, so he's done. He's done things. You said he wasn't
Right,
doing
but it
anything,
doesn't mean
he's
that they're
done
all
now, he's done
good.
so much.
He has, but it doesn't mean that they're good. It doesn't
That's
mean
a
the things that he
completely
talks
other
about
topic,
is good.
dude. That's completely other topic.
Okay,
If
can
you
I go
think it's
back
good
to
or
what you
bad,
said and
the
answer your
topic
question?
the topic specifically was Parker had asked you to name a proposed policy of Biden and Harris's that they could get done right now that they haven't.
I honestly don't know. Nothing
Okay,
has
so
been
then don't
done.
make the fucking. That's a lie. They passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history: PACT Act, Chips and Science Act, Infrastructure Bill, Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay, but that's the thing, though. The Inflation Reduction Act is because inflation is so high. And I know it doesn't have to do with just them. Yeah, just like everything doesn't have to do with just Trump when Trump was president. You have to be fair on both sides. You can't blame everything on Trump and nothing
once
on
again,
Biden.
another pivot. You will do everything but answer Parker's question. Name.
I just said I don't know. I
answered
answered
right
it.
now that they can.
I just said I don't know.
Phenomenal. So you were talking out of your ass.
Okay, no, I'm not talking out
So
of
if
my
you
ass.
weren't talking out of the ass, then you know the proposed
If I was
policy that
talking
they
out of my
haven't
ass, I
got
would
done.
say something that wasn't true or that I didn't know. That would be
You just
talking out of
admitted
my
that you
ass.
didn't know it. So yes, you are talking out of your ass.
What I'm saying is, I'm saying that in America, as an individual American, I know how I live my life and what affects me individually as an American during these 4 years that presidents are active. And I know that my life has been significantly less enjoyable and less financially stable during this administration.
Hey, I met my girlfriend. My life has been so much better, right? Therefore,
Exactly, and
I
that-
must vote for Kamala Harris. you know?
Exactly, and that's why there's two sides. But you can't just
Dude, it's
say
just
that
like,
my
what?
side's right and your side's wrong. You can't
Dude,
do
that
that.
is a terrible reason. That's
You
a
can't
terrible
say
reason.
I'm right and you're wrong because I said so. That's not how it
Girl,
works.
that's a terrible reason.
Yo,
You can't. You cannot say I'm right and you're wrong because you say I say I'm right, so now I'm right.
I met her. Biden and Harris, they facilitated me meeting my girlfriend, and it's so great. The relationship, it's so good. It's doing amazing.
B, I gotta.
The greatest relationship you've seen.
Listen, hear me out for 30 seconds, right? So Parker actually just made a joke what he was pointing out was the correlation causation fallacy within your argument. Not everything that happens in the nation can or should be blamed on the president. And if you make a claim that it is, you'd have to
That's what I
demonstrate
just
how
said.
you'd have to demonstrate how, like the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation through policy or executive order.
That's what I just said. I said just like not everything can be blamed on Biden and Harris, not everything can be blamed on Trump. If it's good for one, it's good for the other. You have to be able to
well,
be fair.
we agree with you there, but we were more so talking about your claim that Biden and Harris caused inflation.
I didn't say they caused it. I said my life has been more financially less stable since their administration. I'm not saying they caused it.
But if they didn't cause it, that wouldn't give you reason to use this as a reason. Not
No,
to
but
vote
what I'm saying is they made it. It's definitely become worse. That's for sure.
right, but they haven't caused it to be worse.
Okay, but but it is worse because they are in a mention. You can't say that the economy has nothing to do with the president. That's just not true.
I think that they've had a good impact on the economy, not a bad impact on the economy.
You really believe that with how things are?
The U.S. has ushered in the quickest response from the global inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. Can you demonstrate through policy or executive order how they've had a bad impact on the economy?
But why did we have to do that? Because it's bad in the first place.
Because of the pandemic, not because of them.
Right. So if you're going to say that the pandemic was the problem, then half of the shit that you're talking about Trump doing was because of the pandemic, not because of him.
If we reference 2020 with like the high rate of unemployment, of course you'd be correct.
Right, exactly. And people are doing that. They're saying, oh, well, Trump had the lowest employment. Well, it was a pandemic. You can't do that. You have to be fair on both sides.
Yeah, but we're not contesting that, B. We're contesting your argument that they made the economy worse.
I didn't say that they made it bad. It's just become worse under their administration, right?
Amazing.
I mean, that's a
so
fact.
Therefore, this would not be any reason to not vote for them.
If it's become worse under their administration, why would I vote for them? If it's become worse, it's going to continue to become worse.
How do you know it will continue to be worse if they're in office? If they
Because they've been there for 4 years. They've shown it in the 4 years they've been there. Over 3.5 years they've been there.
I'm so sorry. That's just illogical. I feel like we've kind of went over this a couple times. So if you admit that the reason the economy is worse is not because of Biden and Harris, well then what would give you reason to assume if they were?
I'm not saying it's not because of them. I'm just saying it's not 100% their fault.
I don't like the constant interruptions. Is that fair?
I haven't constantly interrupted you. That was the first time.
No, you've constantly interrupted me.
That's just not true, but okay.
Okay, are we being delusional now?
I've let you talk the whole time. I just said I didn't say that.
So we are being delusional now.
Sure, if you say so. Because what you say is right, right?
Yeah, so anyways, in this context, yeah. So anyway, I'm just going to try to make this point. That'll probably be it from me, right? Because I feel like we've been circling over the same point repeatedly now. But the point is the Biden-Harris administration did not cause high rates of inflation within our economy. The Biden-Harris administration did not cause the economy to get worse, right? This was all caused by the pandemic. It was seen all across the globe. The Biden-Harris administration has ushered in the quickest response from things such as the inflation onset by the pandemic. So this gives you no reason not to vote for them, right?
They contributed to it, not caused it.
How did they contribute to it?
Because you cannot tell me that their administration has nothing to do with
They contributed
inflation.
in a positive manner. You're going to have to detail to me how they contributed in a negative manner. Can you?
I can't because I don't know. Because you're telling me that they had an infrastructure bill that has made the inflation rate go down, right? That's what you're saying.
No, false. The Inflation Reduction Act addressed supply chain issues to reduce inflation in the long term.
And that's all from COVID.
I'm so confused about what the fuck's going on.
Because you're saying it's all from COVID, that they haven't caused any of it. That's because of COVID, and they're making it better.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm just clarifying. That's what you're saying. And I, like I said, when I got on here, I wanted to see what you guys said about it. Like I said, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just asking questions and asking your opinion on them, and having a civil discussion to try to see where you're coming from.
Okay, well,
people should be able to do that. No, I appreciate you guys letting me talk.
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. Nathan, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Madison, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it as well. All right. Let's get on to the next individual. I'll probably be on everyone for another hour and 30 minutes, y'all.
I was really confused by that last conversation.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Phenomenal.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go on to the next individual. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
I could try to help find someone.
Yes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, Parker?
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm doing mighty fine. How are you?
Good. Are you voting for Trump?
One moment. Let me throw my AirPods in.
Okay. Everyone spam Trump in the comment section or MAGA if you want to be brought up.
Oh, also, everybody in here, make sure to follow my new account, the one I'm on right now. Follow. I'm going to be streaming on here tomorrow.
Dude, you're already over 3K followers. It's crazy.
That's insane. I didn't even know that. That's awesome.
Levi, you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Can you define woke for me, please?
I would call woke just a term that I'm using as far as like far left.
So woke just means far left?
In my context, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, a radical kind of position.
Okay. So would you consider saying the election was rigged with no sufficient evidence like a radical position?
With no sufficient evidence, I would go ahead and allow you that would be somewhat radical, yeah.
Yeah, so Trump's view is radical. He's therefore woke.
No, he had sufficient
So you're unwoke,
evidence.
so you're not for him.
He had sufficient evidence.
Really? What sufficient evidence shows that the election was stolen?
Oh, geez. Well, have you looked into any experts who've checked out the exploitability of certain machines?
Yeah, but like the overwhelming set of court cases show that there's no sufficient evidence, right? 60 plus court
That's
cases show
because
no
there
sufficient
cannot
evidence,
be
17 of which
evidence.
had appointed judges specifically by Trump. So either Trump appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him, or he lost the election. Now, which one do you believe it to
No,
be?
those cases were all dismissed. They were not disproved.
Because of no evidence,
They were
right?
dismissed on grounds of no evidence.
Nah. Find me a court
Yeah.
document that says that.
Yeah, so you want me to show you that they were dismissed?
No, I know
Based
that
upon
they
no
were
evidence?
dismissed. It was not based upon no evidence. It was
no sufficient evidence.
the
called no
hacks, the
standing?
exploits in these machines are no one would ever know.
Oh, okay. So no one knows. So there's not evidence. So no sufficient evidence.
check out
yet you
Smart
still believe it.
Elections.
Therefore, you're woke yourself. So he's unwoke, yet he holds a woke view himself under his own view. Yeah, for sure.
No, I'm about to show you the evidence. Go to smartelections.us/dominion-ice.
Smart elections. What?
.us/dominion/-ice.
Are you sure it's not a forward slash?
Yeah, it is a forward slash. My bad.
Forward dash what?
Ice. ICE.
Okay. What about it?
Now go ahead and scroll down to the quick and easy PDF. This will be a good place to go. And click the first here.
What am I supposed to be looking at?
Can't
really think of the box enough. Thank you so much.
The slide decks showing that security experts say hybrid voting machines are not secure. They can be hacked. No internet connection is needed. They can produce wrong election results. They can give an election to the wrong
And
candidate.
so no, I'm asking.
And no one would
Is
ever
there
know.
any evidence that did happen?
Wait,
Again,
yeah.
there
What's the
cannot
difference?
be evidence because
What's
no
the
one would ever
difference?
know.
What's the
He's,
difference?
okay, so you hold the view that it was rigged with no sufficient evidence. Therefore, it's a woke position under your view. As you said, it would be no sufficient evidence and it would be radical. So obviously, I think that you hold a woke view here, and you're saying that you're unwoke.
Can I ask you a question?
Giving you sufficient evidence that with under $50 in materials, a Raspberry Pi, and an Ethernet cord, you can get into these machines in under 5 seconds.
Levi, here's my question.
So
what's
you
the
cannot
difference
provide
between your
sufficient evidence that there was no
Hey,
fraud.
Hey, Levi, what's the
Yes,
difference
Dean?
between your hypothesis that the 2020 election was stolen because the Dominion voting machines can be hacked, and my hypothesis that the 2016 election was stolen from Hillary because the Dominion voting machines can be hacked?
The number and location of the votes that came in, like the specific counties, like Maricopa County and the Southern District of New York, and I don't remember the specific county's name in Georgia, but these are places where known corruption is and Dominion machines are.
Wait, but they're going to be in the same places in the same counties during the 2016 election.
Yes, but we don't. I've never looked into the 2016 election, so I'm not.
Well, see, there's no
Unfortunately,
difference
I'm
in
not
these
able to talk
hypotheses.
intelligently about that.
You could just assume that any election in the modern era with the use of these Dominion voting machines was stolen with your logic. I just want to let you know.
Yes, yes. Since 2004, when Venezuela had their very, very provably nefarious elections, there were only like 8 million voters in the Venezuelan election in 2004, but 1 million of them were fake, so well over 10%. The following year,
Yeah, there's no sufficient
technology
evidence of that happening in
Venezuela,
this
though?
case. No, in this case.
Oh, no,
the
no, no.
United States.
Yeah, I'm about
So
to
again, when you
dig
sit
a
there and
little
you
bit
act like
deeper.
that, like somehow gets you out of this issue, it doesn't, because it is the case that you have no sufficient evidence. You said that, oh, there's not going to be evidence. Well, if there's not going to be evidence, well, then again, it's upheld by your old standard that you said was bad. Because again, when you're saying you're unwoke, you're saying it's bad to be woke. It's bad to have these radical views. Then what you did is you had a radical view because you had no sufficient evidence. So why wouldn't you refrain from holding the view if that's the whole basis of your account name?
There is evidence. It was no courts wanted to look at it because it was a very hot button issue that was going to get a lot of people fired if they did look into it.
No.
If they did look into it,
You have
then
no
they were
source
probably
for
not.
that. No,
they
it's
were
because they didn't
probably
have
not-
sufficient evidence. Show me one court case that indicated what you just said.
Also,
Again,
that
they were
didn't do
all
it. Didn't look
dismissed,
at it because
Parker.
name one.
They were all dismissed.
On what? Name one that was dismissed on what you said.
They were dismissed.
Name
but
one
I
that
don't know
was
what you want
dismissed
from me
based
here.
upon what you said.
They were dismissed. If they were dismissed, they wouldn't
Name one
have
that
been
was
dismissed.
dismissed based upon what you said.
They wouldn't have been dismissed if what I said had been
Sir,
considered.
can
Parker.
you answer my question? Can you give me one?
They
Thank
wouldn't
you so
have been
much.
dismissed if they were going based off of what I said, Parker. You're asking a stupid question.
So you know more than Trump's lawyers?
That-
Trump's
wait, that's
lawyers
exactly
didn't have a
the-
chance to operate because the cases were dismissed, Dean.
They're dismissed
No.
on, so all 63 were dismissed on no standings, and no standings would indicate that Trump, as well as his lawyers, had no standings for their claims. Your hypothesis that, well, they're truly dismissed because it was a hot button issue, they didn't want to get themselves involved, is hearsay. There's no evidence for that. That's literally speculation. It's just another. way for
I'm
your
I'm
conspiracy
providing you
theory.
evidence that shows that these can be hacked in under 5 seconds with $50
That doesn't
in
indicate
materials.
it did happen, by the way.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
That
there's a difference
we
between
can-
be hacked and were hacked. You're trying to prove that it was hacked.
We can go back and look at the video camera evidence that
Wait,
shows
I have a
one
question,
person
Levi.
dropping multiple ballots in different
Hey,
boxes,
Levi, I
different
have a
PO
question.
boxes
Do
over
you
the course
accept-
of one evening.
Do you
The
accept
evening
Trump's
when
civil
Donald
case that he raped
Trump's,
Eugene Carroll? I'll like wrap it in. Do you accept Trump's civil case that he raped Eugene Carroll?
I will accept it if you will look at a case that
Can
I
men
would like
rape
to bring
women?
forth to the cable.
Wait, but men
of
can
course.
rape women. That's evidence for Trump raping Eugene Carroll because Trump is a man and Eugene Carroll's a woman.
Sure.
Wait, but just because men can rape women, does that give me any reason, right? Any good reason to assume that Trump raped Eugene Carroll because men can rape
No,
women?
no, it doesn't.
No, but in the same way, voting machines can be hacked.
Oh.
Does this give me any good reason to assume that the voting machines were hacked?
I'm going to follow a similar line of questioning. Whoa, what just happened? I'll follow a similar line of questioning with you. Do you accept that in the 2004 Venezuelan election that there was fraud?
Dude, I don't know anything about the 2004 one. I know a bit about the election they had this year. There's a bunch of fraud this year, so probably.
Yeah. In the 2004 election, they had just recently purchased Dominion machines, and they were using Smartmatic software. The following year, after it was very well known that this had happened in Venezuela, Sequoia, a major voting company in the United States, went ahead and purchased Smartmatic. And since then, I would sufficiently doubt that the integrity of any specific election is fully verifiable.
So Trump stole the 2016 election.
No, the
Yes.
far left, the far left are the ones primarily exploiting these machines. You can
Really? So
check
why
the-
didn't Bernie
check the
win?
counties that they're in.
Percy Confetti, thank you. Why didn't Bernie win then?
Bernie didn't have the full support of the DNC.
So it's not the far left; it's the DNC establishment.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so if it's the DNC establishment, again, and you just believe that based on no sufficient evidence, you just feel like it. Percy the Dinosaur, thank you so much. How is that any different from
I would
assuming that to be true
wager.
about
I would
Trump?
wager that Bush could have also had cheating at the hands of these machines. So it's not specifically the DNC. I would call it more
Yeah,
of
this
like
is just what you feel like. It's literally there's no evidence. It's just like I feel like it's applicable to this person.
Yeah.
I've given you everything that I can give you without getting banned from TikTok for talking about more. So,
bro, what?
It's just called big lie propaganda.
No, I've had 2 accounts that have both been shut down if I say too
Yeah,
much. So
for
I would prefer
civic and
not to
electoral
continue.
integrity, because you are misleading people and it's bad.
I'm not misleading people. I'm showing people very specific sources and letting them come to their own conclusions. I'm showing them that these machines
I
can
kind
be
of
hacked.
wanted to wrap back in.
Can be is not a good reason to believe it did.
Yeah, I wanted to
They're-
wrap that back in. So, like, in the same way you'd say the fact that men can grape women, that doesn't give you enough reason to believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. Therefore, in this sense, just because these machines can be hacked, wouldn't give you enough reason to believe that they were hacked.
All right, let's consider the case of Reginald Lafayette and Douglas Colty, who were responsible for spending over $6 million to purchase these machines in Westchester County, New York, against the will of Citizens for Voting Integrity of New York and Indivisible Scarsdale. Both of these 2 major public utilities, public services for supporting the integrity of their elections opposed this. And these 2 people went ahead and pushed it through anyways, spending $6 million that none of the citizens wanted them
So
to
Trump
spend
rightfully
on machines
won
that
the
are
state of New
provably
York?
easily hackable.
So
What?
Trump rightfully won the state of New York in 2020, but they hacked.
I have no
machines.
sufficient evidence of that, Dean.
Okay, so then why would you believe that the election was stolen? Like, what states do you think that Trump rightfully won?
I'm not going to offer conjecture. I'm simply pointing out that there was.
If you're admitting that
sufficient
it's
evidence.
conjecture to say, wait, if you're admitting that it's conjecture to say that there was any states or some states or a conglomerate of states that Trump rightfully won in 2020, but these machines were then hacked into and then flip-flopped to Biden, then it'd just be conjecture to say that the election was stolen, because that's what you mean when you say the election was stolen.
Again, I have not said that the election is stolen. I said I believe that there is sufficient evidence to show that it is likely. And
Which probably means you believe it. You're just not saying it.
of course, I believe it.
So
Parker.
what states do you
Bro.
think that Trump likely won that were reported as Biden winning?
If you want to dig deeper into some of these fraudsters, then let's dig deeper into Reginald Lafayette and Douglas Colty in
Well, I
the
mean,
case
I doubt that
in
you think that
Westchester
Trump
County.
likely won New York, so that's not relevant.
That is where my research has gone. That's shown very specific cases of fraudsters who denied the
I mean, do you think
wants
that Trump
of the
likely
people.
won New York? Yes or no?
I'm not going to say. I do
Dude,
not know.
you can't tell me if Trump likely won New York. Really?
New York has a substantial amount of rural population.
Oh
so
my god, I can't believe this shit. Parker,
This
you
guy's
are freaking
delusional.
out. Leave out, yeah.
You
Yeah.
literally think that that
Ah.
fucking
clearly not
Trump
delusional.
possibly won
So
New York.
No, likely. Remember, likely.
I went ahead and
New York.
I did not say likely.
Uh-huh.
I went ahead and agreed with your position that the case with Jean Carroll should be upheld. Now, I would like you to look at a case from a congressional.
Wait, you
court,
agree it
which
should be
is
upheld?
A level above the district courts.
Wait, so you think
I'm
the
ambivalent.
civil case of him being held legally responsible should be upheld? Think with the hand up.
Devin, thank
In-
you for
in
the
the case of
$10
this
on Venmo to
conversation,
call
I
me a
am
child.
ambivalent.
What does that mean?
I mean, it's not a point that I particularly want to argue with you. I will. I'm happy
'cause
to.
you know
if
it makes you look
if
bad?
you'd like to dig into it. No,
I'll talk about
it
it.
doesn't make.
So,
me look
would you
bad.
vote for someone
right.
who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Will you give me 30 seconds to explain my answer?
Yes.
All right. I absolutely would, depending on what the opposition has done. If the opposition is far worse, then yes, of course I would.
Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a child?
It, again, depends on what the opposition is. I'm about to present a case to you that makes it very clear that the opposition is far worse.
Hey Parker,
Are
I'm
you
gonna
ready?
go ahead and head out here for the night. I appreciate you for letting me
Have
up
a
the
good night, man.
coast. Yeah, you too. Everybody in the chat, have a good rest of your night. Adios, y'all.
Have a good one, Dean.
Have a good one, man.
So you'd vote for someone who was held civilly liable. So I'll ask you, if Trump was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a kid, would you vote for him in this election?
It would make it a lot harder for me to do so, but yes, I still would. Because,
still would?
again, the opposition is far worse. Could you pull up
Okay,
the
what about
exploitation
held civilly
crisis?
liable for
Parker,
assaulting
rather
10
than
children?
rather than going down this train of questioning, could you just pull up the exploitation crisis?
We will in
It's
a
on
minute.
YouTube.
We will in a minute. So appreciate the boxing up. Thank you so much. Well, in a minute. So again, if they were held civilly liable for assaulting 10 children, would you vote for them still?
What the Biden-Harris administration is guilty of doing is allowing 85,000 children to go missing, and it's not just that they're
Not an answer to
missing;
my
they're
question,
they're
sir.
missing at the hands of.
Not an answer to my question, sir. Can you answer my question directly? Would you vote for him if he was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting 10 children?
I would have to vote third party in that case, but that is not the case.
So you wouldn't vote for him. Okay, so given that you wouldn't vote for him in that scenario, why would you vote for them if they were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting one child?
I'm trying to bring a different case to your attention here, Parker.
We will get to that
Please.
here in a second, but please respond to this point because I'm seeing where you draw the line to show you how your reasoning you don't hold to.
My reasoning for 1 and not 10 would be sometimes people make mistakes in their lives. There's
You
extraneous
think that
extraneous
assaulting one kid is a
circumstances.
mistake?
There's occasionally extraneous circumstances that lead into things. Sometimes kids come on to adults, whatever. It would
Kids come
be
on to it. You are fucking crazy as fuck. Kids come on to adults. Thank you for the box. Thank
occasionally.
you so much.
Yeah. It's not something that's never happened, Parker.
And you think that somehow makes it a mistake that the adult graped the kid?
Your line of questioning is dumb. Can we please
No,
move
you
to the
just said that
exploitation
like
crisis?
child grape is a mistake in some circumstances.
Would you
So can you explain to me how you think child grape is a mistake in some circumstances?
This is not a rabbit hole that I want to go down. There's
Clearly,
no
because you look fucking terrible. Now answer
yeah.
the question.
There's no way to answer this question honestly and not look bad,
Yes,
Parker.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe because what you said was fucking bad.
Again, we're talking about 80. I'm talking about 85,000 missing children who have gone.
You're not
hands to the
answering my
members of
question.
MS.
Appreciate that much. Thank you so much. You said that
is.
sexually assaulting a kid, right, is a mistake in some circumstances, and that kids go on to the adults. Why did you bring that up?
Because you are pressuring me to answer stupid questions.
Jalen, thank you so much for that. I appreciate the glowing jellyfish. I don't know if I was pressured to answer a question, I would never say something like that.
I'm trying to bring to your attention. Do you know what MS-13 is, Parker?
Yes, but you're not answering all my questions. You're trying to deflect away from the fact that you held a
It's
crazy
not a
fucking view,
deflection.
and you said
No,
that
it's not a
child grape is a
deflection.
mistake.
I'm showing you that the Biden-Harris administration is doing something far, far worse.
What? No, Sheila, thank you for the $20.25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Kimberly, thank you for the corgi. What are you talking about? What do you mean they're doing something far
What
worse?
is MS-13, Parker?
That's like, isn't that supposed to be like a group that was like a gang from Los Angeles that has then expanded and is like a really large gang now?
They infiltrated Los Angeles. They are primarily from like Honduras and El Salvador. Do you know where most of the migrants are coming from?
No, I don't know the percentages.
Unaccompanied migrant children are coming from El Salvador, Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras. Over 95% of all of the unaccompanied minor children who've crossed our border have come from those four locations. MS-13 is in charge of a couple of those countries. 18th Street is in charge of some of the others of those countries. Not necessarily in charge of them, but they are severely infiltrated into them. Now, please look up the exploitation crisis. The unaccompanied minor children are being passed through the hands of HRR off to Cherokee Federal, and knowingly, often moving to sponsors that are not verified. They have fake IDs. They're then done whatever they want with by the hands of these violent gang members. Yes, the exploitation crisis. It's a congressional hearing.
No, what's the
Senator
title?
Ron Johnson, the exploitation crisis. You can find the live stream hearing on YouTube.
Yeah, so just some random thing from the Senate, from Grassley,
From
Senator
a
Chuck
congressional
Grassley.
court. If you're going to
Iowa,
hold an-
bro, you're chilling. There's no way. So again, what the source
If
can't
you
just be
hold-
like a claim from a politician.
It's not a claim. There is a shit ton of evidence. Parker.
And what is the evidence?
But where do you want to begin?
Anywhere.
The number of. Okay, let's look at Miss Deborah White. She was a whistleblower. One moment, let me get my notes up. Go.
Dun dun.
Okay.
Did it
Miss
dun dun.
Deborah White.
Did it dun dun. Did it dun.
Miss Deborah White found that false documents from sponsors were rampant. Kids were being sent to abandoned houses or houses that didn't even exist. She tried to reach out to sponsors to verify that they were a good place for the child to go.
Where are you getting
She
this
was
information
told-
from?
From Deborah White, when she was under oath in a congressional hearing.
So you're just you're just
if
reading
you
off what she
hold-
said. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Now,
Okay.
if you hold that, if you hold that Jean Carroll's
Sorry, I'm
case,
trying
which
to
was
ask
from
a
a
question.
district court, is reasonable, that we should trust it, then why would you not trust anything? You're acting like nothing from this entire congressional hearing could possibly be of value. Please stop.
No, that's
acting
not
like
what
that.
I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that does this indicate sufficient proof, right? And you have to identify specifically what would show to be to be the proof, right? I'm not just asking for a claim. Appreciate the following for you. Thank you so much. Again, we can bring stuff up as it relates to the context of the civil court case, in terms of preponderance of evidence, in terms of like arguments of what we'd expect, given that they didn't give up their DNA. Right? We can talk about those things. Those things indicate probabilistic likelihoods of this being true. Now, what's the sufficient evidence?
No, all right, let's use that preponderance. Deborah White had been making 30-day calls to check in with these sponsors, and frequently her and other healthcare workers that were looking after the safety of these children were finding out that the sponsors were no longer in custody of these children. And HRR, or HHS and ORR went ahead and told the healthcare workers to stop calling these children, alleging that they were going to pass off that responsibility to a call center instead. Instead of looking into it and trying to find the kids, they're like, we'll just have the people that give a shit stop calling them. We'll pass that responsibility on. It's not even verified that they did pass it on. They may have just stopped doing these calls entirely.
Let's assume this is true. Is this even related to the federal government? Thank you for the superpower. Thank you so much.
The Department of Health and Human Resources, HHS. Let me double check that I have that.
So it's not like Kamala at all.
Yes. No.
Shanique, thank you so
totally
much. I
is.
appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
The Biden administration was written oversight letters. That's essentially the same thing as being subpoenaed, but you have to just write an oversight letter to officials that are granted like governmental immunity. You can't actually subpoena them. And That was over a year ago, and they were letting the Biden administration, as well as Secretary Becerra and Secretary Mayorkas, know that these children have had organs sold on the black market, that they have been worked to the bone, at which point, when they were done working them to the bone, they were, I'll say, capitated, try to be a little bit TikTok safe, and dumped into holes in the ground on farms near the southern border. There's farms on both the Mexican side and the U.S. side of the southern border. And that I would call
I'm not
is sufficient
understanding
evidence.
this. Hey, I'm not understanding this point. You're not actually giving me anything that relates to like something that Joe Biden or Kamala Harris did. Okay, so if you don't have any evidence that relates them to that, why are you bringing this up in response to what I've brought up?
Because they did not even respond to oversight letters showing that tragic things are happening to thousands
are you saying
and
that
thousands
Harris
of children.
looks over these oversight letters? And are you saying these oversight
When
letters
you
weren't
get
happening
when
under?
you get an
Are you
oversight
saying these
letter from-
oversight? Are you saying these oversight letters did not happen under Trump's administration?
Yes, I am saying that.
Okay, so there was nothing in 2020, nothing in 2019.
The numbers of unaccompanied migrant children who went missing under Trump's entirety of his entirety of his presidency is around 1,600, and I believe that was mostly from the earlier days, and that's still a very high number.
So is
but it's
that
nowhere near 85,000.
Is Trump responsible for that?
Trump was responsible for getting it under control after Biden.
No,
got
is Trump
this shit
responsible
into
for
place.
16? Is Trump responsible for the 1,600?
He is indirectly responsible, but at least he was doing something about it, not completely ignoring the problem.
Okay, so
And they
can you
aren't-
give me
they
a
aren't
source on
ignoring it,
where you get the number from of these?
The number of children?
Yeah.
Yeah. One moment here.
Everyone do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Do give it a second for people to join up. I think Matt was going to
So
join.
we can pull up the whole entire list of the 553,000 unaccompanied migrant children who were investigated. That list is on GitHub. You could search GitHub HHS-child-migrant-data.
No, just tell me what the title is.
This is a GitHub page, my guy, where I'm trying to get you
So
to
is
the
it? Wait, is that
specific
like a
GitHub
thing
page.
where you like download stuff?
Do you not know what GitHub is?
No, I don't.
And GitHub is a repository. It's people who code usually use it so they can fork their code without messing with previous versions. It's like version and dependency control. It allows for multiple people to work on multiple things at once, but GitHub is just a very useful platform to hold data, hold like SOPs, things of that nature.
So how is this a source?
I'm giving you the raw data for the 553,000 children that were investigated to realize that over 85,000 of them were missing.
People are saying
is
it's a
the data.
black market website.
GitHub? No. GITHUB. It's coders. Coders use this website predominantly.
Okay. Okay.
The best source that we're going to come across here is this hearing, though. I would really, really
Why
appreciate
did
if you
you get
watch
this
the
from
first
raw
3.5
data?
minutes.
Wait, why do you get this from raw data? Why wouldn't it be like related to like a governmental source?
The government isn't even responding to oversight letters, my guy. You think that they're doing an investigation on this? The Biden administration?
So who's getting this information from?
The people that looked into it.
What people? Why do we trust them?
Senator Ron Johnson, Senator Chuck Grassley.
So we pick
people on
Senator
here.
Chuck Grassley and Ron Johnson over the rest of the government?
I implore you to watch the first 3.5 minutes. I'm telling you this is a big deal.
Okay.
If what I'm saying is true,
but the overwhelming amount of the government doesn't indicate this. There's no other source. It's literally just a few Republican senators.
Come to your own conclusion by watching it, please.
Okay, I will, but like, I mean, if there's just literally a few Republican senators saying something, I don't think that makes it true.
No, there's documents from HHS and ORR.
Yeah, but that's no, it's not
we
from
can
the
dig into Cherokee
HHS.
Federal.
They're trying to say that they're examining the failures of the HHS's unaccompanied children program. Which, by the way, this isn't even related to like Harris or Biden, right? This would be something related to that
By
particular.
the fact that they did not respond to oversight letters, yes, it implicates them.
So the Biden-Harris
drastically.
administration not responding to oversight letters implicates them as like worse than Trump being held civilly liable for raping 10 children.
I believe that it implicates them in the same way that you think that the DNA not being offered by Trump implicates him.
No, but there's not even preponderance of evidence here. What's the preponderance of evidence? There's no civil court determination, no jury, nothing. I actually have like
There's
something to
been
base it on. Jury
videos-
determinations.
there's been videos of children getting decapitated.
Jury determinations are most likely to be accurate.
Videos of children getting decapitated, Parker. Yeah, I would call that some evidence.
No, thank you. So you have videos of people being, okay. So how does that relate to, like the overall numbers? You're just saying that you have a video of that happening. What?
I'm saying that there are lots of videos that
It doesn't
they're
tell
not,
you how
like,
many,
publicly available.
how much this occurred. If there's like one or two videos.
And if there was a video of a single child being raped by an adult, I'm sure that you would call that a big deal. This is
No,
videos
wait,
of
listen.
children
You're not
being
understanding what I'm
decapitated.
saying. Hey. I'm not saying that's not a big deal for that to occur. What I'm saying is that how do you say that it's specifically the fault of the Biden-Harris administration?
Because they have not even
And I want you
responded to oversight letters. But I'll go beyond that.
Again, when you say they
Biden
haven't
and
responded to
Harris-
oversight letters, you're saying which oversight letters are you referencing? I want you to tell me.
Chuck Grassley's oversight letter.
Holy fucking shit, dude. When did they submit this letter?
Over a year ago.
Over a year ago.
Yes.
Okay. Oversight letter for some shit. Like no one did any other oversight letter for any other administration.
No. Not that I'm aware of. That there may have been one during Biden's time. I don't know. I haven't gone back that deep.
So Biden's supposed to act upon some random letter from Chuck Grassley, and that's
It's a
what
letter
he's supposed
from
to
a
base it on.
congressional court. This is
It's
not
a
very
letter
many
from
people
them
are
submitting
sent-
it to a congressional court. It's not specifically like it's been held legally responsible or like a jury determined this is accurate. It's literally just been reported. Since when have you accepted reports?
There is so much.
Oh wait.
The case, my guy. This is like an hour and 43-minute long case. We could talk about
Wait,
every
so
single
apparently-
thing, and you
wait,
could
wait, wait.
criticize me, or you could watch it yourself.
Wait, so you're saying there were no oversight efforts related to? Oh wait, so there are oversight letters about basically everything. Basically everything.
Congressional courts. From congressional courts.
Yeah. So again, the way there's stuff like that for COVID as it relates to Donald Trump. He didn't respond to oversight letters about COVID.
He shut
About the
down
federal government's
bat
pandemic
virus funding.
response.
Trump shut down bat virus funding that was going to China in 2020.
Wait, no, I'm
It's been
asking,
turned back on in
is Trump
2023
responsible?
by the Biden administration?
You're not understanding. Is Trump responsible for this because he didn't look at all of that?
I would need to see the oversight letters that you're talking about, who they came from. I would like to see the way that
The
people
title
talk
of
about
the
it.
commentary
Are
that
they
I'm referencing is
stonewalling?
Early Oversight in the 117th Congress, 3 takeaways. Yeah.
In the 103?
Yeah, and it links specifically to the ones. It says so far 30% of congressional oversight letters and 40% of hearings related to federal government's pandemic response. Right? And there's also there's plenty of these that were sent. So like there are things like this that happen all the time. I don't know why you're saying it's only applicable to like one administration. You have to like prove these things within the context of these courts for them to like follow through with it. It would be followed through with. You know what's crazy? You say that the government wouldn't be addressing these things, and then now you're telling me that there is a government source addressing it.
They are doing their best.
Isaiah, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
It's operating through HHS.
They're
and
doing
then
their best. So
passing it along to Cherokee Federal, and then taking absolutely no responsibility of anything from that point forward. They do not care where these children go. They are
then
directing.
if that was the
employees
case, then why did
not
they
to
even
try
let
to
it
do
be brought up in Congress in the first place?
I don't understand your question.
Yeah, if it is the case that they didn't care and they didn't want to address any of these concerns, why was it brought up in Congress in the first place?
Because the judicial branch of government is different from the executive branch of government. They are designed to have power over each other.
Oh, so it isn't controlled completely, and there is like something that they address facts. Or
Yeah.
there's something where they address facts. So you making this claim that they don't address facts, that we can't trust the courts.
They
is
didn't
not something you hold
respond to
now?
them. They didn't respond to them. I didn't say that they didn't. That it's not like there are no facts. It's that they have not even responded, Parker. And both Biden and Kamala raised their hands in 2020 during the presidential the DNC debates when I believe it was CNN asked the question, "Would you support an open border?" They are causing this indirectly or directly.
That is not the question that was asked. That's bullshit. Play the clip.
It literally is. We could play the clip.
Play the clip. They did not.
Right.
They did not say yes to an open.
They
border,
raised
bro.
their hands. Yeah.
Come on, dude. Come on. They're talking about. They were talking about healthcare, and they're specifically referencing like care for people who like in critical condition, which we give critical care to tourism, to tourists. So it's like, I don't know why you wouldn't apply that for undocumented immigrants even, because that's just like a human right.
An open border is not what I would call.
That's not an open border.
human
That's just
right.
saying that like you provide critical care if someone's in critical condition in the United States.
While I'm looking for this clip, could you please watch the first 3.5 minutes of that congressional
No.
hearing?
I'm not going to just sit down and watch the 3 minutes on live right now when I've got to engage with people.
This is important for the audience to hear.
Then they can go watch it themselves.
Please do. It's
Okay.
the exploitation crisis.
All right, there you go.
Will you promise me that you will watch it later?
WatchDominion.com.
Will you please promise me?
Yeah, at some point I'll watch it.
If you only watch the first 20 minutes, that's okay, but please watch at least that much.
Okay. Please check out my QAnon conspiracy theory, please.
This is a congressional hearing, Parker.
That doesn't mean, you know, there are congressional hearings about the aliens too. Like, remember that one thing about the alien that like they thought it was like an alien, and they were like, "This
They
is
call
so
it a
such good
UFO.
evidence. The aliens, they're here.
Unidentified
It's an
flying
alien.
object.
It's an old alien, extraterrestrial, non-human biologics." Do you believe that?
Democratic presidential candidates.
Do you believe that?
Who raised their hand?
Do
after
you want to
being
like
asked
respond
if
to
they
my
would
question
provide
here, or do you want me
healthcare
just to
to
kick you off?
immigrants? What was your question? I'm still trying to find that clip. What was your question?
Do you think that like all of the congressional hearings or all of that is like true? Like the non-human biologics and like the extraterrestrial like,
I'm
alien shit?
happy
Do you
to
believe
look
all that?
into. I'm happy to look into the evidence and come to my own conclusion without having actually dug
I'm
into
asking
the
if you
hearing.
believe
I'm
in
not
it.
going to. I haven't dug into those.
Okay,
too
so
greatly.
you don't just accept it because it's there.
No,
You'd only
no,
do it
I
like
have
if
watched,
there's like
I have
proof or
watched
evidence.
this myself. I've read the oversight letters. I've dug deeper and found the raw data that was used to conduct these investigations. So,
Yeah, so-
I've come to a conclusion on my
Really
own
read it,
using this
yeah.
as my source.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what did you read that?
What
told
do you
this?
do on a day-to-day basis, Parker? You look things
asked,
up.
what
You
did
figure things
what did you
out.
do? Hey, I asked you, what did you do to? What would you read to indicate this?
Read to indicate what?
to indicate that this is true.
The increase in UACs. We can check out.
Did you accept the Russian collusion because it was in the committees?
Russian collusion?
Mm-hmm.
Russian collusion to do what?
Remember there was like the Russian collusion, like committee hearings? Did you think
No.
that it was true just because it was claimed in like the committee hearings?
I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what Russian collusion to do what.
You remember like about the 2016 election?
Oh. That there was Russian bots that were trying to influence the election?
Well, there was like Russia trying to like interfere with the election, but I'm saying like collusion with Trump.
Oh.
Like that
understood.
was in the.
Again, I've never looked into that case.
Okay, so but like, would you? I'm asking if you would accept it because it was in a committee hearing.
I like to look into things myself and come to my own conclusion.
Okay. All right. So you should go check it out then. You should go read it. Go watch it. Are you gonna promise me you're gonna watch it?
All right. No, I'm gonna.
You promise me?
That was from 2016.
So?
Oh.
You should watch it. Promise me. Please promise me you'll watch it.
Sure.
Sure? Okay.
Yeah. If you provide me the link so I can
I'll
pull
watch
up.
it with the same degree of confidence that you're gonna watch it.
If you provide me the link or the name, then I absolutely will. If it means that you will watch
I just want you.
exploitation crisis.
I just want you to look up. Because you told me to do the same thing. I just want you to look up. Like Russia.
Is this actually a
collusion,
big deal to you?
Oversight. Yes.
The 85,000 missing children is a big deal.
I'm saying this is a big deal to me. What about the January 6th hearings?
What about the
Thank you for the
January
handout.
6th
Thank you so much. Are you gonna check those out for me too?
I have a little bit.
Really?
Alexandria, yeah. Alexandria
Watch the rest of
Pelosi-
it, okay? Will you watch the rest
Alexandria Pelosi herself has called that a nothing burger. She's recited a case of a woman that she talked to who lived in a small town who got drunk a year later after being hassled and heckled by her local townmates. She got drunk at a bar and accidentally killed somebody's mom, and like Alexandria Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's daughter, called it like a fucking nothing burger. At the end of the day,
I don't care about what Pelosi's daughter said. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
were more people injured 2 weeks ago during the Hamas riots in DC than were injured during the January 6th?
Yeah,
riots?
am I advocating to pardon people who like assaulted police officers? No.
No,
Or did
no, I
Trump
don't think
advocate?
so.
Did Trump advocate to pardon the January 6 individuals that assaulted police officers that were convicted of it?
He no longer had a presidency.
Yeah, he did.
So I don't.
He did say that he's going to pardon those people because he thinks that they're innocent, even though they've been convicted for literally assaulting police officers.
How many police officers died on January 6th?
I don't think a police officer died.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, it was there was another
you know
person
what the
that died.
mainstream
though.
media told us? They tried to.
There
tell
was
us that,
another
like, 5
person
of
that
them
died though. They
Yeah,
were
Ashley
assaulted
Babbitt.
though. Was it one police officer that died?
No, 0 police officers.
There was one
died.
person that died. I know.
Ashley
But there were
Babbitt.
plenty that were
She
injured.
got-
And there was one
she
that
got
lost
shot
an
when she was
eye.
entering the
There was one
Capitol.
that lost an eye. There was one that was brutalized. Right? There was plenty of like things I could point to.
Sure, but more people were injured at the Hamas riots just a few weeks ago, and that's already completely out of the news stream. Yet we still hear about January 6th all the time, and basically
Well, because he
everybody
tried
that
to
was
undermine our
arrested-
American democracy. He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. Sherry, thank you for the fruits, friends.
Yeah,
and he
and
endorsed political
explain to
violence
me-
there.
explain
I'm
to
not
me if
saying
you even understand
hold up,
how that
hold
would
up.
work.
Levi, I disagree.
I'm guessing
with-
you've read the Eastman files.
I
the Eastman memos.
disagree. Let me please finish. I disagree with political violence. I'm not advocating for political violence here in the United States.
Me
Completely
either. I'm
think-
pointing out that the people that were just a few weeks ago part of a political violence riot were basically not held accountable. But 4 years ago, when there was less violence. Like by
And
the numbers,
are
by
just
the
like
numbers,
saying random
less
shit
people
in the
that were
chat.
hurt.
Obviously, I would care about 85,000 missing kids if that's true. I'm not saying I wouldn't
it
care
is
about
true.
that. I would think that's a big issue. But first of all, I need evidence that that's applicable to the Biden-Harris administration and that that's true in the first place. So I need a few things, right? If you don't have any governmental sources to indicate other than just like a committee hearing or oversight hearing, well then obviously that's not going to be sufficient evidence, as you don't accept all oversight hearings.
There is plenty more evidence. You can dig as far deep down
I
the
would
rabbit
love
hole
to.
as
I
you
mean, I'd
like.
love to get this like very clear, sufficient evidence. But you were claiming earlier that like there's no way that we could get this evidence.
No, that was on the topic of election fraud. I don't. TikTok has kicked me off for talking about election fraud as well. So be careful about my word choice there.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
I really, really want you to watch this congressional hearing. I would be happy to talk about multiple other subjects, but this is the most important subject. This is the one that matters. I could talk to you more about January 6th. I could actually ask you some questions about Jean Carroll, like what evidence did she bring to trial? We could talk about the judicial lawfare that was used
I'm
to
down to
give,
talk about these
give
things.
Trump
Can you name
his 34 felonies.
I'll ask you one thing first. Can you name me one piece of evidence that was submitted in the Eugene Carroll case?
Yeah, address. That was the only.
That was not
evidence.
submitted, right? The reason why it wasn't submitted is because they didn't give up the DNA within time. So there was nothing to test it against. So
Do you know
kind of
how
odd
long
that you didn't know
DNA would
that.
last on clothing, Parker?
DNA can last that long on clothing. We use DNA in
If
cases
it's
like
never
this.
gone
We use
outside, if
DNA
it's
in
never
cases
gone
like
through the wash.
we use DNA in cases like this all the time.
Not 28-year-old cases.
It was 23 years old at the time.
I believe it was like, oh yeah, at that time,
1996,
sure.
2019 is when it was filed.
Most DNA left on clothing, if it's skin specifically, is going to be gone within 3 times through the wash. It's going to be gone within 2 years if it's ever been
She
taken
didn't
outside
wash
and
it because
exposed to UV radiation.
that's typical for victims to do that. Right. So again, that what they did say that it was unidentified male DNA, so it was able to be identified. He just didn't give his DNA so that they could test it.
Sure. That's accurate, but I smell something fishy there. I think
When
that
you say that you
genes-
smell something fishy, I think that's a bit ridiculous, because I'll ask you this question: why didn't Trump give up his DNA? Because I smell something very fishy right there.
I would assume that if it came back negative, then the courts would say the same thing that I had just said, where they would be like, oh, well, shit, it's a really old dress. The DNA wasn't reclaimable. It's too far gone. And if it came back positive,
There would be a way to
then
indicate it. In my eyes.
Trump is a
I'd see
well-known
good
dude.
reason.
It would have been pretty darn easy to sometime over the last year have taken a swab of his saliva off of a coffee cup
Of
that he
his
threw
semen?
away. No, they tested it for male
Positive,
juices,
thank
and
you
they
so
did
much.
not find any semen on the dress. It would have been skin DNA, leftover DNA from skin cells. That's what they
And
would have
wait,
been testing.
wait, if
There
he
was
never
no
met
semen
her, why would
evidence.
there be skin cells even?
And Trump probably did meet her. I would imagine that
So
was
he
true.
lied about that?
Jean, do you know what her story of what things went down was?
Yes, but you're saying that he...
Jean's story is that they were
can
flirting
Can you
while
like not engage? Because you're saying that you uphold his story. His story is completely legitimate, even though he lied about it multiple times. Jay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. He said that Chelsea, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, he mistook her with his ex-wife.
And Jean Carroll said that they were flirting while shopping in the women's section, and that they then moved towards a private room, a dressing room. And it doesn't sound to me like she had any issue with him coming into the dressing room with her. But then suddenly, once they were in the dressing room, he lunged at her and shoved her head into the wall and began forcibly penetrating her. Now, does that sound like any case of flirting?
So wait,
Does
so
that
you're
sound
saying
like any
that you're
case of
saying that
flirting
someone
you've ever
can't
seen?
Wait, so you're saying someone can't get raped by someone that say they flirted with even? Are you saying that's not
Flirted
possible?
and then walked
So someone
into a private room with them?
flirting is an invitation to be assaulted?
Inviting somebody into a private
Is
room
flirting an
with you-
invitation to be assaulted?
No.
Okay. Is that consent? was there explicit consent that was identified? You tell me where in that scenario there was a consent.
When I believe that when you walk into a private room together, the male is not going to suddenly lunge at you, shove your head against the wall, and then
I didn't know that
that is not.
I didn't
how
know that
flirting
like
works.
grape never happens. Is that what you're saying? Like people in private rooms
I'm
don't
saying
grape other
that
people?
generally when grape happens, the whole entire thing is pretty unconsensual. And
Yeah, that was you understand that was unconsensual, and also marital grape exists.
No,
There's plenty of things that are consensual in marriage, but then
they
there's
walked
grape that can
into-
happen. So just
they
because
walked
there's some
into a
level
private room
of consent
together.
in certain scenarios about certain types of actions doesn't mean there's consent to engage in intercourse. So I don't know why you're assuming this. This is crazy as fuck.
All I'm saying is that that story does not check out. I've never heard of a single case of flirting
It does.
that ends up like that.
Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, flirting is not an invitation to be assaulted.
there had
flirting
been
is not an
sexual
invitation
escalation.
to engage in sexual intercourse
Of
or
course
to
not.
or to be fingered against your will.
There had been sexual escalation leading to them going into a private room together.
Was there
Now,
wait, Levi's here. Let me ask you this question. Was there explicit consent?
How would I know? It was 26 years ago. I don't think.
Is
that
there any
anyone
record of
fucking
explicit
remembers.
consent?
No.
No, there's
how
no.
would there be? You know what?
So
Jean
there's
didn't
no
bring to
record of
trial?
explicit
She didn't
consent.
bring a visit.
If there's no record of explicit consent, how do you know that like that story doesn't line up with what would happen as it relates to grape?
What
Because right now it
story
just
have
sounds
you
like
ever
to me
heard
that you're not
of
going
a
to.
guy-
Wait, I like how you're not questioning Trump's story. Trump saying he never met her. Trump saying that he wouldn't have abused her
I
because she's
have
quote unquote not his
questioned
type. But then in a
Trump's
deposition
story.
mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife. Everything about his story was a lie. If you look at E. Jean Carroll, you can't indicate anything that's a lie. You're just saying you don't like it and you think it's a little bit fishy. Like what?
No, I've looked into Jean Carroll's character. MSNBC threw her a layup of a question. They asked her, Jean, with all of this money, what good are you going to do for women's rights? And Jean was like, oh, I'm going to do so much good. We're going to go to Paris. We're going to get purses. We're going to go fishing. You want a car? I'll buy you a Bentley. And she went on like that for like 45
Like
seconds.
literally
after
making
being
it.
given a layup.
No, she didn't do it for that long. She
No.
made a joke.
It
You know
was
what she's
literally,
actually
like,
doing with the
45
money, though?
seconds.
You know what she's actually doing with the money? She's splitting it amongst all the victims. Okay? And also, you want to know something wild? Right? If it is the case that you were saying that she's doing it just for money, one, she's a millionaire. Two, it is the case, I appreciate the hand art, thank you so much, Theo, that why would she have not brought up this case earlier? Because that would have meant she would have been able to make more money. So that's
How
also
would
not
she have
consistent.
made more money earlier?
Thank
I
you, Theo.
believe that
Thank
she
you so
had like
much.
a book coming out or
No,
something.
because it is the case that she specifically would have been able to make the money when she was younger, would have had the money earlier, right? And obviously, given that you have money earlier, that money is going to be worth more, right, to
I
you
believe-
comparative to if you were like 80 years old.
I believe that she had a book coming out, and there was never. She would have never been able to get this passed. This was a judicial weaponized attack. They
No.
brought this. Yeah,
That's a complete no. You're just literally
Do
whipping
you know
out
what
your
the Adult
ass.
Survivors
You have
Act
literally no
is?
reason. Wait, why don't you question?
do you know
why don't
what
you
the
question
Adult
Trump? Wait,
Survivors Act
tell me
is?
what about Trump's story makes sense?
I think that Trump had met her. I think that they probably made out or something, and then Trump probably.
No. So
got a
what
phone
about his
call and
story
walked
made
away,
sense?
and
Tell
she
me
was
one
bitter.
part of his story that was not a lie.
And I'm telling you that he did lie, but I'm telling you that Jean Carroll.
What
lied
about his
just as
story
hard.
was not a lie?
It was probably a lie, but I don't.
All
think
of it
that
was a
we have-
lie? The entire story
Yeah.
was a lie? Now tell me, why does he have to lie about the entire story if it is the case that he specifically is innocent? Why do you have to lie about the entire case?
There were. I don't have a good answer for that. Trump lies sometimes, and I don't agree.
So
with
like
it.
if
Trump
if,
is not
if
my first
I
choice,
guarantee
but-
you, if it was the case that a woman didn't have any story and the entire thing that she brought up was a lie, you would dispute her side. But when a man does it, no, you don't dispute that because Daddy Trump, we like him. That's fucking insane. You would dispute E.
Trump
Jean
is
Carroll's
not my
story
first choice.
based upon no fucking lies, based on absolutely fucking nothing, right? But you won't dispute Donald Trump's story, even though you couldn't tell me one aspect of the story that was logically consistent or made any type of fucking sense. That's what's fucking insane to me. You can unmute, by the way.
You were getting mad at me for no reason. I told you what I didn't think made sense.
No, no,
They
you literally.
consensually went to a locked room, a private room together. At that
Yeah, that does
point,
not
they're-
mean that they wait. Just because you go into a changing room, I appreciate the VR goggles. Thank you so much. Even if that was the case, right? That doesn't mean that you specifically are consenting to engaging in intercourse or being assaulted against your will.
What
Like,
do you think is going to
That
happen
mustache,
at that
thank you.
point? And I don't believe
Wait,
that
you
she
can
was
just
assaulted.
you can just go there to literally be hanging out. That does not mean that you're going to engage
in
in
a
sex.
dressing room together
Yes,
while somebody is
totally,
going to get
yes,
naked
absolutely.
and try on new clothes.
Consent can be cut off at any time.
Bruv.
Consent needs to be verbally established. It needs to be very clear. Appreciate that, mustache. Thank you so much. Not having consent be very clear, right, blames victims for these types of circumstances and doesn't acknowledge that it's going to lead to SA happening. Okay.
Okay.
You are predisposing people to being SA'd by saying that this is acceptable behavior. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you.
Do you think-
consent
I
needs to be
promise that-
very explicit. Very explicit.
I'm going to change topics.
Oh,
I promise that this question leads somewhere. Do you think that Wall Street is corrupt?
No, I wouldn't indicate all of Wall Street is corrupt. There are some corrupt aspects of Wall Street, sure. Christopher, thank you for that mustache.
Do you know what district Wall Street is in? What it resides in?
Oh, like when we say Wall Street, we're just talking about like things that relate to stocks and people who are running businesses like on a street.
Yeah,
That's called
but
Wall
they-
Street. Thank you for the head mustache.
Are typically able to get things done in the court in their local area that aren't necessarily like the greatest. And I will tell you, that's the Southern District of New York is the court that takes on basically all of Wall Street's cases. The Southern District is where the vast majority of these cases against Trump were brought up. Do you know who Alvin Braggs is?
Push that mustache. Thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah. Manhattan District Attorney who was funded by Soros. While Braggs was running to get his cases against Trump, he bragged that it would be hard to argue that any case against Donald Trump wouldn't be the most important, most high-profile case. Braggs was also bragging about the number of
Yeah,
times
saying
he's
it's a
already sued
high-profile
Trump.
case does not dispute that this is the case. Well, that's so like basic.
Okay, and then do you know
That
who
doesn't
Michael
dispute
Cohen
anything.
is? Do you
Yes,
know
I
who
know
Michael Cohen
is. Yes.
Michael Cohen's major confidants were Tom Perez, who was the former chair of the DNC, and Jeffrey Zentz, who was Biden's current chief of staff at the time. So you don't think that Michael Cohen and Alvin Bragg being involved in these Trump court
Son
cases?
Noble, thank you so much for the meteor shower. Thank you so much. I don't think. Say it one more time.
You don't think that Alvin Bragg and Michael Cohen being involved in Trump's court cases is a little bit of a bias? Aren't judges supposed to be unbiased, not literally working with the DNC and
Wait, judges.
President
Wait, what
Biden's
judge?
chief of
Wait,
staff?
what judge was biased?
Alvin
You just
Bragg,
referenced the district attorney.
the district attorney.
That's not a
when I was
judge.
setting it all up. How about Letitia James, whose
Wait,
daughter was
wait. Don't
making
pivot.
money?
That's not. Wait, did you just say he was a judge and then went off of that?
I misspoke.
the hint,
I did
thank
not
you.
mean to say judge.
Okay, so then what do you mean? So what's the issue? Is there anything wrong with what the judge or the jury did?
In which case? There were multiple cases.
In either the Eugene Carroll case or in the case of what's it called? The felonies.
34 felony counts? Yeah. Letitia James' daughter was making money off of an anti-Trump campaign. So again, I would not call that very unbiased. Her family was clearly against Trump.
That this was all talked about, right? That didn't dispute him from being able to run the case. That was already brought up prior to the case.
Yeah, and it was being the district attorney was Alvin Bragg.
Wait, you understand that my parents disagree with me? Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Wait, you understand that like an adult is gonna have different views than other adults.
But we're talking about Alvin Bragg and Michael Cohen and Letitia James,
totally
who
fine.
They all every single one of them were not biased. They had openly talked about going after Trump. They openly have family members who are making money off of either major Democratic conventions or anti-Trump campaigns.
So, yeah, you're not referencing the judge. You're not referencing anything they did that would have limited the case from being able, or the jury from being able to make an accurate determination of guilt. So I see no reason to dispute the case. I think you're disputing the case because you have a political motive.
I'm disputing the case because in any other case in the history of the United States, those people would be thrown out and they would bring in somebody that is non-biased.
No, that's not true at all.
Yes,
They
yes,
have,
yes, yes.
Wait, people who have like those things, like people in their family where that's the case, they're not like cut out. Can you name me one other circumstance where that happened?
Not off the top of my head. I could definitely look into it and figure it out, but that would be much harder to find because once somebody is not on the job, it's going to be difficult to figure out who didn't get the job because they were biased.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to add?
Require a bit of research.
Yeah, I think we've talked about enough. Is there anything else you want to add?
The case for Jean Carroll was obviously past the statute of limitations, came out of the statute of limitations through the Adult Survivors Act. All of the misdemeanors of hush money were past their statute of limitations. They had to be brought back out
No,
through
you have
some
no clue what you're talking
wild.
about. So
No,
the
they were
hush money is not a
misdemeanors.
crime. Hush money is not a crime.
Yeah.
The crime was
Nope.
specifically falsification of business records with the predicate crime of election interference.
Yeah, and it was built on top of the hush money. And the hush money came out of Donald Trump's personal bank account. So the falsification of business records really doesn't even make any sense because it didn't come out of
I
his,
don't think it came out of his personal bank account.
It did.
No, it didn't. Because if that was true, then this would not have been tried.
Exactly. But they had to do
No. This would
wild
have not
fucking
been tried
engineering
if it came out of his personal. Can you give me a source that it came out of his personal? Because I'm pretty sure that's not true. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's not true.
If I talk to you again in the next few days, I will either give you a source or I will admit that I was wrong.
Okay, for sure. Okay, all right. I'll see you later.
Peace. Please watch
All
that
right.
video. Please.
Thank you for that, Mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Shooter. Thank you. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right.
Hey, what's up?
Matt, do you want to add someone for me?
I can do that. Type MAGA in
sure,
the chat if you want to come up, and I'll get you because I'm not looking in guest requests because it's too full. And just type MAGA, type Trump. Okay, let's see. Here we go.
Yo, how old are you?
22.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
More so just for the conservative party than for the actual person.
Okay, so what specifically, like, what policy do you like?
Well, so I'm a supporter of the death penalty, for example. I know the left. Why? Because
yeah, it's kills innocent people. It's not a greater deterrence for crime, and it costs more money.
So do you think the people that were behind 9/11 shouldn't be sentenced to death?
No, I do not. I have my principles, and I'm against death penalty in all cases. So yes, as bad as those people are, I want to see them rot away in the lowest pit of hell. But I'm not going to fund the government or tell the government to put somebody to death.
They're responsible for killing over 3,000.
I don't care. I have my principles. I'm against the death penalty on principle, and I don't care how bad you are. As I said, I want them to rot in the lowest pit of hell, even though I don't believe in hell, but the lowest pit of hell. But I'm not going to establish through government force to be able to put somebody
Yeah,
to
'cause
death.
inevitably speaking, that's going to lead towards people dying who are innocent.
Yeah, I'm just saying in the case, that's most recent here and more prevalent, they're trying to waive the death penalty for the people behind 9/11. That's just morally wrong. Like, there's nothing that you could bring up to change my mind on that fact. But, I'm not a big advocate for running on a clean energy agenda either.
So why are you against renewable energies?
I work in renewable energies. I'm not against renewable energies.
Okay.
I work in renewable energies. So what I'm against is, so I work in a power plant, right? I'm sitting here right now. Do you, for every one electric vehicle, or no, how do I put this? For every power plant that's operating, right? The emissions that we are still putting off backfeeding the power grid is the equivalent of 30,000 gas-fired engines. You're not doing anything to eliminate the power supply. You're not doing anything to eliminate power plants. There's
you understand that you understand you're transitioning away from this and you're reducing how much you have to use long term.
Oh, what are you talking about? You need power plants to supply the power grid.
Yeah, right now, but not long term. If we invest in renewable energies insofar as that we can transition off of it.
What are you going to supplement the power grid with?
Solar, wind, and nuclear.
Okay, wind. Shell and BP just pulled out of their offshore wind projects because it's not economical and it's not profitable.
Appreciate that, and thank you so much, Joe. Well, it's decreasing in price still. It's still taking money for that to happen, or time for that to happen. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen by 2035 like some people on the left want it to happen.
So I'm not saying that some people on the left want it to happen. What I'm saying is that the Department of Energy indicated that's likely to be 20% by 2035.
Yeah, I'm not against trying to come up with a better solution for a better environment, but the way that they're going about it right now and speaking about it, it's just not plausible. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, when you say it's not plausible, I just don't see it. I have good reason to believe that because the Department of Energy completely disagrees with you in terms of the standards for wind, and especially with the price of solar decreasing around 2 to 3 times in the past 10 years. It seems to be like on a trend insofar as it's going to be cheaper than natural gas.
Yeah, but I just gave you 2 examples of 2 of the biggest, energy providers in the world, and you could go and fact check that. I mean, it's out there for public consumption. They just pulled out.
Thank you so much for the $10, Sherry. Thank you so much.
They just pulled out of those projects because it's not
And
economical.
Sherry, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much as well. Thank you, Sherry. Go for it. Sorry.
I was just saying that you could look that up. That Shell and BP, for example, they're pulling out of those renewable projects because it's not economical. Now, here's something for you. I've been in your lives a couple times. We've talked about this a few times. There's a renewable.
We talked about this already.
Not this specifically,
Okay.
but yeah.
If we've already talked about Trump and whatnot, I do want to go on to another person.
I already go.
Okay.
I got
all
him.
right.
I got you. Type
right.
MAGA in the chat.
Yeah, we always try to get
Okay.
people who haven't been up here before because we want to get new people in here. By the way, everyone, we got about like 20 something more minutes left on the live, y'all. Just letting everyone know.
Hey, Tommy, how old are you?
I'm 18.
When's your birthday?
March 7th, 2006.
Okay. Will you be voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Why so?
Because I think that he's the better candidate overall. It doesn't matter about his, personality or
Devin, thank you for the $2
persona.
late, the great Anna
I think he
Blitzer.
just has better tactics to make America better. So that's my opinion, I guess.
What tactics?
All of his policies that he's going to instate and
Like what? Name one.
I don't know.
You don't know a single policy? So why do you like him?
I don't know. He just seems like a good guy, so I like him.
Okay, he seems like a good guy, even though he's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, as 34 felonies. Said he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Says he has sex in common with his daughter. Said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. Calls his daughter voluptuous. Says he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Says it's okay for him to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owns the place. That's a good guy. Says he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't have to ask. He left. Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You talking to me?
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
No, my name's ironic. Or I'm sorry.
Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next person up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you so much, Shooter. Hello, how old are you? Someone said, please stop kicking when losing. I'm not kicking when losing. What? That person's been up before. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
Are
Can
you
you hear
voting
me?
for Trump?
Yes, absolutely.
Why so?
Well, I'm voting for Trump because he tightens and he'll clean up the border.
Well, then why did he go against the border bill?
Go against the border bill. Can you detail what this bill entails? Can you tell me?
Yeah, so there was a border bill that specifically wanted to deal with the asylum process and wanted to deal with how many people were allowed into the country, right, in terms of daily crossings and whatnot, to reduce the flow of people coming into the country, similar to how the executive order recently just impacted us, but in the context of the legislative branch so that it is less likely to be taken down by the courts.
Right. So the same man that wanted to put up a wall, you're saying that he is against that, or is he still in the terms of he wants to put up a wall?
How much did Trump build of the wall?
He didn't get to finish it. There was a lot going on with that, and there was huge media storm on that. There was no way he was going to get it funded, especially by our tax dollars. That was not.
How much of it did he get done?
Not all of it. That's kind of a question that you already know.
How much?
You tell me.
Yeah, so
I genuinely would like to know.
I think he built around 52 new miles. Right?
Okay.
Do you know how big the border is? Like 1,900 miles.
Oh, that's cool.
So he built like 3.7% of the wall.
Wow. Anyway, so
new
any
wall.
president that wants to tighten up the borders, I'm going to vote for, because the border cities are trash right now.
Okay,
Crime
that's not
rate
what
is
Trump did.
raising.
And also, is there a border crisis right now?
You're telling me Trump is not for tightening up the borders?
Is there a border crisis right now? And yes, he is.
Oh, absolutely, 110%. Did you see what happened when
So
the
did
Air
you know
Force
there's the
came
same
in and
level
put
of
up
border
a
crossing?
barbed wire wall?
Did you know there's the same level of border crossings right now as there was at the end of Trump's administration? So if there's a border crisis right now, then there has to have been a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration.
Are you talking about when COVID hit?
This was during COVID, yeah.
Yes, unprecedented situations that hasn't happened in a very long time, especially with pandemics. But I will say there is the amount of immigrants in America. Do you know how many immigrants, since we're asking questions, do you know how many immigrants live in America right now? Illegal immigrants. Illegal is the term.
So the last numbers we have from the Department of Homeland Security are from 2022, and it says about 10.99 million.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
10.99 million. Oh my
$25. Thank you
goodness.
so much, Elizabeth.
So do you know how many, people that makes up? That's more than the state of, oh my goodness. Let's think of the smallest state. It's more than a couple of small states in America. So we have more than a couple of small states in America filled up with illegal immigrants. No, what do you mean, oh my gosh? This is facts. Let's be straight up. Let's be straight up. Let's be straight up. One bag of groceries is almost $100 nowadays. And we're sitting here talking
that has
about
nothing to do with
leaving
undocumented
people at the
immigrants.
borders inhumane.
That has
It doesn't make
nothing to
any
do with
sense.
undocumented immigrants. Why are you scapegoating them for everything?
I'm not scapegoating anybody. I'm saying that illegal immigrants are making up a large portion of the United States. Yes or no?
No, they're not.
They are
Wait,
making
10
up a
million?
larger,
11 million. Can you take 11 million?
portion that they have ever made up,
Can you take?
and it's
Can you take up?
accumulating.
Nah. Can you take
Right?
up a? No. If you look in 2019.
Okay, so how many people have we deported
Man,
in the
listen
Biden?
to what is
how many
coming out of
people
my
have we
mouth, or I can
deported in
mute
the Biden?
you. Shut up. Okay. Under the 2019. Under Trump's administration, you understand there were more people in the country undocumented than in 2022, according to the Department of Homeland Security's estimates. Did you know? In 2019?
Oh, really? The people who care so much about us. Homeland Security, the people that you are pulling your
Where do you
facts
get your
from,
data
those people
from?
genuinely care
Where
so
do you
much
get
about
your
us.
data from? I'm just telling you that's where the data is from. Where do you get it from?
Have you lived in a border state or been to the border or touched grass or been
I live
around
in
that
a border
area?
state, yes.
You live on a border state. So you know, or you're being blissfully ignorant.
No,
That's
I
just
don't
it.
think that there's this crazy huge issue.
Okay, so you're telling me that the women's shelters in New York that are being converted into places where immigrants can live is not a problem. So that women that are going through domestic violent issues cannot go, oh, a little domino falls there. It's not a big deal for you. Not a big deal for you because it doesn't touch you. It doesn't touch your state because you're not going outside your state.
Well, listen to what I'm saying. I do think there are issues that you could associate with this, but people are blowing this out of proportion. They're saying it's some border issue, that it's specifically the Biden-Harris fault, right? I don't think that's it at all. I think that there's people coming to the country. Obviously, in certain big cities, there's going to be a lack of existing infrastructure. So certain things like this might happen with people who are coming through the asylum process. So if you want the asylum process to be worked on, well, then why did Trump vote against or try to get people to vote against the bill? Right? To vote against the border bill. This is just virtue signaling.
No, virtue signaling is what your party is based on. That's why you guys have lawn signs out there everywhere with these signs saying that all people are welcome, when in the majority of America, all people are welcome inside of other people's
I have
homes.
never
and
seen a
everybody
sign like
seems to
that.
be overwhelmingly
I have never
welcoming,
seen a sign like
besides
that.
your guys' people. But
I
what
live in
I'm
Los
saying- You've
Angeles, and I've
seen
never
that?
seen. I've
Where do you
never
live,
seen
my
one.
guy?
Los Angeles. I live in Los Angeles, and I've never seen something like that.
Oh my God, you are lying straight through your face.
I am not lying at all. I promise you. Never.
Okay.
Matt, when you came out to LA, did you see a single sign that said that?
No,
I don't.
didn't. No, I didn't.
Listen,
Hold on.
I've moved 21 times. I'm from a military family. I've moved 21 times. I have lived in almost every single state besides the middle of America. And I can tell you right now
I
that
grew
the
up in
virtue
middle
signaling
America.
party is the liberals.
No, it's not. It's
You
quite
guys
literally Republicans
change your
consistently.
profile pictures to whatever is currently happening in America, so that you guys can look like you have bleeding hearts and moral superiority. That's what your party is based on: is moral superiority.
Okay,
you can't
s-
save
s-
people
says the
outside
people
right
who
now
like
because
says
America
the people who
is drowning.
drive big ass fucking trucks with American flags on it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You guys put American flags
cares
on
about
everything.
that?
You
Why
put
does it
Trump's
bother
face on an
you?
American flag.
Why does it bother you?
Whoa!
Does this
Why does
bother
it
you?
bother you? Why does it bother you that someone
America
is
drowning
standing
and
in
we're trying to work.
literally someone's standing in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement? You have an issue with that. Someone's standing in solidarity with Palestinians. You have an issue with that. Someone's standing in solidarity with Ukrainians. You have an issue with that. Why does it bother you?
Yeah, when I left Illinois, like I was in the middle of Illinois, bleeding red, right? I always see trucks. People, they painted Trump's fucking head on the side of their truck. They would drive around with fucking entire statues of Trump, right? I mean, I never
Because you know
complained
what? You
about-
guys have been virtue signaling for so long. It's time for us to stand up.
I'm still talking.
It's time for us to
Thank you.
virtue signal even
Yeah, I'll still
more.
talk. But, and by the
No,
way,
you guys have made virtue signaling. Why are you acting like we're the party that virtue signals? You guys change your
'Cause you
profile
do.
pictures to whatever's
You
going
do.
on. Respond to that.
You do.
Respond
Wait,
to
you
that.
guys are literally
You got
right
your
now
COVID
saying-
shot, you put it on your little
No, you guys are right now saying that it is the case that like we're trying to subvert democracy. You guys are fucking insane virtue signalers.
We're
what the
not
fuck are you
a
talking
democracy.
about?
We are a constitutional republic.
my
and
God.
if you are not,
A constitutional republic is logically constitutional republic is logically consistent with a representative democracy.
democracy is that of a communistic term. It's not that of. You can laugh at me all you want. You kind of sound condescending, which is not going to make you sound better.
Good, good. I hope
What
I
I'm
do
telling
sound
you right now is we're a republic or a constitution, a republic constitution. Sorry, my
a
words are getting
constitutional
jumbled up
republic,
because you're laughing at
and
it, which
we're
is
also
kinda
a
like
representative
throwing me off.
democracy.
Yes, absolutely. But what Kamala wants, the one that you
Kamala.
want to vote for, is far more radical than what you think it is. It's not much of a democracy so much as it falls in the terms of progressivism, which also, by the way,
Progressivism
Karl
is
Marx, the
pro-democracy.
father of communism, said that progressive is the roadway to communism. So
No,
you
it's
can't
not.
defend
No,
it.
it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is. Then you're debating Karl Marx, the one who made communism himself.
Listen, I was a communist in the past. I'm not a communist now. You have no clue what you're
okay,
talking
everything
about.
makes sense. All right, I get it. It makes sense.
Socialism. Listen, socialism is defined as the transitionary state to reach communism. You have
She
did you
ran.
leave?
Yeah.
Because I
She
said
ran.
I used to be a communist. You know,
She was
J.D. Vance
butthurt.
said in the past that Trump is America's Hitler, right?
She was butthurt.
And when I was a communist, I like an anarchist that's advocating to extend democracy and to reduce state oppression. That's what I was advocating for. So if you consider that a fucking bad thing, what
She was
are
his
you-
butthurt.
dude? Okay, sure, right. If you think I'm irredeemable, but Trump's not irredeemable, even though he was held legally responsible for sexual abuse. Got it.
Type mag in the chat if you want to come up.
All right. Well, I think I actually.
Are you getting off? Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
because my girlfriend is about to leave. Wait, when do you want me to? Tell me when and I'll end. Okay, I'm leaving when she says. All right. She might tell me right now. Actually, she's leaving right
we'll
now.
just wait a
Yeah,
second.
time to go. Time to go, everyone. All right,
Okay.
we're gonna send everyone over to Harry's live. Harry J Sisson, Spam Parker Raid, Spam Love Parker. If you always want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Everyone, that is the best place to support me. I do appreciate everyone who did come on
Bye,
here
chat.
tonight.
Bye, Parker. Have a good
Love
night.
y'all so much. Go to Harry J Sisson, Spam Parker Raid, Spam Love from Parker. Everyone, have a fantastic night, everyone, and peace out, y'all. Harry J Sisson, Spam Parker Raid, Spam Love from Parker, y'all.